I think the largest number of true contenders that could actually take this thing compared to any land we've ever had before. I mean, when you just scan across these groups, obviously Alliance, Thieves, we have Rock Esports who popped off last land, Shopify, Falcons, the new look Liquid roster, the new look Aurora who lifted the trophy last year. There are so many teams here that I think could take this thing.
I mean, Grace, obviously the competition is the best it's going to be. It took all year to qualify for this.
I think so for sure as well. And I always love the community-made stuff as well when we see this power ranking of where this team ranks. Because as you said, this is the land where the most teams, it's the most different regions. Whereas before, you know, we've seen 5-10 teams from America being up at the leaderboard. Now it's all of a sudden anybody's game. And that just really proves that every region has kind of developed now to the stage where they're all capable of standing on their own.
Well, we're going to break down kind of where we're heading into, especially with today's matchups, because we've got some great storylines ahead of us, some juggernauts coming together in this very first match in just a few moments. But for those who are joining us here on Champs, I know this is kind of an exciting, shiny new way to catch up with the ALGS scene. There have been some changes, especially if you caught a glimpse of last year for some of the names, some of the teams that you might be rooting for, you might see us talking about here. Snipe, Crazy Thieves, let's just start off with that. A heck of a collaboration. They went away from 100 Raccoons, but I think this was a good choice.
I do love the 100 Raccoons reference. Lace was telling me in the back. I was getting a real good laugh out of that. I think it would have worked well for them. But I mean, yeah, bringing two of these organizations that are just monumental staple pieces of just the Apex Legends scene in general and bringing them together, especially with a group of guys as prominent as what we see on the screen right there. I mean, it's a very easy team to root for and everything about them. I think they're a team that is kind of flying under the radar, but we could see a big win here.
And you can see Legacy no longer Liquid Alienware. Yanya, Niazul, Jaguares, they have represented that org ever since really we've been watching and talking about Apex. They are now Legacy and hailing from Mexico, so trying to represent that. Liquid Alienware now with a new title with Zero splitting from Hal. He'll be trying to lift the banner there. Liquid Alienware certainly will want it, and of course, Aurora now with Slab, Hierarcha, and Ashako trying to go back to back with a little bit of a new iteration, Jayhawk. I mean, let's just call it as it is. If Hierarcha and Ashako go and win this again, is that a back-to-back? Is that a different discussion of a dynasty, or Slab's intro really the key that made it happen?
I think the big talking point there is a lot of people still think that that win they had was a fluke.
That's
they haven't had the strongest
Tweet
performances this year. They missed the finals at the Open. They weren't that strong at the midseason playoffs. And so doing it again at that point, you can't say it's a fluke. You've done it twice.
That's true. All right,
let's
go down to today. We've hit some of the high notes. Today we have the beginning of our group stage, and let's walk you through
we had to lock in,
get
that,
because it's going to start
that
off
tweet
with
out.
a different way of
My
approaching
mic is working right.
Group
Okay.
A and B are going to be on our main stage, but as you notice, we've cut a day. How have we done that? Well, we've got Group C and D running on the B stage as well. B versus D will be up later in the afternoon, and A and C also will be on the B stage. And you know who's covering the B stage. It's our friends. You know them, you love them. It's Wig and Greek. They're going to have you covered for all the action coming up over these next few days.
Main stage, B stage, main stage,
over
B
at the
stage.
B stream at twitch.tv/nicewig and twitch.tv/Greek. We are checking out and covering the whole side stage today, and we have some banger games. So yes, the games you're watching.
So what are the side stage matches then?
We got some heaters. So tune in.
That's what I got to figure out.
I don't know where Greek is. He's somewhere over there.
Because I got to figure out where the Thieves are watching.
He's trying to wrestle Greek. Greek's got stuff to do, Snipe. You know.
Oh, you're good, Destiny. We just went live.
It's a cool format.
I wasn't even talking. I was trying to get
highlight these teams specifically, especially on main stage. But also, we have an APAC North crowd. There's going to be a lot of APAC North representation in that Group B, playing consistently in front of their home support.
Yeah, I want to say last year.
I think we both can agree on that one.
Falcons.
Yes.
Yes, so we're both putting Falcons in our #1 spot for sure for this set of C versus D. Don't forget, again, I want to point out before we even do our top three, what's going on in the main stage is not what we're watching. We were asked specifically by EA and ALGS to watch party the side stages.
Luckily for EA, I don't think they paid attention, and they gave us the better lobby in the second set, the best lobby of the whole LAN in the second set.
We're watching the B stage, but that does not mean that these are B players.
They're definitely not, bro.
That's for sure. These are not the B squads.
Who's your...
Let's see.
Group A.
They're not... oh, here. Now they're talking about Group A. Which I think this is... Okay, Thieves are in Group A. So we need to watch the main broadcast. We need to be locked in on the main broadcast. How's the game audio? Should I bump it up?
So I move it up a little bit. I feel like maybe just a little bit.
Nice shot. Citadel remix.
I don't want it to be like completely quiet. By getting the new primary jerseys, I would like to. If I can, I would definitely like to. I don't know how much they're going to cost. I'm going to assume they're not going to be very cheap. So I would like to get them. Just not too
We've
sure.
talked about a bunch of them, but there it is. Legacy was something certainly to prove. Gaming Gladiators, who last year were certainly in the conversation, even up until midseason playoffs, of being a title
The only thing
contender.
is because it's a long sleeve.
Crazy
Since
Thieves
it's a long
as well,
sleeve, I
not
feel
on this
like it
page
might
tonight. There's
be,
so many good teams here in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I can see myself.
Might
I'm doing
be
it all up there. I'm on the desk. I got
a
my
little
stuff
more
on the list,
expensive.
yeah,
Typically, I feel like the long
Whoa,
sleeves are more
sniper.
expensive.
Hold on, guys.
I really
least
want
a
to
little
see
bit.
a little bit out of this Team Mango roster. They've been such once again, another stable piece.
So-
That's
That's true,
Easy
yeah.
Flash team. They've been talked about, especially early on.
We got
And they've just kind of
Thieves
strayed
in
off, and I
Group
really want
A.
to see them perform this weekend.
Had a bus
Sentinels
ride,
are
or
in
at
this
least
group as
a
well.
shuttle ride over with Crumbs. He was talking a lot.
I'll be honest, I don't know a lot
his
about
journey
the
working
different
with Strafing
teams,
Flame and Easy
right?
Flash. Not easy for him to be in that position where kind of the scapegoat. If something goes wrong, you're not blaming Strafing, you're not blaming Easy. But in many ways, it's pushed him to be that much better. Really excited to watch him and his performance. But when we talk about Group A, Jayhawk, it's impossible to ignore the Goliath that is Alliance.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the teams in this group, this is the team that you think can win it all.
How's the audio
If we go
sounding,
back
Destiny?
to over a year ago, they had a stretch where they had 4 straight top 3 placements. There
Should I
has
bump up the
never
stream
been a
volume,
team in
or are we
ALGS
kinda at,
history
like,
that has
the
had
perfect-
that level of
perfect point?
consistency. The problem is, at the midseason playoffs, that consistency came to an end. They got 11th. That is not the standard that this team holds. So how do they bounce back? Well,
W
they
video,
win
by the way,
EMEA
got a lot
Pro
of
League in
comments.
dominant fashion.
Hey, I appreciate
Through
that,
most of the
Destiny.
way, they were in
I'm
first
actually
place, and there
surprised
was really
it got
no
as many
chance that
views
another
as it
team was
did.
going to overtake
And
them
like
because
as much
that's how good they
engagement as it
were.
did.
They want to get back to that top
I
3,
honestly
but even more so, they
didn't
want to
think
lift the
people would be
trophy.
willing to,
Although
like-
they have won, they have never
I mean,
won
I'm
an
sure most
official
people didn't sit through
ALGS
the entire
trophy.
40
So
minutes.
that
It
is
was a
something that
long
Hawkins is
video.
still looking for. And ultimately, I mean, he's got the
but I
team
am
to do it. This is a
surprised
team that has firepower. Affected
of
Unlucky,
how
they
well,
put out a
like,
little graphic on their social media. Shout out to the
statistically it
Alliance
did
social media
compared to
manager.
some of my other
They had the
videos.
roles, and they were both fragger. Okay, this is not a team that has an anchor. We have
So I think
IGL
I need
and
to
2
do- I
fraggers
need to do
because
more
that's
stuff
what
like
this
that,
team is. They're going to
apparently.
be out on the edge. We already know that they're going to be over at North Pad and Trident, a POI they always
You were
get,
locked in.
and they're going to be slaying the lobby.
And I think
Well,
always get is kind of a
one of the
a
things
theme
I
with
had
them
thought
because they've
about
been
was,
together
should I
for
have
so
done
long. We're not just talking about one
a
of the
rant
most skilled
video by
teams. We're talking
itself
about
and
one of the
then
longest
done,
standing relationships in ALGS
like, a
esports
recap
history
video
with Hockey's
for
and
the
Alliance.
Ultra
And obviously
series
these two, with
and done
Effect
them
and Unlucky
separately,
being with him now,
and maybe
are
I
really one
should
of the
have.
most
That might
long-standing
have been a
trios,
better
most
thing to do.
successful trios we've
But
seen in the history of our
we kinda
esport.
just-
Will
I
that
wanted to cover a
continue?
little bit
Well,
of
they're going to have
the,
to find out because they're going up against some serious talent
I
as well.
wanted to
On the other side of it,
cover
Group B is coming
the
in
series
for
was
their first
like
matchup today on main stage. They'll be here for most of the
Before I
afternoon.
got
So while
into
they
some of
may
the
feel
things that I
they've
had
got
to-
a little bit of
to
a
say.
warm-up round
You know what I
before they
mean?
have to really close out their points for day one, it's going to be all-out
Scrap and Hydra finally
warfare
did a
as
content
we
video with
introduce
Courage
our
and the Val
teams
team.
from Group B.
Yeah, I need to go and watch that. I still haven't watched it yet. If I'm being honest, I've been watching Nade Shot's gambling stream like all day today. I've kind of just been rotting away watching Nade Shot's gambling stream. Wishing I could gamble like he can. I'm a gambling fiend. Yeah, that game was rough. That was a rough series for the Thieves. Well, today, Destiny, he's been winning a lot. So, like, no, okay, maybe not winning a lot, but he's been staying fairly steady. So it's actually been pretty entertaining, and he's been in a good mood. What killed me, though, was there were so many times today that he would play a new game, and it would be like way later.
From Fnatic
but I would have
brought up, and even
hey,
Rock
Nate, you should play
Esports,
this
a
game.
team that has
And then
had
that game, when he went and
unprecedented
played it
success
later, he would make
for
a
a lot
shit
of
ton of money
players who
off
have kind
it.
of found rosters and
hey,
gotten off those rosters. There is competition aplenty in Group B. But I want to hit 2 main teams, and I'm talking league winners here, coming from APAC South, and then obviously talking about North America. We got DrinkJuvee Esports and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, yesterday was
Talk to me about DrinkJuvee, Graceful, because this is an org that formerly Green Stego was 5th at EWC in our midseason playoffs. They are aggressive as heck, and they're going to be one of the fan
Storm
favorites
LA
here.
Thieves should make a tier 2 team. I think
I mean, the biggest thing
I've
that you
said
have
this
to take in
before.
mind as well is that this team
I think
has
every
had a
Call of Duty
huge
team
climb
should
the
have a
past
tier 2
year,
team.
where they've literally just gone from a solid
I think every
one of the Goliaths, as you say, where now you can compete against the best of the best and potentially even take it all home. Never mind the fact that you also have 3 MNK players, and they're popping off on that area as well. They're even dropping Devastated Coast coming into the couple of matches as well. And when you have that firepower and the meta is scout,
because you needed somebody to tell you what's going on.
Really good
I
not
definitely
normal to
need
have
somebody
3
to tell me
MNK
what's
players,
going on.
but when you look at a guy
Apex.
like Asia, who's kind of frontlining that team, you start to
I
talk
do need
about,
that.
is he the best of the best in that category?
That's the thing, is
Kendall-
we always
Kendall's
have
stopping by
discussions from
before she
both,
falls
you know, the
asleep.
American region, the EU region as
She's
well.
stopping
But
by
now
to
we
say
have,
hi, just to
for
say
me,
hi.
I'm also
Be
Ty.
nice
we have
before she
Ty
goes to
up
bed.
front of everybody pretty much undisputedly almost says Asia is the best MNK player in the world right now. And I'm so excited to see that
Kendall
on
has a
so
real
many
job.
layers.
And it's going to be interesting to see if they keep those aggressive
unlike
compositions, how that will throw off some of our more stagnant or at least slower play.
Unlike
Cryptos
this
and
guy
Newcastle's
over
coming
here.
around. But Snipe, I want to talk about another team that, in terms of firepower, you almost cannot compete with it. Any team up there, you would put them against them and say they'll probably win. Of course, I'm talking
Not
about
gonna lie, they
Shopify
can make
Rebellion.
players.
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly
You mean
excited
like
to talk
develop
about this
players,
roster. They're
Storm?
my team to watch, truthfully, for the weekend. I think they're
that
have
what-
the
is that
most
what you're talking
firepower,
about?
like you said, of any other team. I think the biggest storyline is just Zainu's evolution as a player. You know, his very first event, I don't think enough people respect this, is that he won the event with 0 and Jenberg.
Yeah, I agree.
After
I
that,
think
he got dropped. They didn't make the grand
I think
finals,
they would
and
be
now
able
he's
to
just been kind
develop
of floating.
some
Won
players.
another event with Phony.
I also
and
think
he
the reason,
decided
like, every
that
team
after his
should
route with
have
MT as the
an
IGL, that he no
affiliate
longer
team,
wants the
like a
IGL. I
lower
remember
level
talking to
affiliate
him. He
team,
has so much confidence as a player.
is
the kind
because
of confidence that you need to have as an IGL
it would
to give the
enable
confidence to your
more,
teammates
like,
to trust every single one of your calls.
trades
And you can just tell
throughout
every
the
time
league
you
as
talk
well,
to
I
him
feel
how
like.
much
Because
that
right now
weighs
you
on
can't
his
make
own.
a
He didn't start off as an
really
IGL for this
trade
that well
any
going into the Pro
players.
League season. It took him a little bit of
Because
time, which it does, but that didn't make him think, oh,
I would
can't
say like
do this. He knew to himself, like,
99%
he's
of
probably
the
the most
time,
versatile player in the game. We've talked
you're
about
not
that a
gonna be
lot
able to
with,
trade one-to-one.
Yeah, just with Jayhawk in general.
And
We talked about that at the midseason
that's
playoffs.
the biggest
But
reason
overall,
it's like
I
preventing
mean, this team
any
right now,
types
they
of
have
trades being
slaying
possible.
power that can just go
But
on
if you
and
have,
win
if
every
every
single
team
one of
has
these
an
games that they
affiliate
really
team,
want to. And I think it's just going to come
and
down to starting the
again,
groups,
like FaZe
letting Zyder
has
catch his flow.
Luka
They ended
right
up
now, right?
winning Pro League in dominant fashion.
And maybe
and overall for that team right now, I don't think there is a team
let's
at this
just say the
tournament
Thieves
that
want to get
has
rid of
as much
Scrap,
expectation,
right?
honestly,
and FaZe
as
is
them
willing
in
to take him
sense.
on.
And overall, I just
And they're
think
willing
this is
to
the event
trade
that Zynu wins.
a
We have to put
Luka
him in the
and
conversation
maybe
now that he's
another,
IGL as the best player
like,
in the game.
Big statements there,
lesser
highlights from our winners from EMEA,
minor league
our
player
APAC, and of course our
or
North
challengers
American
level
representation.
player
We've got all the regions
for
battling
Scrap.
who will come out
That would
on
make
top.
more
We have our
sense
talent who we
than
asked
doing
that
a straight
earlier
up
on in the
one-to-one,
day. So let's head to our
because now
predictions. We don't have Jayhawks
getting
on here.
more
I always,
value
I
back.
haven't got a comment from you before we close out.
But then you
Dan's
can
going
also have,
Gaben. He's
when you
mixing
have a
it up a
minor
lot of
league team,
Shopify. I'm with Alliance
like
Jayhawk.
affiliate, essentially.
I'm going Alliance.
Yeah?
Come
Like
on,
you said,
Alliance
Storm,
in the
you
group
can
stage,
develop-
they always show up.
You can develop
It's
players.
hard to bet against
So if you have
Alliance
a franchise
and you know
that's
that
not
they're
as
going to be
good,
prevalent, it's just a matter of time.
typically,
and a lot
or
of our
like,
talent thinks so. Rock Esports,
you know,
from
maybe
Spider
they're
Tip. I
actively
got
not
Rock later
playing
on in the
great.
day as well.
They can
but of
decide
course,
to just, like,
competitive Apex. We
essentially
love you,
squad
Red. We
wipe the
appreciate
roster
all the
that they
kind
had
comments.
and
We know
bring
we're
up
going to be
their
getting
minor league
all
team.
broadcasts long,
Or
or at least
just bring up a
Graceful will
couple
because
of
of how
the
dang
minor
good he
league
looks
teams.
in those
And
outfits.
on top of that,
dang, always dresses
every
better than me.
team would be
But,
able
we
to
appreciate you.
play,
Alliance is what you've gone for. We'll see where we rack up these
like,
points at the end.
they could
of
all
it
do
let's get going.
essentially
I want
like
to hear from our
scrimmages.
casters
They
here
could do
as we
scrims
get
for
ready
each
to
other.
kick it off. It's Mark and Dan. You might
Terry,
know
my
them better
mic
as
sounds
Onset
low.
and Gaskin. It's been a lot to get here, boys, but we're finally ready for the big show.
It had to be even more to stop
Is
me
like
from getting here.
the
That's one thing
the
for sure.
stream audio
Travel
just like
aside,
really
Dan,
loud? Should I
amazing
lower
to
the
be here.
stream?
Such an exciting time, such a long wait for
Stream
everybody
audio?
to finally get back here with this beautiful
Because
main
I don't
stage
really have
behind us.
a
$2
way
million
to, like,
on the line, the best in the
up
world
my
are here.
mic
And
audio,
you turned up as well, which is
unfortunately.
fantastic.
That's always
good for you. I think. I don't know about anyone else, but yes, incredible to be here yet again. This
not without
venue
possibly
is
like
unbelievable.
chalking
and
a
if
bunch
you
of
are
settings.
not here, and if you cannot witness it live, I hope that you can hear the crowd.
Because
I
can lower
day
the
after day. It's
the
going to get
stream
bigger,
audio.
better, and louder because this is the best tournament around. I love ALGS. I love when we get to match point finals, but we have to get to match point finals first. And you know, that is a long old road for some of these teams.
What
it is. We got 4 days to get through before we even think about match point finals. We got to find out who's going to be
without it
through
like starting to sound
group stage
weird
into the bracket stage, and then of course trying to qualify for those match point finals.
Because I feel like right now it sounds fairly good.
At winning the bulk of that money we were just talking about and calling yourselves the ALGS champions. And that's what it's all about, right? It's been a year's worth of action. It's been a lot of lands, a lot of work, a lot of pro leagues, all of these games that have gone into it, and a lot of scrims, international scrims in the build up to this one as well.
This a little
Boot camps really have put all these teams in the position now where they should be prepared. They should be ready to play.
Is the video being too loud, maybe?
Crowd,
okay.
Thursday crowd, by the way. Just look at it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, just
Thursday
let me know, because obviously I want everything to sound good for everybody if possible.
I'm going to start off with Storm Point, Dan. This is always exciting to do in Group A versus B. Personally, I'll put it out there right now, Dan. My favorite map to cast.
Favorite map to cast?
How lucky do I feel?
You know, I agree with you. And also one of my favorites.
Let's go 100 Raccoons. The crazy Raccoons we got. I don't know why they didn't do 100 Raccoons. That would make more sense.
They know exactly what POIs they want to be drafting. They know which are the best POIs at this point.
They did Crazy Thieves instead.
But then matches 4, 5, and 6.
100 Raccoons would have been cooler.
District, which my personally favorite map to cast. We won't be covering.
Do you think CDL should have a format like CS? To be honest, I don't really know the CS format.
Prioritized this map to try and pick up points.
I don't know the CS format.
Crazy Thieves.
That's another esport I'm gonna have to get used to.
SAUL at the mill and Rock.
Sounds better now. I can hear you talking. Okay, perfect.
Citadel and
Thank you, Terry.
Also going for
Appreciate that.
Command center. Like everyone, bar the first 2 picks.
If anything, I can
and that's because
tweak it a little bit more as well.
Across those POIs.
Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously,
why is ALGS champs at the beginning of the season? I don't think it is. Is it?
Especially
is this technically like the beginning of the season?
One of the best POIs to play from. And if we talk about this group as a whole, and we talk about the games, the teams,
Storm, it's open for all teams.
Oh,
I mean, if it's similar to like what the CWL used to be, then yeah, absolutely they should go to a format like that.
It's the almost teams. It's the teams that are great, but are missing that great.
All right, chat, lock in. We're getting into match number 1.
As they are out of the dropship and
what map is this? I forgot. I saw what it said, and I already forgot.
And having a glance at them, and what an amazing story it could be for Fnatic if they could get to finals.
I already forgot.
Let alone go all the way to win the whole thing. Of course, they are going to be hometown heroes here. There's going to be a lot of fans in the audience.
Also, chat, be sure to like the stream.
To succeed here today.
Lets me know you guys are enjoying this, and maybe you guys want to see more
pressure-filled tournament.
More Apex.
We saw that last time around. We were here in Sapporo. Incredible.
So just let me know if you guys enjoy the Apex streams. We can try to watch more Apex. I want to watch more 100 Thieves esports in general.
Of course, comes pressure.
This is Storm Point.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders as we
Storm
take
Point almost sounds like a match point type thing.
And if you're a crazy
Thieves are in a pretty good spot here. They got damn near dead center of the zone.
How many times I'm going to call them 100 Thieves, and I'm going to do my best.
Closest to them is Sentinels and Rock
You're going to be very happy
Esports.
because we are going bang center here at Storm Point.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll give him a little jab every time
hopefully
he says
hopefully we don't got
beef
with Sentinels
on his toes. But yes,
we always have beef with Sentinels.
And also, just to take a look at the legend pick rates in the moment, 18 Newcastles, 18
also, Chad, I am going to be actively like learning how the scoring and the rating
round and who's going to have that legend composition.
Or ranking, I should say, of this game works. I know Gold has talked to me about it before.
When that happens, also
I don't always get it.
So we're going to see a lot of ultimates up into the sky.
Do like Gen G.
Slee J, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
We know that about Gen G. Crypto,
thanks for stopping by.
And Mad Maggie in game 1. When you're looking at the other like Newcastle Caustic Valcom positions, which usually
these are kind of moving out of the zone a little bit. Well, not out of it, but just farther away.
That is a comp that says we are going to fight you.
And this is how we are going to fight. I know, and I should have been watching more esports if I'm being honest.
Across all regions.
I feel like
expecting them to
at the start I was just so heavily focused on Call of Duty, but
will it work in an international lobby? Remember, in this lobby we have.
I feel like now's the time to dive into more Thieves esports.
It is a
maybe we can get Wig's attention. You know what I mean?
Some of the teams we have competing here today.
Maybe we can get brought on as a creator.
Boogie Borders to start off here.
Sleep 4 a.m. 4 a.m. up the Thieves. Let's go.
Hold up.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah,
love that.
Northpad, where Alliance, of course, kind
They're
of
committed.
Call their own. The entire northern side
up
of the
at
map.
4 a.m. to watch it.
Always
love it.
Trident in this area.
Love that.
And Rari to not only get Northpad, but the surrounding areas that we're looking at right
4
now.
4 a.m. is crazy. It's 9 p.m. for me.
Is in the drone on Crypto, and Unlucky on the Bangalore is waiting for that EMP to go down and might be gifted a kill, but Metro luckily has the Jets. on the Valkyrie to survive, and unlucky with some uncharacteristically shaky shots there, Dan.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the shots we're used to seeing, but Effect is going to roll on up to cover his boy as always. Bear in mind, though, Crazy Thieves are in the area here, and they will hear this. So
I haven't been committed since he did that 24-hour stream. That 24-hour stream was fucking awful.
To the safety of the bunker just outside of North.
That was so
like
bad.
You say, they were aware.
I appreciate you for being here that whole time,
and I think just a few
Big
extra guns firing there, a few extra audio cues. Made that decision a little bit more easy to make.
Bro, see, the last time I played
Crazy
Apex,
Thieves, by the way, crazy moves, crazy driving. How many times was I say crazy as a way to define them throughout this tournament?
It's a whole new experience for me.
Last time you watched an Apex tournament, those tridents might have been a little bit more vulnerable when we saw them out last. Now it is far more secure to be on one. You're not going to be taken down as easily as once we might have seen. But Crazy Thieves are able to now
at least this time we got a fully healthy Phony, I believe.
Where they're a little bit squished.
To my knowledge, Phony should be fully healthy. No,
let's see what Alliance actually try and do here. They could rotate
appendicitis
and try and just escape everything through checkpoint if they wanted to.
Yeah, it's just the Crazy Thieves actually went to Northpad just to hit the ring console by the looks of things, and taking that trident, kind of counter-rotating to get that information, and obviously
how are you
guys
feeling about the
closer to purple? You saw Jim Burton there does
Crazy
have purple
Thieves
shields
here
already, which
you
makes
guys
finding
like
their way from edge
collaboration
a little bit better. Alliance, like you said, going over to checkpoint now, they're probably going to hit the
I don't know
survey
much
beacon
about
to get the lay of the
Crazy
land and where everyone is, and they're going to find out that pretty much everybody
I really don't.
in the game is already center zone. We're looking at Team Mango right now. They are one of those teams. Bang center zone, where we are going to be seeing potentially this end game pull towards.
I mean, we should expect to see this.
Oh, Destiny solo in any
VR
game
with a Valkyrie
is
to move fast as well. People are going to be hunkering down, trying to find a position they can hold for quite some time. We're really not going to see too many engagements
we don't have the 100
in this area until
are you saying that because we're
together after round 2, maybe even round 3
Crazy Thieves, not 100
this
Thieves?
point. So a lot of these teams, it's just going to be about being patient, acknowledging there's going to be people rotating past them, and just being aware of who's moving.
UK events are always
team that
crazy.
Isn't rotating quickly.
I feel like in any
they're on their way over just outside of Launchpad right now. When we talked about their composition and how it is built almost to counteract some of the other compositions that we are seeing in the lobby right now. You got to think about Mad Maggie playing against Newcastle. That drill can be so devastating, and Caustics inside of buildings can be so devastating. EMPs to get rid of the barrels, and then of course you've got Bangalore as well, which is going to be able to use those smokes to really put pressure onto some of these teams, and the Rolling Thunder to push them back if they are going to be trying to pitch a couple of teams.
How
So
like
a very interesting composition game one, highlighted already, but the way that they play in this game, I think is
originally two
kind of
different
indicative of what we can see for them for the rest
ALGS
of the tournament.
teams,
also worth noting,
and now they're just combined into one,
when it came to their POI
and it's just the
draft. So
Thieves
they
roster
are
essentially.
To pick up points on E-District, so
Like, is it really that straightforward?
When it comes here to Storm Point, going for a little bit more of aggression, seeing if they can pick up some extra KP, and
APAC team with a big
I'm really excited for this squad throughout the entire tournament.
So hopefully, I mean, hopefully that following really commits to the Thieves. That would be pretty cool.
Overshadowing them a little bit because you've got some of those giants that we think of in this tournament, like Falcons,
lost 100
like
and went
the
crazy
Thieves of the world that are just being
I thought they were going to go 100 Raccoons.
Fnatic?
I really did.
Of course, a lot of support here in Sapporo.
But maybe Crazy Thieves makes more sense. I don't know.
Not have to show them on camera, and you'll know. A lot of the time, the crowd mics will be picking that one up as they're going to be able to get a little bit more information on their way towards zone. They're down on the southern side. You can see it Jurassic at the moment. As we see the zone start to pull a little towards the north, towards the Cascade Falls side, actually, of the map. So a lot of those teams who are down on that southern side might have to think about shifting a little bit up towards the north.
We're out in Narn now.
Interesting ring pull here. One that can kind of put a little bit of a indecision
I guess we're
in the
top
IGL's
side of the ring,
like,
so
we think we've read this one right. It
probably shouldn't get in too many fights. I don't really know what the map is like, where everybody's at.
You're probably thinking to me about if you're arriving early. Obviously, you're going to try and play from the north, like Shopify Rebellion, because that's where the space is. But if
as a team they disbanded,
and then you see a team like Shopify
just a
arriving
joint branding for their name to return to ALGS. Gotcha.
Maybe we have to try and move a little bit earlier. Maybe we hit
so that's pretty
a little bit earlier than everyone else. It really is an interesting ring pull that can really play with your mind a little bit on how you want to approach this endgame.
And I do think this is an interesting one with Valkyrie still available. I mean, if Valkyrie does fall out of the
I don't know.
later because
I don't know, Gold. That's
we'll have to see.
That's kind of what I was wondering, why they left
like
Circle.
GG, Wolves, Citadel, for example, all could.
Looking like they may end up having to fight Shopify,
position where you think
depending
you're safe.
on
so you very much have to be aware of your surroundings.
How they get into the zone,
prepared to take a fight at any point because people might.
Or how they might rotate.
One team who didn't have a great EWC mid-season playoffs was Shopify Rebellion. They made the team change, of course. Zainu now
Drifty, I hope they scam a comeback to LCS with a joint branding.
That has, of course, followed.
See, I
change and the journey that
I know there's a ton of people
North
who
American,
love
the Americas, regional finals champions,
love that the Thieves were in league and all that kind of stuff.
And there was a talk of you.
So in that regard, I would agree that they're able to find a way to get back into it. But
as one of those
for me, like,
blood of IGLs,
it honestly doesn't bother me if they don't have a league team, just because I don't watch League. I don't understand League as much.
If we were to see Shopify Rebellion go on to
like, I'd be okay
event,
with
suddenly Zainu becomes potentially one of the best
you know
players
what I mean?
in the world. He would be up there in the conversations of the Imperial House of the world because he would have won championships across multiple years in multiple different roles as well. Would be
that's
insane,
what I was
but of course,
thinking.
that's something we have to wait
and
see. Now, Crazy Thieves might be getting into an
and
engagement.
I like that.
Yeah, this is isolated. This is on the northern side.
Obviously,
and
as a Thieves fan, I want the Thieves to get more
armor advantage here.
more
they are
fans
on
and
blues
more
at
of a
the moment.
following.
Jimba, and obviously, with the perk from the controller legend, is going to have the extra little bit of shielding to play with. But Alliance all in purples at the moment. That is going to be a difficult fight for them to have to win and hold that spot. Alliance have to move in, by the way. They will have to move in for this next zone. For now, they will be safe. But I think entry damage on either side here. Both teams are going to try and take advantage.
Looks like these are battling Alliance.
Probably seeing this happen, by the way, at the end of the zip line that we saw them on the building a little bit ago when we checked in with them. Probably thinking this might be a good third party for them. Should this fight take a little bit longer?
It looks like there might be a third party coming in.
The first engagement of the tournament was going to be Alliance, Crazy Thieves, and maybe Shopify Rebellion.
I don't know anything about this character. I've never seen this character before.
Nades are starting to be used. Utility coming out now as Crazy Thieves might
get
sent on if this nade does damage.
Well, that thermite. Not sure if it's ticking away at the wall or
the
shields. It looks like, oh, that one certainly is, though. Crazy Thieves under a little bit of pressure, and look at Effect. Trying to get this angle, trying to take this high ground, trying to get anything that he can.
We might need some third-party assistance here to help us out.
But can't overextend because he knows that Shopify Rebellion are in the vicinity down.
Yeah, Shopify are having a look at this. They are sending one player up just in case.
And
actually, they're applying pressure, and now Crazy Thieves are stuck between a rock and a hard place quite literally at this point. And they need to be thinking about a potential escape route. Finally, be careful.
Boney's one shot.
Nearly the first kill. He is going to be the first kill, and it's unlucky. He will get it.
100T Apex, yes sir.
Shopify Rebellion looking to pinch Crazy Thieves in this position to collect any KP that comes their way. Zainu's going to find a second one, finally will go down, even though he's dragged back to his feet momentarily by the Newcastle in the composition. Missile Swarm now goes in from the Valkyrie.
Like
Quite just not trying to overextend here, being very careful, very safe, but hitting some fantastic shots with this scout.
This is still isolated. There is only 3 teams up here at the moment, but 2 players of Crazy Thieves are down. And
yeah,
Crazy
I would agree
Thieves
with that, Drifty.
Are the first team eliminated here in the tournament from this
is why I don't watch Apex,
and I don't know if many people would have bet on that, but
I feel like most of the time when I watch Apex, the Thieves look like ass.
Crazy Thieves, they go down.
Yeah, tough one for Crazy Thieves, just getting pinched in that situation. And one thing about these compositions,
I literally told Kendall,
you
like,
could
the biggest
tell,
reason
like
I
we see with the
don't like watching Apex is because of shit like that.
Newcastle going to give you a chance to play a spot, but if you get pinched, you have very little rotational abilities because the Valkyrie, even if you jump on that skyward dive, with 2 teams looking at you down, you're probably not going to get very quickly into the sky.
And both teams are already out now. Shopify Rebellion and Alliance say, look, we can have a handshake. We've done the deal here. We've got rid of the one team that was potentially threatening us both in our rotation. Maybe we can actually move at the same time here. We don't necessarily have to take this fight. Now as we focus more in zone around areas, we saw
so who are the good teams in this group?
Up, and now
maybe now is the time for you guys who, in the chat who know more about Apex than I do and teach me a little bit about what's going on here.
Outside of Jurassic, they do have the Trident, of course, to get a little bit closer, maybe looking to move through this
100T Apex can be very frustrating at times. Jacoby, every time I've watched them, they've been frustrating. So maybe I'm a curse, I don't know.
Reignite have already lost 1. It looks like Raze's being brought back to his feet, though.
I know, Gold. That's why I was like, when they showed the map, I was like,
just hold off.
These are nowhere near where they were like 2 minutes ago.
He thought for a second he was going to fall victim.
Some of the individuals in this lobby, insane, great grenade as well, and there's going to be more damage that will come through here. Have to be careful. The knock will come down now.
Game 1 of 18 for us? Are there 18 matches being played today?
That's a brave challenge coming in from 7 and E here as he goes up to the high ground.
There are actually 18 matches being played?
Struggling.
Am I going to be up all night?
They will have 1 player finished off, easy flash down on that low
ground.
Honest, now other players starting to have a little look at this, starting to get involved. All these teams, FYR.
12 today.
You saw Cersei just poking his head up to see if there was any opportunity for him to steal away a couple of these kills.
Oh, shit. So we might be up for a while then.
You can see the angles they have to be aware of. There's so many teams who have just got good LOS to chip away damage at them.
Also, still 19 teams alive, may I add. And I think we're going to see a lot of this in these first 3 games. Very slow lobbies, people trying to prioritize early rotations.
Who's the 100 team? Like who's on the team, or
as we force
what's their name?
Rings 2 and 3.
Because then here it's Crazy
around the edge at the moment, but Team Mango did just get eliminated in 19, so unable to survive that engagement they just had.
Alliance, Wolves. SR, Gen G, and 100T are like the good teams, Jacoby?
Inside of Jurassic. having to find their way through. Well, they found their way through. Ooh. And now they're set up on this high ground. Don't have the greatest shields to work with on this high ground.
SR 100
going to be popped here by Crazy Con to try and get his wall back.
Gotcha.
But No Name certainly a player to keep an eye on throughout this tournament. One of the best slayers, damage dealers, kill stealers that there is in the ALGS, and I think there's a big tournament on the horizon for him. Aku now taking damages. GG looked like they're in a little bit of a horrible spot here and have lost one.
Yeah, it's going to be Alliance. We're going to be on the other side of this as well. Effect just been able to get the second, but Effect has gone down to another squad. So Alliance have to make a decision here. Do we try and just stay alive, or are we going to commit to this fight?
Call of Duty, Apex.
I think Effect,
Valorant, and CSGO.
Those are the try and get him back, and they're actually going to take the portal back to that position.
4 teams that I know for sure they have. I don't know if they have any new
Unlucky, she's going to be playing Protector.
Because I think they got rid of the Marvel Rivals team.
It looks like a kind of a settlement from both sides that we're going to get
and
everyone
a lot of the teams that they had for
an Alliance will reset
like the esports World
but
Cup.
both teams need to move.
GG very thankful of Men of Culture there, to be honest.
They might go back into Rivals, but I'm not sure.
A bit, but all 3 of those teams are going to have to move shortly. That zone is going to push them in, and we're going to have about 15 teams waiting near Cascade Falls. They're all going to be kind of looking towards
I'll miss
the
Terra
edge here,
too,
seeing if they can pick up any extra KP.
Yeah, we're not very time-wise far away from a lot of teams.
Outside of the Thieves in this lobby, want to see Hot Dog Mafia, Fnatic, and Rock go crazy today?
Make their move towards zone.
Are they sort of like underdog teams?
And will fight on the northern side.
I'll root for some underdog
teams. Shopify trying to take this fight. Let's jump into the comms as Zap will go down.
Listen in. Maybe.
Well, the comms wouldn't have sounded too good, and we won't worry about it for now because Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated. One of the first teams out of the lobby. We have big hitters falling early, and that is Genji.
My opinion, stay out of Rivals. Rather put those resources towards a different team in eSport.
On the southern side of this zone.
Yeah, they're dropping now. 15 squads remaining.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't disagree with that.
To begin with, which is always a nice way to
I wouldn't
start the
disagree
tournament.
with
At least
that
you've got points on the board in game 1. But now Alliance looking to get aggressive yet again here.
I think
they really are trying to press their advantage when they get.
I think obviously, like the more teams that the Thieves have, the more opportunity you have not only for like
Genji controlling this northern side. Will not be safe for the
being able to win more events and just get more trophies and become more notable.
And with the way
but I think
when you take down a team like Shopify
it's probably better for them to start off just trying to be the best they can be in each individual esport before they start like spreading out.
GG getting obliterated in the moment. Can they survive for a third time? The answer is no. 13 squads now remain.
Hey,
and GG just never really were able to properly reset.
We're seeing some teams get knocked out here.
Sadly, just one of those positions where you can very rarely get out of. But now they can start to think about game 2 as Genji continue to be a menace here on this eastern side.
Well, as we look at the buildings, interesting to
highlight
Fnatic
taking on
winning that fight and
DrinkJuvee.
dealing with GG. Now only have S8UL in front of them under that bridge. Then they have a clear walk-in towards where this zone is going from the northern side. So they put themselves in a really strong position, and Genji look like they're trying to make that move.
Here.
Sliding down
Possibly
the hill now,
multiple.
the Maggie Ball will go down, and if I'm not mistaken, Sharky's fallen to wolves as well. So S8UL are just escaping right to center zone, and Genji now
hitting the boys from behind.
Genji get the entirety of the northeast here. S8UL will be eliminated. 12 squads now left. Now there's a big fight that is happening at the moment between
they look like they were kind of pinched,
and actually I think Sentinels are even in that building as well. There is about 5 buildings that are outside of this zone. They are all occupied by at least 2
How many
teams,
views on the Apex
there's
journey?
a lot of individual scraps happening
I'm not
right
sure.
now.
And the difficulty of that, if you're playing
I don't know. I'm sure there's a pretty good amount.
That was the
I mean,
plan,
Nicewig, I looked at over
buildings,
10K
getting that Falco off, even if you have that purple perk where you can take to the skies almost immediately. Very, very risky at this point. Fnatic on your screen right now.
He streams almost every day.
They have that purple perk, and you guys take
yeah,
to the skies.
we need some people like that.
Possibly need, but now you need to find somewhere to actually play. And if you go for the northeast, remember Genji were holding that, so Fnatic looks like they're going to go pretty much dead center.
Let's put that cash towards Joey D and Rancor on the offseason. Hey, I like the way you think, Jacoby. I like the way you think.
They found one. They isolated him. The missile swarm came down, and they got the kill. But at what cost?
What you're thinking? You're thinking we get Joe D, Rancor, Scrap, and Abizi?
Live waits the last hope.
That's what I would think.
But it won't be enough to keep Fnatic alive. They are out as well as Boogie Borders. 2 teams eliminated
in a
matter of seconds here.
Alliance still up, by the way. There's been several knocks against Alliance, and they've still been able to get up consistently and reignite into the fight. Now we're going to see reignite here, just trying to stay alive down low.
That gas was hurting. Hot Dog Mafia, by the way, starting to go a little bit crazy.
Sentinels only has 1 left. Reignite, 1 left as well.
Which is going to be very, very useful. in those close range engagements.
Oh, wait,
Reignite
Fnatic
will be
respawned.
eliminated thanks to Hot Dog Mafia. Wolves finding some kills now.
I thought it said they were
will
already
go
done.
down for the aforementioned Hot Dog Mafia. Gen.G still on this northern side though, Dan. They've got everybody in front of them. This could not just be a win, this could be a big point game for them with a KP.
Gen.G arguably favourites here. Sentinels a team to look out for, though they are dead center, but they are being focused by several teams. If Sentinels can survive,
Hot Dog Mafia eliminated at number 7.
Be in a good position. Hot Dog Mafia out, but look, this is Sentinels. They
They're
won't
gone
survive.
too. Out in
they
the
will
middle of
go
nowhere.
out, and suddenly it is advantage Gen.G. Other than that, Wolves Esports are the only other team who kind of has a building to themselves right now.
Everyone's going to have to move to before Gen.G, though. You would imagine that the building on the right-hand
Hot
side
Dog Mafia has one of my favorite pros of all time. Has a stacked roster of older names. Rock has a former Thieves player and just great roster in general. Gotcha. Okay, Sleek.
Maybe able to walk in from that southern side, but they're going to be in the line of sight of Gen.G if they focus them. Effecto has a Kraber, and that can make all the difference here, Dan.
Remember, Alliance love to gobble up points when it comes to group stages. Wolves have been one of the first
we're starting to get into some chaos here. This circle's really small. Still have 5 squads left.
Legacy have gone for center zone. RSE to the skies. Dexter with an embarrassment of riches. It felt like he wasn't sure to use the R9 or the scout
this is
to
going to be
chip
a bang
away
out.
at the teams falling from the skies.
Gen.G should win. I mean, they do have the high ground.
Is chipping away, and that scout is doing a huge amount of damage as well, and they will find one thanks to Wolves. Hackett is down,
And I'm not talking
Alliance.
to keyboards.
Down as Wolves
Alliance
here,
knocked
by
out.
the way. The one player who didn't go down for them was the Newcastle. Managed to drag everyone back to their feet.
But they are on the edge. They are being focused by ROC right now. We've also got Legacy, who are pretty much center zone, but this is just carnage. And Gen.G are
Bro, it's just
Gen.G should have this one in the bag. It is about as simple
It's
as you can
just
get
a
for a
fuck
team of
fest
this
down
quality.
there. What?
The high ground is theirs. The R9 sprays are gorgeous. Coming in from everybody. It's just about patience. It's about finding the right targets, and with Legacy down,
Legacy
it's now a 3v3
eliminated.
ROC versus Gen.G.
I mean, as long as Gen.G doesn't troll, they
Gen.G,
should
who
win
have been
this.
phenomenal so far this
damn.
game, and they start the ALGS Championships with a huge victory here.
I mean, they
with
just
a
had,
ton
like,
of
perfect
KP,
positioning.
and they make a statement here in Japan.
Most tame ALGS endgame. Dead ass. I'm sure that's so accurate, too.
The way that they fought with
I'm
such
sure that's
confidence
so
is
accurate.
exactly the trademark of this team. Very exciting.
Okay, hold up. I saw some
fans,
LAT stuff that I gotta go back and read because I have some opinions on it.
Run a composition which is a little bit different to what is expected from most teams, and have so much success in fighting their way towards a win.
Jacoby, I think Hydra will be gone,
They're
but
going
I
for
have
an
a sneaky
aggressive comp.
feeling
They're
Nate
looking to
can
try and
convince
pick up a
Scrap to
bunch of
stay.
points before they go into E-District,
Broken
which
Hood, you
is
said
what
we
they
need
prioritized.
leadership.
They were playing on the
I
edge
think
to start
Scrap
with.
could
They were
work with the
looking
leadership
for
role.
fights, and boy, did they find them. They dominated that eastern side, and once
So
they
I would
bullied
agree.
enough teams
I
away
think,
from them, they had all the space
I think
in
Hydra
the world.
will be
And I think
gone.
they probably knew at that point when they saw the
But I
teams in
think
those
there's a
buildings,
chance that Scrappy
this should
stays.
be a
Part of the reason
comfortable one
I
as long
think
as we
Scrap
stay
stays
focused, prioritize the right targets, and
is
boy, did they.
because
13 kills
he had an
alongside that
opportunity to
victory.
go last
What a
year.
brilliant game it was.
There
for
were
13 kills, and
rumors
let me
that
just put
teams
one
were
stat
willing
out
to
there
buy him
towards
out
you
and
as
he didn't
well.
want to go anywhere.
Damage-wise,
The only other place I would see Scrap actively being willing to go to would be
between
Optic.
damage dealt and damage taken
And
of positive 6,308.
one, I don't see Optic making a change for
To
him.
put it in perspective, by the
And
way,
two,
the
I
second
don't think he
closest in the
really
lobby when you look
would
at
want to
damage
go to
differential,
Optic because he doesn't like to do
1,085.
content. And he would
That
be
is the difference.
contractually
That's an insane
obligated
amount
to
of
do
damage
content.
output. And I think the biggest moment for them down in that
I
was
just
the
don't
win
see it.
in that 3v3
You know what I
against
mean? I
Shopify
don't see it
Rebellion
happening.
early on in that game for the northern side of that zone.
Just a brilliant game from them, and as I said, a
I
statement here in match one. When we talked about the Pro League winners coming into this, would Gen.G
I don't
be
know.
able to
I have a hot
continue
take
that
that
dominance from
I
their
think
own
some people
region
might
into
not agree
international
with.
games? There is your answer. It is a 10-point lead.
And
after
I would
match
say,
one.
especially
ROC
right
do
now,
pick
it's
up
probably a
12
very
points
hot
in
take.
total. Legacy with 10, Wolves with 13.
Gen.G had 13
Alliance, who
kills.
are very
I know,
resilient
dude.
in
That's
that game, by the
insane.
way, just
That's a
constantly
lot of
surviving.
points, no?
Will pick up 6 of their own. And
22
let's have a shout
points.
out to Hot Dog
Rocky
Mafia,
Sports is
who
the
picked
next
up
closest
9
at
kills,
12.
but 11 points here on the
Yeah,
board.
that's a pretty good game right there for them.
Well, we'll
That's
have
a
to see
pretty
how
good
the rest
game.
of the games go, but I'm very excited for Gen.G as well, because I think one thing coming
Okay,
into
my
this, a lot
hot
of people might
take-
be watching scrims. They love to fight, they like to be aggressive,
And
they like to pick up
it's
KP,
more
and that's
than
the way they
likely
like
not
to
gonna
force themselves
happen.
towards an end game. I think the biggest
And I
takeaway
might be
for
wrong.
Gen.G, and that was it felt
But
like
I
it was calculated
genuinely
aggression.
think
There was
if
no
you
fight that was
keep
taken
Kenny
that
and
didn't
Abizi
have
and
like
you build
a
around
result
them,
to it,
you
that
get a
you
good
thought
team.
process to it that would have put them in a better position, or a position where they felt confident that they would
Because
essentially
Kenny
get a
has the
walk in
leadership.
towards the zone, or they would be in a position
Yeah,
where
he hasn't been
they could
shooting
just
as well
clear their
recently.
way towards zone.
But
I think it's
even a
very
lot of the other pros have said,
I think if they can play with that kind of like thoughtful
the gunny doesn't just go
it's going to be
away.
great for them, Dan.
It is going to be great for them indeed. Mad Maggie really was
Hood,
the
I'm not saying I
want
that
Scrap come out, but of course we are going to go for
I'm
a
not
quick
saying
break.
I
When
want
we come
him
back,
gone.
we're going to have match 2.
I'm just saying I think
loaded.
if you
Don't
build
go anywhere.
around Kenny and Abizi, that I think the experience that they have could go a long way. Essentially, that's what I'm getting at. I think Kenny is a really good leader that can help mold a team to be good. And I think Abizi is a guy that if he gets to play how he wants and somebody else fits in next to him, I think that the sub duo would work really well. I think the big issue that we're seeing with the Thieves team right now is that there's almost too many cooks in the kitchen. You know what I mean? There's too many teams that or too many players that are trying to play their way instead of playing as a cohesive unit. That's why in my video I said that it would almost feel like it would make more sense to have the Modern Warfare 3 roster, because the Modern Warfare 3 roster, they figured out the teamwork stuff. They started to figure out the teamwork stuff at the end of the year, and they were looking pretty good. They had a system that was working. Same with like the Surge team last year. I think what FaZe is going to be this year, like it's teams that statistically speaking or star player wise are not like the top teams necessarily, but they do well because they play a system and they play it very well together, if that makes sense. Jacoby, definitely a hot take. See the vision, but I'm not sold yet. Yeah, and like I said, I acknowledge that it's a very hot take. I think we've seen a lot out of Kenny that would probably prove otherwise. But, you know, I think I agree with what a lot of other pro players have said in that typically guys of that caliber don't just like stop playing well. There has to be like a reason for it. There has to be something that's effectively causing that to happen. And Slasher even went on one of the podcasts and was talking about that during that overload, there were a couple times that Kenny would go to do something and it was like he was just doing everything solo. Like nobody was there to help him. It just seems like they're not playing cohesively. Whereas I think if Kenny has
welcome back everybody to the AOGS Championships here in
good
Sapporo,
talent
Japan.
that can be
If
molded,
you're a
I think
Gen G
they'll
fan,
be
you were
good.
wondering, are they going to arrive here in Sapporo with passion? If that doesn't tell you the answer, or if you didn't hear that, I think that you
I
might
also
be in
feel
the
like
wrong
there's
place,
got to
because
be an
that is
issue
all
with
the
coaching
passion
going.
you could possibly ask for, and it ends up with them with a very
Terry
strong
Trapp
start
is like a
here
shooting
in
guard
Group
in
A versus
basketball.
B.
He kind of is. I mean, he's like the star player
I've seen of some teams
that
winning a lot. So
just
like,
pure talent. You
imagine
build
what would
around
happen
him.
if Gen G won the entire tournament. I'm just gonna put that out there. It's one of my favorite things to see.
That's
the
why
reactions
ideally
from
I
these
would like to
players when
keep him.
they do find a victory, not just
I guess
for
I
one
was
game,
more
but
so
when it
saying
goes
the
to winning
Kenny
an
and
entire
Abizi
tournament.
thing
But we'll wait until
based
Sunday
on
until that comes. But it really was. If you missed it, an incredible game from Gen G. Like,
the idea that the
planning
Thieves
from
need
right
a
from the start when they were playing Edge, they were
need a
looking for
leader.
engagements.
Because I don't
but it
know
was
if Scrap is
planned
that leader.
engagements. They wanted to dominate one of the sides so they could kind of
I think he
walk in
could
slowly,
be.
get into that zone and have a
I
position.
would
In the
like
end, it
him to
worked out
be,
that they
but
had
I don't
the
know
high
if he
ground,
is.
Which I think you can't always plan for that. I think it was kind of one of those things that just kind of happened as it
And I don't
came,
know
and
if
they were like, all right,
Abizi
we
would be
need
a
to
team
take
leader
and
either.
prioritize this particular part of the zone. From then, everyone else sadly
I'm
just fell
curious
victim
as
to
to
the
if
sheer
Ghosty
amount
is
of
like
damage
fully
that
out
you
on
were
the
talking
Thieves.
about. Over 7,000,
Or if he's only
almost
out on
8K
players.
damage from this squad.
Because
yeah, I mean, if you want context for that as well, which is
I
always
feel
important when
like
we're talking about statistics, right?
if Hydra
RSC
leaves
with
this coming
the
year,
second most
he
damage,
has to be going to
excuse me, Hot Dog
Generates.
Matthew with the
I
second most
legitimately
damage in the
don't
lobby,
see him going anywhere else.
4,720. So, you know,
Unless
it's
Optic
just
get rid
short
of
double. the amount of damage output.
That would be
the
only other one.
It's damage taken in comparison as well.
The only other team.
So low. It is a perfect first game.
Maybe Falcons if they buy him out.
Perfect first game for a number of reasons, not just statistically with the win, but
he wants to go
with
there.
the style that DrinkJuvee want to play. I think there's a lot of positive things here for them to take from this game, and I think my hope for them is that they keep playing with
bringing
this
Kismet
kind of,
with Abe.
I think.
Oh, Hood. If we bring in Kismet, it's got to be with Hydra.
Process in their fighting,
since
that there is
Subduo actually has
experience for this fight that is going to benefit
together.
us later in this game.
I mean, the fact that they were the only Mad Maggie in the lobby as well, I think everyone now will know if they get hit by a Wrecking Ball, they know who is coming, and they know what fight they need to prepare for. And I do wonder, now with bans coming through, who is going to be picked and where are going to be these
if
legend
Hydra and Scrap weren't
available,
available, they were
because we are going to
keeping
lose
NW3
Newcastle in match
100%.
2 here. Now, as we take a look at Dexter from DrinkJuvee, we're speaking
Whatever
about
happens, we better make Major 2.
Well,
I want to meet Scrap and
2.6K
Paco.
of it was done by Dexter.
Oh, well, we'll make Major 2.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are so good that it made team kill percentage explode.
The only one you have to worry about us making is
off the charts.
Just creating new numbers.
Major's 1 through 4 or whatever.
But if you're looking like, I think the biggest one, the takeaway is like where it ranks first, second, thirds. All of that adds
we just
up
might be in losers
when
bracket.
you get towards that end game. If you are outputting that much damage, you are going to be clearing such a clear path towards a successful end game for them, and having that high ground at the end. Again, one of those things that's like maybe not talked about enough. It's very easy to
Jacoby,
think
I
when
don't
there's
know
two
what
teams
happened.
alive below you in a 3v3v3 scenario. You get overly,
I feel like
for the kills. One of your players falls off that high ground, makes that
I don't
one
know.
mistake.
I feel like
all of a
there's
sudden,
too many
a guaranteed win turns into a third place with missing KP that you should have guaranteed. So just good control of the high ground. Good control of, I think, enthusiasm as well in that position, and just making sure that the job was executed, having done the hard work before.
We've certainly seen teams do it wrong before. Like you said, they have dropped.
Maybe got
a little bit too excited. Maybe tried to push one team because they think they have the advantage then over the other.
I don't know if he would.
And sometimes you just have to time it perfectly. I've always said that Apex
because I don't know
in a final
if
circle
Optic has
is
another
a lot
good year.
about
They're not going to get rid
also
of
patience. And I thought we saw it perfectly from this
but
squad.
I also,
DrinkJuvee
at this point, I wouldn't be surprised
in this game. As now the players are getting ready. As we take a look at the GG boys, sadly they didn't really get a true chance to play that game. They were surviving for a while, but it was getting up again and again and again before they eventually were found by DrinkJuvee.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for them is they were.
If we get a new sub, we would use the buyout money to go get Joe.
Crazy Thieves.
That's what I think. I think, I think if you have the
is,
opportunity to get
not
Joe
a team I would expect to go
together, you should
first in the
definitely
lobby.
take that.
I think they got into a
That's why
really
when I saw
unfortunate
Ben
position
was
on that tree
saying
spot where they got pinched
like the
between
Thieves
two
should move on
fantastic
from
teams. You got Alliance on one side.
I'm like,
you've got Shopify
no,
Rebellion.
dude, you don't move on from Abizi because Abizi, you're going to be able to have him for another year or two.
It's only game one. Of course, there's a long
picking
way
up
to go,
Abizi was essentially saying,
it's one of those things that
this is what we're going to do for the future. We have Scrap and Hydra right now, but we're aware of the fact that we might lose
what have I done wrong to put us in this position early
on in the game? If we do,
but Newcastle is going to
we have Abizi, who is a big name player under contract for the next year or two.
Easy reset ability for all
that
these
will
teams.
want to bring in more players, and at that point,
are they going to be feeling like
you might be able to bring Joe Thieves back because he is boys with Abizi, and they would be a really good,
disadvantage by allowing Alliance to get ahead
duo
of them
together.
In some cases,
I think
it's always easy to look back and talk about that. Like I think they just had to focus on the fight. It was probably Shopify Rebellion's fault. They maybe felt like they would have had a better chance against Alliance in a straight 3v3.
Oh, it's only a 10-team tournament.
Who's rotating from where going into this one?
First day
I didn't
of
know
the
that.
Championships.
I didn't realize
a
that.
spare seat in this enormous arena.
So I guess I was wrong.
It really is such a special place to be here in Sapporo, Japan, when the ALGS Championship rolls around.
Well, Jacoby, that's why I was saying. I don't know if Dan has beef with the org, because if Dan has beef with the org,
you are not the
he's not going to come back no matter what.
Way to start.
But
anyway, into game number 2.
If Dan only has beef with Hydra, and that's why they released him or whatever, then maybe it's possible.
In the early game, are we going to see Crazy Thieves, for example, move across over towards North Path?
Because I would love to have Dan back. I really would.
Where those survey beacons and ring consoles are.
I wish I could talk to him
where
to
we're
see
going
if,
zone-wise, it looks like we're going to be heading down south.
If he's open to that, but I'm sure if I reached out to him, he would not give me that information.
This is looking like a coastal camp zone. And for DrinkJuvee Esports, who won our game number 1, that ain't too far to go as they're over at Devastated Coast. So a little bit of a different game plan potentially for DrinkJuvee here to get an early spot and see if they can hold it down. Crazy Thieves,
going
not
to
the greatest
Call of
of games
Duty
in game number 1, but game number 2
I haven't been to many, but
is already live, and the memories will be fading very, very quickly if they can get out to a much better start here. But quite a way for them to go. I think the frustration maybe for Crazy Thieves is the fact that they basically had zone in that
Once
game.
again,
Number one,
Storm
not being able
point
to
here.
not just make the most of it, but barely getting a point on the board. In fact, I don't think they got a point on the board. Is going to be extremely frustrating for them.
It will be frustrating for them, but it's not like it's something they haven't dealt with before.
Well, Sleep,
Just
we
one
actually
match
had a
isn't gonna
good
hurt them
zone
too
for the
much, you
first
would
game.
think. Now, without
We were
Newcastle,
dead center, and
this
then
does become a very different game indeed, and you can already see those compositions are starting to change very much. So we're still seeing plenty of caustic that are going to be coming through. So expect to see the Gassy boy
I hope
once
that's
more.
the case. I hope that's all it is.
Potentially is going to get banned. Yes, Caustic's going to be 18 teams, so he will be banned for
like
match
I
number
said,
3.
I
But
would
we are
love
seeing
to
more
have
Bangalore.
Dan
Valkyrie is
back.
going to be tied with Bangalore. A lot more Alter coming
I
into
would
the
love to have
equation
Dan
as
back.
well. Plenty of cryptos, but still only one Mad Maggie. I wonder where that is.
Yeah, I wonder where.
I don't know if that's the
Genji
case.
still running Mad Maggie with 22 points on the board. Why wouldn't you? A very strong start for them. As we take a look at
real,
where the teams are progressing on our map overhead here. Another tough rotate for the northern side for the teams. Shopify Rebellion.
I hate that I already
in the
talked
skies.
about
You can
that.
see in the background here, Wolves are
Trying
riding
to
on
figure
a
out
Trident
what
as
the
well.
Thieves
And
might do
FYR,
for next
you
season.
drop down here at
I
Coastal
hate that
Camp.
I'm already even like thinking about
One
that.
difficulty for them is they haven't had any Evo
What do we think
spawns
about the
whatsoever
2026
near them,
jerseys?
so they're going to be in a great
I
spot.
like them. I'm sure a lot of
able to
people
hold it down.
are going to
But when
have
it comes to actually
mixed
being able to hold off some of these
emotions
teams
about it,
arriving, like
especially because it's
who have got purple
another.
shields already,
I believe it's another
they might get
color
run over.
jersey.
Might see our first actual full engagement
I'm
here.
sure a
Unless
lot of
Citadel
people
are
aren't
able
going
to
to
get
like
out
that,
of it, but it does look like
I think
this
it's
is
cool
gonna
that it's
have
got
to
like
be
the
a fight. Citadel
pinstripes,
Gaming will get at
as
least 2
well
knocks
as
here
like
against
the
Wolves.
cross.
Single Mozambique.
Cross
Good by
chest
Wolves Esports.
straight.
No knocks taken by Citadel Gaming. That is about as clean as you
I
can
think
get.
that's
They're
pretty
just going to
cool.
hold off potential third parties coming in now. It looks like they will be able to do that. So Citadel Gaming, very, very strong start for them. And I think when we were talking of teams, we were talking about EMEA teams in particular. Throughout this split, it's like Alliance are Alliance. They're Alliance. They're on their own when it comes to
No,
global
I do
stage
have
and
faith,
the region.
Drifty.
It's kind
I
of
do
been a
have
region that's
faith.
rebuilt throughout this season. I think that CTG Citadel
I think
Gaming
it's just
had a great
because of how
performance
rough
in
it is
season
right
playoffs,
now.
had a
I
very
feel like I'm
kind of
naturally thinking
strongish
about
kind of consistency to
what
the
we
games
should
that
do
they
next
found
year
themselves
to
in. But they were
try
just
and
lacking,
like
I think, a little bit of
make sure
experience
this
at the top
doesn't
level.
happen
Now,
again. You know what I mean?
Gathering that experience, you can see they're not afraid to fight. They're not allowed to push themselves into good positions.
And another one of those EU teams, GG, have just
We
arrived
didn't
here
die
as
first.
well. A lot of teams starting to join this
already
party.
did better than
But
last
are they able to
last game.
find somewhere to call home is the real question.
Already did better
were
than
at least
last
able to
game.
get a
That's a
little bit of
great
damage on
start.
one of the teams arriving, but now they're going to try get
Absolutely
further south.
fantastic
This is
start.
something that teams do try and prioritize. Getting a little bit further south so you are less
it
vulnerable
could be
to
Cold
teams
War.
maybe diving in on you, but they are not the
It
furthest
could
southern
be
team
Cold
as
War.
they've just found out.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to take the space when it's available to do damage, just because of the fact that they, like I mentioned earlier, they
Yeah, have you guys ever had
they haven't had access to console
popcorn
before
with
teams
tahini?
arrive in. All of these things that give you Evo, they need to find a way to get up to at least blue.
Like, have you ever put
tahini
tahini on
damage is pretty much their only option. So for FYR,
on
it's
your
going to be a
popcorn?
strange game where they're going to have to play very slowly.
It's
but
gas,
Haley now
if you
has
haven't
managed
done
to
it
get
before.
those shields up, and they're going
It's
to
so
deal with
fire,
the
and I
remaining
strongly
members
suggest it.
of Rock
Especially if
Esports.
you like
They
tahini.
will fall at FYR, even though
I-
the white
I
shields early
love
on.
tahini.
Now they're looking a lot healthier.
I mean, Rock, that's another big heavy hitter eliminated in the early stages. We might not have mentioned them too much in match 1, but they've been very successful in scrims. And of course, we saw what they were able
Jacoby,
to
every
do
time
at
I've
Split
watched,
2
that's
playoffs.
exactly how it
And
goes.
really, that was where they
Like, you
started
hit
to
the
be
nail on the
added
head.
to the
That's
equation.
exactly
Maybe
what
they could be
happens
one of these
every
big
time I
teams
watch
that could
the
go on
Thieves
to
in
champs
Apex.
and potentially
And I don't
win the
watch
whole
them
thing with the
often.
performance we saw from the likes
So maybe
of those
I'm
players.
just a bad luck charm.
FYR
I don't know.
passing the tests that are provided to them with flying colours right
Oh,
now.
and we're already in a fight.
No. Not looking good again.
Phony's
Here for
already
Crazy
down.
Thieves. Phony is down. Jen's
All
trying to get
right.
into a position to support
Not
him,
great,
get his
not
teammate
great.
back up, but he looks a long way away for my liking. Luckily, though, they've been able to pull it through the Void Nexus by the looks of things, and they might be able to just about get a res off here, but
How
another
crazy are
scary,
they in
scary
like
moment
a
here for Crazy
horrible
Thieves.
spot here?
I mean, floating from Men of Culture is just being a nuisance at the moment. They really are probably going to look to try and be as much of a nuisance as possible. Now, Abralelli getting involved in a little bit of a scuffle, needs help from his teammates, though. Otherwise, you're going to have to try and escape.
Yeah, Floating, who made a name for himself at the ALGS Open, is causing some problems once again in this lobby. Void Nexus is going to
That
use
seemed
once
like
again
we were
to
in a
get the
really,
teammates
like,
back, and it looks like a
weird,
reset will
funky
potentially
spot
be able to
there.
come in. Men of Culture down to 2 though.
They are playing as a 2. Fairly certain it was a visa issue, sadly, and you know, I'll call
It's hard to
spade
watch a
spade.
team
It's just
when
one of
there's
those
only 3
situations
lands.
that
That's
happens,
fair.
and they are going to be competing as a duo for this, and it will be one of those same situations. You remember when we were watching teams back in the day?
Yeah,
everyone
that was
yeah,
scary.
Pulverex,
As long as
everyone
they're
was to succeed,
stabilized,
and I think
we're
Medical
chilling. We got a little
another
more
fan favorite
fight
because of that.
You
left
never
in us.
know. RRQ trying to force their way in towards the backside of this zone, down the southern edge of it, but they're taking a lot of damage. But damage, they seem to be able to survive for now. in terms of every single player still staying on their feet. The caustic
No,
gas
they
is
did-
down.
they
The barrel's
definitely
going to be
did,
popped just to give them
Destiny.
that
They
extra
kinda
little bit of
abandoned
cover. But
the
even though
honor
they will be
stuff.
safe down on this low side, you've got to be so
I
aware
wonder
of
if
the
they're
teams who
even
are
going to
be
do
above you
another
towards the end game and
membership
actually
this
getting
year.
back up to that high ground.
I
can
got a
be
vibe
very,
they're not even going
very
to do another
difficult for
membership.
them. Zone is going to keep
Where are the
pulling
Thieves
down
at?
towards
Thieves
Coastal
are
Cam like
bottom-
we expected. Teams who are on the
bottom of the
outside
map
of the zone
here.
at the moment. Shopify
They're
Rebellion, Boogie
in
Borders
a
on the
spot
north,
where they might-
Reignite, and you have
they might
Alliance
get
moving their way in
into
all the
multiple
way from
fights
North
here.
back.
Yeah, I think that Alliance will be happy that Shopify Rebellion aren't going
But they
the
are
same
close to
route
zone,
as
which
them
is
this
good.
time. It means that
Really
at least
close
two
to
of the
zone.
biggest teams in this lobby will be on separate sides, and it's going to be a very different approach for both. Shopify Rebellion arguably
They're
going to have
a
to go
lot
through
of
Gen G and
teams to
SAUL
fight
if they
here,
want to continue
potentially.
this route through the southeast, and then Alliance probably going to head on the western side, and then
Only
head through
3
the
teams
southwest where
eliminated
you've got
as well.
the two of Meta Culture and Crazy
3
Thieves who are on
teams.
the other side of that as well.
SAUL just eliminated in the meantime,
Gen
and
G.
it's Gen G. Like
Val
you
better
say,
win. Dude,
who
I hope
managed to
so.
find those
What, they're playing
kills.
Lev?
Gen G
Is
added
it
some
Lev
more
tomorrow?
points, and it feels like if I see a Mad Maggie in the lobby right now,
How did we
I'm
get there?
maybe
I don't
making the
know,
decision to
Juvee. I
rotate
really don't.
elsewhere because they are full of confidence and winning so many
This is the
fights.
thing about
Like,
watching
see, Shopify
Apex. Is
Rebellion
like
versus
since
Gen
there's
G,
so
yeah,
many
Shopify
teams, I
keep
feel like you
going
actually
this way
miss a
unless they
lot
try and
of like
bypass them, but they are going to
what's
get up, go up
happening,
these
where
stairs, and,
where teams are
well, if
going,
you
what
enjoy
players are
straight
doing,
3v3s, we might get one.
all
Sure.
that
Let's
stuff.
jump into a listening with Shopify Rebellion and see how this one goes for them.
MOC is a duo because one of their players got their visas late. Oh, so they're spawning in as a duo.
Don't need to rush it.
Oh shit, that's kind of crazy.
I'm gonna take it then, okay? Yep. They have blue. They have blue.
Listen,
Breaking
sorry.
their car. Breaking their car.
on top of that core,
Yeah, I don't
right?
mind that. I don't mind that. Okay.
Go left core.
Almost left the car. Okay. Batting reflect. Batting reflect. You guys can come together for now.
Team.
They're moving car back. I think they're backing up a little bit. There's one guy here. Crypto run high. Crypto run high.
Yeah.
30 on it.
I can't see.
He's gonna recall. He's gonna recall. He recalled. What's up there? Drilling
Get
man?
in.
Sorry. I was gonna start rushing up. I'm gonna bat real quick. As soon as I bat, I'm gonna start running up this way. Okay? I can queue for you guys. We just need to make sure we don't get pinched. We always have TP.
There's one right over here.
No, nothing here. Nothing here.
We don't play till the 16th.
Drone high.
Okay.
Yeah. He's still
Yeah,
holding.
today's the
Still holding.
14th.
We're gonna try to break the drone.
So
Yeah,
2
try to break
days.
drone. Try to break drone. If we can break drone, we can fight. Look for it.
That's right.
There's one on the rock here.
Yep.
Other team eliminated.
Yep.
I suck one, Bob.
Nice. Coming up.
First one.
Hey, blue. Keep in mind. One there.
Can I play on top?
Maggie 40.
Top, can I play up?
Yeah, look for
Yeah,
Maggie. Look for
try.
Maggie.
You can try.
Look for Maggie. Look for Maggie.
Run, over 36 on drone. 36 on drone. He's gonna have to recall. Okay?
Well, you can see the intensity in the communication starting to ramp
Oh,
up
gotcha,
as the
Slee.
fight is getting closer and closer to break it out here between
That's
Shopify
unfortunate.
Rebellion and Gen G. But there
Yeah,
is
Jacoby,
that
match
wrecking ball. That's
point.
going to slow things down here.
Match
Gen G
point
with
for
blue
Apex
shields,
is lit.
Shopify with the
I
purple.
will.
Source having a seer is going to be a big
I
difference.
will be
making full
honest.
information as that ultimate went down. I think it might have been broken.
Apex
though.
match
Gen G going to be
point
above them
is
now.
They certainly
pretty
are, but
dope.
shields being broken. Now they're going to queue through. They're
I
going to
just
have
feel
the angles.
like
They're going to have the advantage, but do they have the shots?
everything,
Of
like,
course
leading
they
up to that
do. Shopify Rebellion fine-tuned.
does not
Zicking
feel as
down.
exciting.
That is a clean
Gen G is out
sweep.
at
Gen
team number
G
15.
eliminated.
Need to get back on their feet quickly, need to heal
That's
up, and
good.
it looks like
That's
they will.
good for a lot of the
Mafia are
teams
very
not too
quickly
far behind
arriving
them.
to this position right now on the Trident, but Shopify Rebellion have spotted them, so they're not going to get one up over them.
We got a placement
Massive
point. Let's
win,
go.
though, for Shopify Rebellion. If you think about match one, where they struggled, they fell out in the first few teams.
Let's
as now
go.
Alliance look to be struggling to cross here. Lucky's taking a lot
We
of
have
damage.
1 point,
they are
baby.
pushing, and Lucky's
Hell
gone down.
yeah.
Yeah, Boogie Board is holding them out at the moment. They're going to have to use this
Hell
ball, the point
yeah.
Nexus, to get away and try and get the reset, but not sure they're going to be able to. Unlucky is going to be finished off here, and Raki's going to grab himself a power ramp off the back of it. So Boogie Board has caused Alliance some problems. Alliance are going to have to try and reset here somewhere.
I see Phony was
And get Unlucky back
fight.
into the game. Elsewhere, Crazy Thieves did manage to get Phony back up, so they
Phony's
are
isolated
in 4-3
over there,
once
but
again. They're playing in and around that
they
spot in
got
the cave that you can see on the
BGB.
right-hand side of your
They're
screen
gonna
right
have
now,
to
but all of these
take
teams are
on
going to
here,
have
it
to
looks
move
like.
once this zone closes towards where that next zone's going to be.
Also huge
This
again
might
for
be
Shopify
tough.
Rebellion taking down Gen G, which is just going to put them, it's going to halt them slightly.
You sniping?
It's 1-1
Oh,
now.
hell yeah.
1-1, I'd
1-1.
say, as Alliance will respawn. Unlucky as well. GG under a little bit of fire here, but they should be able
Phony
to
got
reset.
that boom
Legacy
stick
are
on.
probably not going to push this one because they are in a
He's got that
fantastic
boom
position
stick.
for quite some time here.
Yeah, Neasel's
He's
got
trying to
the
get that KP.
bottomless batteries as well, which is going to make this position a little bit more easy
Right,
to
that is
hold
how that
down,
works.
just knowing that you haven't got a scout for
More
heals
damage
at
you
any
get, the
point.
more
You can just kind
KP.
of poke and prod and know
I'm
that you're
not
going to be able to get
mistaken.
back to full shields.
And Legacy
I'm
a
still
team I
there.
think has gone under the radar a little bit leading up to this tournament. we have to put respect on their name. These are some fantastic competitors.
Alliance is annoyingly good.
A huge threat in this tournament.
Hey, we got 2 points, baby. Let's go.
For any opportunity to scream Vamos.
2 points.
You know, Legacy usually give her the opportunity with some of the performances they put in. Now Shopify Rebellion finally will be engaging with Hot Dog Mafia, and after winning the fight against Jin-Ji, it's no surprise to see it maybe going the way that you see right now. Albralale gets absolutely deletos. And now they're just on the hunt for the final 2 players.
What a transition it's been for Zap as well, by the way, from his move to TSM when tried IGLing, now moves into a role where he's going to be undesign you, but just is able to sheer amount of damage.
I've been
Skittlecake's last
yapping
remaining,
the
he'll
chat
be
too
eliminated.
much.
Shopify Rebellion
Hot Dog
will
Mafia
get scarier
knocked
as
out.
this tournament
Hot Dog
goes on,
Mafia
as they
is
become
such
more
a
confident.
crazy
As a 3v3 fighting roster, there are very few that can go up against them and win.
I mean, the thing that always stands out for me with
shout out
SR,
Destiny,
the way that they fight is their efficiency
hitting
in
us
the
with
death
a
ball. And by
Juvee
death
ad
ball, I mean the
mid-match.
instantaneous bait and switch towards players when they have
That's
numbers.
crazy work out of you,
saw
Destiny.
Zainu right there. He was just
respect
thinking,
it, though.
I'm
I
just going to
appreciate it,
consistently
too.
challenge. I'm taking damage because
I
the
appreciate
moment
it.
that he got close to being
We'll
knocked,
rip a
the
Juvee
2
ad.
Shopify Rebellion teammates
Rip a
fly
Juvee
in
ad
front of
at
him to
some point,
protect
I
him,
promise.
and he stays alive. It's just brilliance from Shopify Rebellion.
Can I get
great trust, great
sponsored by
communication, and
a
great
different energy drink gold?
Round 2 for
No.
Alliance and Boogie Borders. Unlucky back on his feet,
No.
and they want revenge.
What?
They are not going to allow this
It's
one
all
to
Juvee.
pass, and it's because they have to force their way into zone.
DrinkJuvee.com.
Well, Team Mango had a little look at this from the high ground, excuse me. So crossing and
This is a third party here. This could help us.
3v3 looking a little bit difficult for Alliance. And Raki with those shots is making it even more difficult.
Oh, 2 down for Alliance.
Down to 1. Unlucky will be the last member to fall. Alliance eliminated
BGB
here.
is
And
getting
Boogie
all the
Borders will
picks
hold
here.
them off.
Can they reset before Team Mango get any shots here? It looks like
Where are the
answer's gonna
Thieves
be
at,
yes, the
though?
revive should
Because
be
didn't they have to
comfortable.
push
I don't think Mango
into
are going to look at this one as
BGB?
aggressively as we once thought. Crazy Thieves
What happened
also
to us?
back away from this as well.
Where are we
Shout out
at?
crumbs, by the way, one of the most offensive words that you can use in the English language. If
We
you're
rotated?
English, when you know something's gone really bad, you say
I
the
mean,
word
that's
crumbs.
good because they were in
You know
a
that.
bad spot to
It has
try
be
and
a
fight.
really terrible situation.
Well, I guess
It
they're
has to be
still not
very
in a
bad
great
day if
spot,
I'm going
but
to use crumbs.
Out of tea bags, for example. It's just like
they might be in a better spot
Team Mango,
than...
though, might now be able to just push onto Boogie Borders a little
Oh,
bit
wait,
here.
oh.
They're certainly trying to isolate them around that
Dude,
corner.
we
But
have,
Boogie Borders,
like,
it's the real
all of
question.
circle
Can
here.
they escape?
That's huge.
They have a Valkyrie, for example. They might not even have a chance
That's
to go
huge.
into the sky because Mango says, well, we have a Valkyrie and we're getting above you here.
Yeah, Striking Flames, some really good shots. The barrels are going to run it, and this is over.
Dude,
I'm sorry.
it's like
You know,
shooting
I'd
fish in
love
a
to give
barrel.
you any kind of outlet if you're Boogie Borders.
It was like shooting fish
There
in
isn't
a
one. They
barrel
will be
for
eliminated
Boogie.
as we go into our top
Boogie
10 now. By the
Borders.
way, Crazy Thieves, a fantastic rotate from them, has taken them down on the southern side of this zone. He'll be pulling away from that high ground
BGB.
down towards
Whatever
the
their-
low.
whatever their
As now
team
we see
name actually
Sentinels
is.
trying to trap Team Mango.
Now,
at the same
Sentinel's trying to do the
position
same thing.
that they found themselves taking down Boogie Borders a few moments
So,
ago.
was
This
it
western
Mango?
side just seems to be a death area at the moment. Team
Team
Mango are
Mango?
going to be punished for it. And remember, they just used the Skyward Dive to be aggressive onto the other roster.
Boogie
So now
Borders.
they're going to have to just kind of hunker up, maybe see if they have some accelerants to try and get out of here. Otherwise,
That was close, that was
Sentinels
close.
might have their number.
I was trying to read it and then it went away, so that kind of
Well, they're
shocked
gonna
my
be accelerants.
shit.
Yeah, they're the accelerants, and like you say,
Thieves
the
are up to 3
ult is
points.
going to take
We're dialed.
Mango into
We're
the
heating up,
skies,
chat.
and now they're going to
3
be able to
points
actually
on the board.
isolate Riley by
Love
the
it.
looks of things. That missile swarm, the dive bomb
Team
coming
Mango
in.
battling with
Usually good
Sentinels here,
enough
it
to
looks
get that
like.
first kill, but Carr's going to exchange. He's going to take down Strafe in Flame. So Car with some excellent cover fire. Riley's still
Is there
no
gonna be a
shields.
third
EMP's
party
going
here
off
as
as
well?
And now Crumbs and Easy Flash in a disadvantageous position. Car
Damn,
with some
he
great
just
shots.
ripped
Crumbs
him.
still alive somehow. And now it's a 1v1.
Mango
Will
gone.
be eliminated. It'll be
GG's.
Riley who took the initial damage. He finishes
Number
off the point.
10, only 9 teams
Sadly,
left.
maybe the aggression from Team Mango in the end really
Thieves should
hurt
be in
them,
a
but
really
I
good
don't
spot,
blame them.
Hill.
Shopify Rebellion eliminated in 9th, by the way.
Here, they should be
And
in a good
sadly
spot
for them,
here.
I think
That's
they
what I
fall
meant to
to
say.
Fnatic in the end. I think they were trying to make their rotation from that eastern side, and they ran into both
I got
Fnatic and FYR.
green rod,
It was just
green.
too much for Shopify Rebellion to deal with.
And let's remember, FYR, at the start of this game, they got the zone, and they're making the most of it. Think about difference between them and Crazy Thieves in game number
Where
1,
did
right?
we go?
Crazy Thieves couldn't make
seen-
anything
okay,
of it.
we're
First fight, they
still-
get pinched, they end up with 0
we're still,
points.
like,
FYR start this game not being able to hit a console, but having enough
We're
information
pushing
for when
up a
teams are
little bit,
arriving,
though.
having to play with white shields at the start of the game, and are still alive and now in a great position. Elsewhere, you see Sentinels taking a lot
Are
of damage.
Thieves just
Riley's
like in a
last alive.
spot where they're
Sentinels
trying to
will be
pepper
taken
to
out as they are
get like
forced
damage, do you think?
towards the zone. Crazy Thieves in a great
Sentinels
position
eliminated.
still on this low ground though as Reignite. Well, Rohai's got himself a Kraber.
That
We love
northwestern
this.
side was very much cursed. 3 teams in a row
We
died
love
trying to
this.
make their rotation in by someone else. But Crazy Thieves, you're right, we have to highlight them. They're in one of the best positions after their incredible rotation on the southwest. They are the only team that is within this next zone because it's pulled even further southwest. All of these
Dude, it feels
buildings that
weird
teams
like
had
trying to
committed
look for the
early
Thieves
are now
name and
out
it's
of this next
CRT.
circle.
circle. And there is the position we were talking about of Crazy Thieves. Jim Burton trying to play some space up ahead of him, himself and the rest of the team. in order to just not put damage down, but see if there's any third
I
party
mean, they
opportunities
have
as teams rotate
pretty
out
much
around,
all
have
of
to
the
fight around
next
these buildings, like you're saying, to pick up a couple of KP and keep that space in the control of.
Looks like they're kind of just letting everybody else battle it out.
A few seconds time, 22 seconds to make the move. What do they do?
And then obviously they'll wait for that zone to push everybody to them.
They could hit a Valkyrie here at the backside of this building. They will have no LOS.
I like it. I like it.
They should be able to get this one off.
And it's one thing Crazy Thieves have to be aware of. There is going to be teams that are trying to go for the Hail Mary here to try and send it to that southwest side of the zone. And I think because of that, Crazy Thieves are trying to take up space to try and get more vision.
This would be a huge,
but they have to quickly recollect, gather together to take a fight if it's going to happen. The struggle is going to be.
This should give them decent points if they win this,
It might be a bit of a mosh pit down.
The win is 12 points. Okay, so yeah,
really good point you make there. Especially with the amount of ults that might be going off in the next few moments. You can't afford to be isolated.
It's like you knew I was about to ask.
If you get a team that missile swarms onto you, dive bombs onto you when you're a little bit separated, you could die very, very quickly and put your team at a huge disadvantage. Here is the first of the Valkyries.
Are they just diving onto Thieves here?
And will land somewhere safe down on this low ground. Crazy Thieves
not directly onto the Thieves, but the Thieves know where they're at.
Oh,
they just got hit by a barrage.
Gas canister is going to be thrown by Verholz, but it didn't look like he was getting much damage down from it. It looks like Rick down on that low ground will be able to survive.
They might have
just
Fnatic made a bad play.
Fnatic have already lost one in live at ace.
Yeah, Fnatic not able to go up into the sky. They just kind of walked up, and now they're going to be potentially.
Oh yeah, we're going to start getting
GG not far behind as well.
Ran
All the carnage
pretty quick.
starting to unfold now. As we see several knocks coming through. Still no wipes though. A lot of individuals left as
Legacy finally wiped out of all those.
And you guys just gathering a few
battles
points
that were
as
going
the solo
down.
hit. One player challenges, sends him back down. Yuka now going to find himself an extra kill. That's an extra point here for Fnatic. There's another one going to be picked up elsewhere, but now it's top 5 for Yuka. FYR straight to be eliminated.
This is huge from Yuka as well, just using these knockdown shields perfectly because there were more solos around them, but GG are the team that have been able to get back up to a full 3, but have yet to see.
There's no way they know he's here, right? They have no idea.
Yuka jumps behind this shipping crate, and now that Reignite have moved away from that low ground, he can find himself in a position here to be a nuisance. It looks like Reignite trying to take the fight with Crazy Thieves, and Yuka might be able to influence this fight himself with his scout from distance. The 2 times he's hitting. And you can see the trades are going down. He decided he might be able to get a res hit for Fnatic.
I mean, this is still a chance, but no, now they've been spotted out by GG.
He's the only one left, though.
Fnatic
eliminated.
Much to the dismay of the crowd here, but what an effort it was from the last
Okay, we're getting some reses here.
Showing what you can do.
Getting some reses here. That's good. That's good.
There is a job to be done here in the southwest in Citadel. They have the high ground.
And Zuni is having fun. This is the perfect position to be in. One player alive.
You got a nade. Be a perfect time for it, buddy.
From this vault, but now they have to commit to it.
Interesting play.
As the Gibraltar bubble will go down, that might give a reset opportunity here to GG.
That's smart though from Citadel. They don't want to overcommit here. They recognize they are in quite an advantageous position from the other teams at the moment.
Dude, I don't know how they didn't see that guy for so long.
The team below them is still going to be
that was crazy. He was just like finessing.
The bubble has now gone, and GG might just be here for the picking.
Zuni wants these kills. It's going to be CRT.
We're running at him. We're running at him.
Part 2. Jen's going to fly around the corner, but he gets taken out. Trades, but Reignite will be down, and Crazy Thieves will win that fight on the top of the side.
Huge for the Thieves there. They're going to have to move those.
GG get eliminated in the end. So
no,
Citadel, they were
this team
patient.
has
It's a
high ground.
3v3 here. Citadel versus Crazy Thieves.
This is not
trying
good.
to move up. EMP goes down, but Verholz has had his shield ripped
we might
away
not
from him.
win this.
Is down as well.
Yeah,
it's
they had high ground there.
Citadel Gaming, the EMEA powerhouse, who comes through and wins game number 2.
Damn. I mean, second place is pretty solid, though, right?
New EU
that should be
blood.
good.
I remember
good
right
points.
at the start of this season, you said, what EMEA teams are going to match the likes of Alliance? Who is going to be the next generation
Not much
of players
KP,
to
but
come
good placement.
And be up there?
I mean,
as
we'll
a
take
potential
that.
Winner. Remember, last champs we had an EMEA
feel like
team
that
win
should kind
the
of
whole
bring us
thing
back
here.
into the game,
And Citadel
right?
now have just made their statement here in match 2.
9 points plus whatever KP is.
Boys grow as a team.
Okay, solid,
there really is something special about this team, and it might take a
4
little bit
kills
of
in
time
second,
to
I think.
realize that potential. But what better place to do it here than here on the main stage in Sapporo at the ALGS Championships. A fantastic, fantastic performance from them. And again, one of those teams who have a lot to prove.
Yeah, with the 4 kills, it should
and
be
one of those
13.
teams who have shown that improvement from not only the Pro League, but from LAN previously.
Okay.
14 kills in that
Hey,
game.
and Gen G lost pretty early.
Points in that game too for them.
I don't remember who was
when
like
they had the
second
opportunity
in the
to
last
maybe
match,
send it when the team bubbled. I think there was a panic
should be
moment
pretty
with
good.
the altar of, you know, I can
Pretty
jump
good
in,
game.
but
We like
then
that.
quickly
We like
getting
that.
out. I don't know if someone made that
Could be
call
getting
or
the
if he realized
scores here in a
himself.
second.
But it was very important they escaped there because that high ground proved to be everything. Because Crazy Thieves
Yeah,
was
3
a little
kills
bit
in
vulnerable
total.
down there in the end. Even when GG had fallen, they had done some damage to
So
Crazy
12
Thieves
12
just
points.
being in their presence. So you can look at the top 3 teams and the kills they were able to find. find. You mentioned it, 14.
A lot of the top teams died first, which is great for
us. Very impressive number to be dropping down. That is
gotta have
better
a
than
solid
the kills that we saw from Gen G
map after this.
Yeah, I think for Citadel, my takeaway watching them,
have another cold one where we just go out early.
Great spots and decent placement points, but the kills were missing. A
we'll
little
take
bit of
that
aggression in those fights was missing when the opportunity presented itself. And again, I put that down to experience. And I think that now they've had a little bit more main stage experience.
On that note, I'm gonna head out. Always love chatting Thieves. Hey, no worries, Jacoby. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope to see you in the next stream. We'll be live for
you look at game number 1 for Gen G, and you say, how's a perfect Gen G game look?
Either
probably
Friday
like that. For game
or Saturday.
2,
I don't remember
what do you want to
day
see from
the Thieves
Citadel?
play. I gotta remember, but
we'll
be live for the LAT match.
Both showing their potential here.
Be sure to stop by for that, and then I would like to be live for the Valorant match on Friday as well.
And Citadel was part of that new blood for EMEA, showing that they've got something to say here in Sapporo as well.
I remember when Jayhawk
we should do better on
E-District maps. If we were to
4
have
through
some
6.
sort of Nations Cup, which players you'd be putting for the UK? 2 of them are on that
we
roster
only play
now.
Sunday.
2 of these players
we only play once this weekend.
And I do think this is going to be a team who really start to push forward and demonstrate what they're able to do here.
Yeah,
I'll be back throughout the weekend, hopefully.
To be honest with you,
sounds good, Jacoby. Hope you have a good night.
Been talked down on.
Hope you have a good rest of your night.
I would say over the last 12 months or so, understandably so, not the performances outside of Alliance you would expect. But
yeah, we got Optic.
You got to wait for that new blood to come through, and the new blood certainly does come through in game number 2.
I do know that. I may not know the exact time, but I know who we
play. Number 3. We'll be back in a few more moments with game 3.
That's for damn sure. We gonna get bodied? Yeah, probably. Probably. All right, chat. Forget this Red Bull stuff. If you guys want a good energy drink, you should check out DrinkJuvee.com. They got all types of flavors. Zero sugar, and they're fantastic. They are great. I love every flavor that I've tried. I love. There has not been a single flavor I haven't liked. And if you go check out their website and you decide to get something, be sure to use code TALK. It gives you 10% off. And anytime Juvee does deals, whether it's 10%, 15%, if you use code TALK, the 10% gets added on to whatever the deal already is. The deals stack. So you can get anywhere up to 20 to 25% off, typically on their sales. So be sure to check out Juvee, get yourself a pack, give it a try. Anytime you use code TALK, it also helps support me financially, so I appreciate that as well. Tenth overall in the lobby after 2 games, not the worst. What, that's about mid-pack, right? About mid-pack? Don't have to do it, but I think you can go to Face It and watch the 100T POV. Let's see. Is it just Face It?
Win the game. I'm killing him. Look at this team.
Yeah,
this is the full team. Look at this team. This is the full team.
Yeah,
I kill the team.
Okay.
I'm
gonna EMP when they queue out.
Creating an
Closing one. 1 HP. I'm queued on.
I'm not trying to play, I'm just trying to watch. Alright, I'm not doing that, Gold.
Let's fucking go, boys!
We're not doing that.
And welcome back once again to the beautiful city of Sapporo. The ALGS Championship is
20th. We take that
here, Dan, and we've made ourselves home as well with some of the Apex that's been going on, and the players on our stage are certainly feeling at home as well. There's some of the wonderful people in our crowd. Dan Gaskin, shout out to Google Play, one of our fantastic sponsors for this event. Google Play is powering a premium fan experience here.
Our links allowed. I can drop the live
ALGS
leaderboard if you're wanting to have it
championships, and you
in a
can
spare
tell
tab
the
to check
people here,
between
Dan,
games.
are loving it. It's a Thursday. There's barely a place to sit down.
Don't remember.
I tell you what, Dan, Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
I don't remember it because I have like the bots that also will often like auto ban certain links.
Thanks for reminding me. Tokyo's great though.
I don't recall if I turned that off
for
or
a little
not.
bit, everyone. I will be mentioning that a lot.
Don't recall
but
if I
to
turned
see
that off or
just
not.
how this city has come alive for
Maybe-
this event and just seeing posters
Maybe at
everywhere
that
on
point
every
the
single
best
corner,
thing.
every single street.
Yeah, I was gonna
and then to see
say
the
maybe
amount
send
of
it to
people here
Destiny
today, on a Thursday
directly.
as well. It's brilliant. I love it here.
And then
long
she
may
can
it
put it in
continue.
the chat,
long may
so
we
that way
be
you
here
don't
because
get
we're here
you
next
don't
year
get
as
hit
well.
with
So it's going to be
a timeout or anything like that.
To be back, and yeah, you can see how much everyone here in Sapporo is enjoying it. And I tell
That
you
might
what,
be the
EMEA
best
boys
way to
are
do it,
enjoying themselves
Slee.
as well, as we heard, Dan, from that game.
That
number
raccoon was
2
pretty
win.
cool.
They're feeling all kind of confident.
A
They're feeling
raccoon
probably
is
pretty
like
warm
a
and fuzzy
great animal
themselves.
for the Thieves
Inside right now, speaking of
to
warm and
have
fuzzy,
as like
there
a
is 100 Thieves crossover
mascot, I
crazy
guess.
raccoon. One of the 100
It also makes
raccoons
sense because they have the bandit
Find
mask.
the other
They got
99,
the,
and Dan will...
you know,
I
it's
don't
obviously
know
their
where I'm
eyes,
going
but
with
Dan.
He'll
it
give
looks
you a
like a
hug.
bandit mask.
He'll give you a
Dan,
hug.
well, there's one of your
Or
crazy
a
raccoons. In fact, there's
Thieves
3 of them.
mask.
Also, I really do appreciate committing to the red hair as well from Phony to make
Both
sure
look
that
like
he
bandits,
definitely looks
exactly.
the part. But
Exactly.
not necessarily seen as much as I would have expected match 1, but match 2 was a little bit more of the crazy Thieves that we should be seeing. They didn't convert it into a victory, but I think they'll still be pretty happy with their rotation to the southwest.
if I had my
But it was
shorts
Citadel
in here
Gaming
still
who
or
in the
not.
end were able to take it and
Might
put
have
an
moved him.
insane amount of kills up.
Might have moved him.
14 kills from that game means that they should be tied with Gen G or there or thereabouts after these first 2 matches.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
difficult game
Slee.
to win, I think, for
Gotcha.
Crazy Thieves in that. If you look at how it ended up going, they win the big fight against Reignite, which kind of I think is you're playing for second.
It's
just
all right.
knowing that
It's
the
not a
team
big
on high
deal.
ground is always going to have an LOS on.
I don't want you to
that
get like
initial
timed out or
damage down.
anything.
One thing I really
if
did like
it's,
though, I think it was from
still
Zuni, if I'm not
active.
mistaken. Once they got that damage,
It might
onto,
just delete
onto
it, and
Verholst, I think it was.
you might
He
be
queued down
fine.
immediately. He was like, "This is
But
my
I
opportunity
don't-
to get that kill."
I
They
don't
got
really
the other
wanna
kills
run
before
that
you
risk
even got to engage. But I
for
like
ya.
that proactiveness to see yourself taking that advantage and making the most of it to make the fight as easy as possible. So
I don't know. Like,
Newcastle
what the
banned,
command
game number
would
2.
be either.
Game number 3, no Caustic. Yes! Match number 3 is about to start to go. As you can tell, I am Caustic's #1 fan.
Also,
Well,
chat,
that
do
means
you
we're gonna
guys
see more
think?
Rampart, which, you know, maybe you'll be a fan of
Do
Rampart.
you guys think for when we're doing watch
Caustic,
parties like
you can
this,
see on all of
should
the
I
screens in front of
add
these players, we have quite a bit
the
of
chat
Rampart.
like
14 to be precise,
underneath
12
my
altars,
camera
11
or like
bangs,
above my
8
webcam?
Valkyries, 8 cryptos, but
Or
then
do
we
you
start
guys
to get to the
think
off-meta picks. 2 Watsons,
it's
a
better
Maggie,
to
a
not have the
Catalyst,
chat
Gibraltar,
up
and a Seer in the lobby as well.
so it
It's
doesn't
match
block
3. It's the
anything up?
final match here on Stormpoint before we move over to E-District.
Because I've
The
seen
final
some
chat,
some
the teams that
streamers
have
will do
prioritized
that
this map with their POI
where
draft
they
to
have the
find
chat
points.
on
So Gen G, the winners
their
of
screen,
match number 1,
and they just
the
have like a
wonderful
small
3 gentlemen
bubble
from
either
the
above or
EMEA region
below
on your screens right
their
now. Citadel
webcam.
Gaming, the winners of match number 2. America's, where are you?
Sent
So
the
I
link
started
on
being
Twitter
that guy.
instead. Okay.
You can. I
I'll,
won't be
I'll give
alongside
that
you.
up.
Because you're an American now.
Now, like
I
I've
mean,
never
you've
been.
always been an American. I love how you get to do that, by the way. Just
It
get
is
to pick
nice.
sides. A little bit of a pause for us to talk about more about why you do. Shout out to production. Obviously, a little bit of an in-game pause here for a tech issue. We'll get back into the game as soon as possible. One thing that is always good about a pause, Dan, that I think we can both agree on is when it happens before anyone's fired a bullet.
Yes, because it means even if the worst case happens, there has to be a restart or
Yeah,
something.
I'll
It doesn't
accept
really
your-
matter as much
your
when there hasn't
message-
been, a bullet
message there,
fired. That being
Slee.
said, usually a pause just means we will continue shortly. Probably a tech issue for one of the players.
Since all
We've
the
seen plenty.
other
Actually, looking
requests
over it,
are
looks like
just a bunch of
Fnatic might be the team
bots.
that have a little bit of an issue right now.
Bunch
But
of
looks like it's
bots
being
trying to
resolved
get
by
all
our fantastic
horny
admin team, so we'll be back
for some
underway
reason.
shortly. Do not worry. Now, Mark, 2 matches. We
Anybody
have
else
had
get that? I don't know
Citadel
why I
Gaming,
get
we
it
have had a
so
Gen G. I
much.
would argue
It's so
neither
bad
of
on
those
my
teams
Thieves
were
Talk account.
expected to overtake the likes of Shopify
Like, it's
Rebellion,
so
the likes
bad.
of
I
Crazy
get
Thieves,
so
maybe Gen G
many.
a little bit more because of their pro league performance.
And they
Is
all
that gonna
use
be
the
disappointing
same
for a team
thing.
like Shopify
They
in
all use
particular,
the same
with a lot of expectations for them.
spiel
Or even
to
like
try and
Fnatic, for example, we spoke about like the
to
expectations
try and get your
from
attention.
this region
And
and
it's just
from
like,
just
bro,
being here in Japan.
I've read the same
Is there
chat
any disappointment
8
after 2
different
matches?
times.
After 2
Promise
matches,
you.
Probably not.
tough.
Promise
I think
you.
the way that the fights have gone has an influence. There's a few very positive fights for Gen G, for example, in that game number 1. For Shopify Rebellion, some very positive moments in fights on the edge that we saw in game number 2. It's just their
Tech
final
issue number
rotation
2 of the
towards
weekend.
zone that wasn't quite perfect for them, that cost them their lives in that that game. But I think there's more positives than negatives for a lot of the teams. You know, some good fights. I think if we're realistic, and I'll say this quietly, and about Fnatic, I think that their performance in recent times hasn't been one that
we have
inspires
10 points.
a
We had
huge amount
3
of
kills in
confidence
second place.
to come
That's
through and win
12
groups.
points.
I know that's very
risky. I was about to say it's a very polite audience. They didn't boo when the polls came, but I've heard
you
boos.
See the things that were coming my way.
I've heard boos now. You've said that.
But
that is.
Yeah, I think you have to be realistic.
Yeah,
with
that
expectations
should. I mean, if that's how the scoring is supposed to work, then yeah, we should have 12 kills. Why do we only have 12 points?
I think a bit, and they need to get that crowd on their side and see if they can make the most of that momentum when it starts to go. Speaking of zones, though, it looks like we're going out towards.
Yeah, it should be a decent zone
probably
for the
towards
Thieves.
the zipline buildings, actually down to the south or just to the west.
Probably going to get in some gunfights here soon, though.
Crazy Thieves going to have another
Especially
real
it looks
good
like they're
opportunity,
going
and they have ring
towards
consoles
here.
giving that information. So Crazy Thieves, the second in the last game, can they make it a first here in game number 3?
Yeah, Crazy Thieves have moved fast, that's for sure. But you know,
so
even with the
is it
Storm
Storm
Point
Crazy
Thieves? They
only
are still
through this
in and around,
this map, and then we go to the next.
Which you'd be surprised
next map
after
for
a
the
second
next
place
3.
finish, but you know the points
Is that
weren't
how
really
it
there in
works?
terms of kills as well. So you do have to have a little bit more. You can see, yes, exactly 10th place with 10 points right now, maybe a little bit more. But I do think that this squad has so much to offer, and I mean, just
Last
imagine
Storm Point map,
if the likes
and
of
then E-District.
like
Okay.
Burton could go on and get a victory, because it has been quite the journey for actually
picking
all
up
3
some
of these
things.
players. Really, if
We're
you
picking
think
up
about
some
what they've gone
things.
through, the team changes, the wins elsewhere, and now they find themselves together.
Thieves
I
are
think this
wrapping
Crazy
around. Looks like they're
Thieves
not
roster
trying to
is
take
going
any
to be
fights
a
quite
huge
yet.
threat to this entire tournament.
I agree, and you look at a lot of the teams in this lobby, and it's the same story.
Looked
that we
like they
mentioned
only
at the start,
had
right?
blue
Crazy Thieves
shields
is one of
at
those
best,
teams who have
so
they've been fantastic all year long.
pretty
but
good
they just
idea
haven't
there.
won something
Although
that
now they're
makes
like
it feel like a fantastic
already in a
performance,
gunfight.
and that's what all these teams want to do,
So
right?
never mind. I'm an
Nobody
idiot,
really
I
wants
guess.
to be consistently in the top
I'm
5.
an idiot.
You'd
I'm faded.
rather
I don't
have
know
a
what the
bad
fuck I'm
and
talking
win
about.
the next one, so that you have that championship to lean on and say,
dipping out,
hey, we
though.
have the potential to do this. And obviously, every single player on this team has lifted a trophy before, so they have that potential. And I think it's the only thing missing for them. They've been one of the most consistent teams all year long in the LGS.
Watch for Holes win champs in person back in 2023. Time to watch them do it for us this year. Oh, that's pretty dope, dude.
Yourself, you want to prove it
That's
to
pretty
your
badass.
teammates and to yourself, to your fan
Yeah,
bases, that
hopefully-
you can do it again
hopefully
without
they could do it
X-Player.
for us.
Now, Boogie Borders quickly got out
Shit,
of
I
dodge.
would
They
love
did
to
not
watch
want to
the
engage
Thieves
in
win
that previous
champs.
fight, and instead
Kidding
they're
me?
going to be moving towards zone here, seeing if they can find anywhere to call home.
This will do.
Yeah, it works.
That'll do.
A couple of windows out, a few curtains, maybe a little blind
Yeah, so is
here
this
or there,
technically the
doorstop,
start of the
maybe
season
a few caustic
for,
barrels. Oh wait, no caustics allowed.
For ALGS, or is
It's
this
gonna make
the
holding
end
the
of
buildings
the
a little
season?
bit more difficult. Obviously, Rampart is going to be there to essentially fill that role a little bit. Wolves kind of hovering on the trident right now.
This is
SAUL.
the end of the season.
Little bit more
I
gas,
figured it
more
would be.
foot on the pedal when it comes to their trident use.
I figured it
Wolves
would
gonna
be
take
since
to
it's
the high
champs.
ground.
Free trident.
But I do know that there have
You get
been
up from the altar.
esports that do like champs at the start
Just
of the
looking
year.
at zone at the moment, it's one of those
and it's
zones
just
that's
like a
little bit more
different tournament.
to play because of, I would say, lack of obvious playable space. Like buildings not going to be
Which seems silly.
available.
I don't.
No
I
Newcastle
wouldn't
means the
understand why
corners,
you
like
would
little
have champs at the
juts
start
and
of the
right
year.
angles.
That doesn't
not
make
be able
sense.
to get that castle wall down and call that a home. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get into late. So I think we might see a few more teams being forced to fight on edge than we have previously in order to get points. And I think teams are going to be aware of that just because of the fact that the legend bands have gone the way they have.
Yeah, with no Newcastle, new caustic, it definitely changes this. I think
GGB
this zone
getting in a
might be
fight
a
with
little bit
GG
different with
here.
caustic and
A
Newcastle,
lot of letters
especially.
being
But instead,
said.
we might see some of those teams who actually are looking to try and fight actually start a little bit of a snowball
Apex has
effect
split
where
1,
they begin
split 2
to fight, and then a
EWC and
third party
champs,
comes in,
4
everyone starts to join,
lands per season.
as we are going to get
Okay.
another match pause here just to try and sort out any issues. But we will get a chance to look at this beautiful stage and this incredible crowd here in Sapporo.
I mean,
really
it is
can't
pretty
explain it. I know
badass
I
how
probably
big
I will harp on about it because I love it here.
the stage
This
is
arena
for
is
these guys
insane. Sapporo
and
Dome
how
is
many
amazing,
screens
and the
there
amount of people
are.
here,
And
it really
I mean, this
took
is
my breath
a
away last
giant
year,
venue.
and there is more people here this year. There is going
This
to be
is-
more
this
people,
looks like
there's
a
more people here
giant
today than there
venue.
was the Thursday last time, and there is going to
Dude,
be
could
more
you
people here
imagine
on
if
Championship
COD
Sunday
played
as
on
well.
this shit?
And for a second there, and I thought, am I going to get here?
Bro,
I
if
thought
they
when
did
I
like
was-
COD
so
like
to
that,
give
they
you
could
some
have
perspective,
side
obviously, there's been
stations
some
on
weather,
the
some snowstorms in and
main
around
stage.
Sapporo. It's a northern place in Japan.
They
The
could-
snow
they
is-
could
is
literally
part
have
of the deal. We've all seen
main
that.
stage right here.
Oh my, I flew to Tokyo.
And then like
Tokyo,
up
fantastic.
in the corners that
Great.
were there,
Get on the flight
they
to
could
Sapporo,
have
fantastic.
2
Get
other
20 minutes
matches
away
being
from
played.
Sapporo. Pilot.
I mean, at this point, there would be no reason for that,
I'm paraphrasing,
since
by the
we
way, when I
don't
say it, yeah,
we
exactly.
don't have that many
Sorry,
teams
everyone,
playing,
I'm
but
gonna turn
still,
around. We
it
flew
would be
back
pretty
to
dope.
Tokyo because we couldn't land because of the snow.
Fun fact: I
Spent
think
the night in
CDL
Tokyo.
Major 2
And
is
you
using
didn't
the
know if
same
you could
venue
fly
as
the next day. Didn't know. We were
ALGS
here in
did
the-
for
the
Champs
was no flights
2023
available.
in Birmingham.
It wasn't just you players.
Is that a good thing?
It was a lot of people.
Yeah.
Was that a good
the
venue?
Thing is, everyone's here.
Everyone is.
We made it work. There was no way. I would have walked. I have boots down.
I mean, it seemed like
if I had Vans and Converse,
people
I
are
would have
excited
walked,
to go to
but I had boots.
Birmingham.
No, I'm glad you are here. I am definitely glad all the players.
I feel like I would want to go to a DreamHack event. I feel like going to a DreamHack event would be really dope.
If the other way around, I might have been a bit more concerned. But I am more thankful.
I know there's
all
one
of the fans who've been able
supposed
to
to
arrive
be
here because their fans have arrived from all over the world. I've been
Atlanta
seeing people
this year,
flying
right?
from all over the place, from the UK, from America.
That would be pretty cool to go to.
But the local heroes, of course, are Fnatic.
That would be a little bit more of a trek for
Fnatic
me.
as well. A lot of expectations that we were
I think the
speaking
most
about previously,
likely
and I
event that I would go to this year is probably going to be
to those
Champs.
expectations, it could be one
Probably
of those
gonna be
stories we
Champs.
talk about
So
for
as
years
long as
to
the
come,
Thieves make Champs,
they can get there to those finals and
there's
maybe set this
a potential that I go to the tournament.
I remember the
If the
walkouts
Thieves
last
don't
year
make
when Fnatic
Champs,
came out, and it was
I'm probably not going to the tournament.
Like just the wall of noise that
Probably not
erupted
going to be there.
inside of the arena here. It was very
NEC
memorable.
is a great
it's one
place
of
for
those things that,
esports.
in
Don't
our
care.
jobs, in our
Don't
career,
even
like,
care
it
for
sticks
Halo
with
or
you for a
Dota,
long,
but I
long
can't
time.
wait.
The only other feeling I remember was
Is that
Birmingham
the
Champs, when
that the one
first
that
game
you're
was about
going
start,
to, Slee?
The wall of noise they hit us. It's just incredible moments, and you can only imagine what it's like to be a player.
Are they actually doing Halo still? I thought Halo
feel
was
that energy
chopped.
coming from the crowd and feel
they
everybody
were done.
willing you to do the best that you can.
Is it
and
just
to
like
put in
personal
performances
stuff
that are gonna
now?
be as memorable
Like it's
as
not
that
through
energy. So it's gonna be
anything,
exciting to see it
or it's
get
not
even
through
busier.
Halo specifically.
But it's going to get busier and busier as the days go past, as the
Bungie
pressure
or
increases,
whatever.
as the games get more and more intense.
I mean, somehow we are
343,
needing to fit
whatever
another,
the
like
company
10K
is.
people in here come Sunday, so that's quite incredible.
We might have to have some laps being sat on down.
We really might have to, but there is enough seats in this massive arena. But for Fnatic, I think you spoke about it, it's about being realistic.
Also, chat, anybody in the
aim
YouTube
is to
stream,
get to finals, all right? I think
if you're interested
those
at all,
expectations
you can become
will
a
be
member of the
certainly
channel.
succeeding, but if you can get to the
There are
finals, then you can
2
start to think about the
tiers
bigger
of the
potential
channel,
things of
or
winning
2
the entire
tiers
thing
of memberships
when
for the
that
channel.
happens. Anyway, thank you for listening to
One
our
of them
podcast. We are back
is the
underway
light membership
as we
where you
focus
get
in
early
again on our
access
previous
to
winners from match number 2, Citadel Gaming, having a little look-see.
I should
over
probably know
towards
that
maybe
before I
taking
start trying to
our
pitch you
first
guys
fight
this
of this
shit.
game. Remember,
But
20 squads still alive.
I believe you get early access to videos. If not, that's
hit
in
a
the
survey
second
beacon with
tier,
the crypto
which
drone
is
as well to give them a bit of information. I
the
think seeing
Red
30
Sea
players
members.
in the vicinity
I
is
consider
probably the
everybody a
best
Red Sea
idea
member,
to
but there's the Red
engage
Sea
at this
Light.
point. There's probably a pretty
Red
good
Sea.
chance that team's going to be around
Get
for
early
third
access to
party.
videos.
So instead, they're just going to try and hold this cannon.
I try to comment for everybody, so I guess it's not
This
really
one
much
nice
of
and
a
slow. Interesting
benefit.
to
I know
see
some
as
people will
Callis
push the
spikes down.
idea
I
of like
saw, if I
you
wasn't
get first
mistaken, just trying
response
to look
on
across some conversations
videos.
now
I
and
try
see
to
if there's
respond to everybody,
a Catalyst in play.
but
Maybe
I will be able to
for
notice
a second.
if you are part of the Red Sea member, or if you're part of the Red Sea, because you get
Thank goodness.
a little icon next to your name, a little sub badge, so to speak. You also get the same one if you are on Twitch.
Yeah, there will be one
on Twitch,
Catalyst.
you
As I
get
said, there's a few
less
off
benefits,
meta
so
picks like Catalyst,
if you're
Gibraltar,
interested
Seer, Mad
in the
Maggie,
YouTube
and Watson
channel,
coming in. So
be sure to
there's
check
a
that
couple
out. You
teams
can
that are
see
kind of
some of the
leaning
other
away
benefits
from
that
the
come along
traditional
with
trends,
it.
maybe to try and play
And
with
then
competition
on
that isn't
Twitch,
going to be
you get
affected
no
by the bans
ads.
coming through.
There's no ads. That is the downside of YouTube. YouTube, you still get ads with the membership, which is kind of silly.
To a bit more of a safe position, I think, in this staircase.
They want people getting their premium, you know what I mean?
As well, so they would try to overextend.
And if you have Prime on Twitch, you have a free subscription.
Is it gonna happen?
You can use it on anybody. It doesn't have to be me.
I just got I just got the dirtiest.
I think it would be smart to use it on somebody. I'll just say that. And if you happen to be here right now,
where's the sun going? Then I think it will continue to. Oh, okay, yeah, it does pull back a
maybe
little bit. It doesn't
maybe
shift
you could
out.
use it on me. Maybe not. I don't know. It's up to
I
you.
think that's
It's your
where
decision.
you were kind of leading towards it earlier, and it seems a lot.
Have you
of
noticed
RGRs
I'm not
are
good at
prioritising
pitching
this with
things?
their rotation as well. There's a few that are outside on that edge, for example.
Have you
Hot Dog
noticed
Matthew
I'm
will still
not
have to
good
do
at
a
trying
little
to
bit of a
pitch
job here
myself?
just to try and edge themselves in.
Have you
Most people
gathered
got
that?
this one right. It was one of the easier zones to read that we've seen on Stormpoint, that's for sure. Now, there are going to be late arrivals. You can see Reignite are still in the zone.
Dude, it's getting
Wolves,
hot as
SAUL,
fuck in here. There's
still
like
in the
zero
zone. Shopify
airflow
Rebellion
in this
just got
room.
in. Fnatic
still in the zone
late as well.
I can feel myself.
But yeah, a few teams that are going to be taking a lot of damage. And Alliance actually arriving to that northern side as
He's
Reignite
very
are coming out of the
convincing.
zone
I know,
here,
right? I'm
just
so
perfectly from
convincing.
observers finding this one, they are
I'm
going
so
to be
convincing. I'm never going to get
shots
people to
towards them.
convert.
Yeah, they're going to be aware of it. I think that's the most important thing here
How
for
sad.
Alliance. They need to deal with Reignite.
How
Or at
sad.
least
I'm never
force
going to
them
get
away
people
towards
to
command
convert to the
center.
channel.
But they're going to have to move
Chat,
if
can
you
I
move
get
side as
5
well,
gifted?
Alliance, in a minute's time. So they're going to hit the survey beacon here and get that information. The smokes go down. They have
That's
to be
one of the
careful.
funniest
Axe is
like
gonna
bits
stick
to
this
me.
and does get the info.
When something will happen
a
on the
scary
stream,
moment.
and
I
then
mean, take ourselves back
most
to the
of the time
regional
it's
finals,
Nate
by the way. Do you remember that moment where it's like Alliance were in a really good spot, trying to hit a survey beacon, got picked off completely off of it, and then all of a sudden things fell.
Chat, can we get 5 gifted?
It kind of might have actually been mid-season playoffs on LAN where that happened.
That shit always cracks me up.
A little bit of a flashback, a negative one for Alliance, but they get
and
away
then
with
he
it
gets
this time,
the
and now
5
they're going to have
gifted,
that
which
info.
is
They're
crazy.
going to have to try and plan and
he gets the 5
reignite
gifted.
towards where this zone is going.
Sometimes it's about taking those risks, though, being brave.
5:30 a.m.
and some of the best teams in the
we're
world
only in the
to be able to
third of
assess those
12 games
situations
today,
and
bro.
what's
My
worth
sleep is
taking
done
that
for.
risk
Dude, you're
for.
telling me
Now,
it's 10:30 p.m. for me, and we're only third game in. There's supposed to be 12. I'm not sleeping tonight.
Side, but I think
I'm not sleeping tonight. I wasn't ready for that shit, to be honest with you. I went live because I felt like I should.
A lot of build up on this eastern side
but
of the zone.
hey, I mean,
Citadel,
if y'all want to hang out,
Thieves, Gen G, Team Mango, Wolves are coming out.
Y'all want to hang out? I'm here for it.
Rebellion are somewhat close on the higher side of Command Center. They're probably looking for a late redeploy here.
After this game, though, I do need.
They don't have Valkyrie in their composition. They do have Seer in their composition, which is something that they've run pretty successfully in.
I got some nice, comfy pajama pants.
There's some interesting decisions to be made by a lot of these teams who are going to be safe for this zone close, but it's the one after that where they have to rotate and they have to move.
I'm cooking up.
It's going to really test some of these IGLs and the calls that they make.
Not in a good way.
Wolves have just arrived on this eastern side as well. They're going to be behind all of these teams. They just
Took
came out
a 4-hour nap.
One player did get knocked by the zone.
Apparently, I
but
needed
they are back
to do
up on their
that.
feet. But that's
Probably
another team
done
on
that.
the east that is going to be very much joining this. What is, I'm assuming, going to be
I'm gonna end up being awake when Kendall goes to work,
fight
bro.
that's going to happen in front of us with potentially
Gonna
6
end
or
up
7
pulling
teams
another
that all
24-hour.
may engage, or at least try and rotate at the
Kidding
same
me?
time.
Alliance trying to get this first knock. Haki's going to take
Beef's second set of games should be on Wig's POV.
He's going to try and play off of that damage. That's what he does best, but the alter Qs are proving a problem for everyone. Finally, Effect will get that first knock.
Texted you then I passed out. That's why you didn't respond to me, Gold.
Try and reset, try and survive.
Hey, Destiny, thank you for becoming a member of the Red Sea.
It looks like he's starting to come to life a little bit here.
Now with the player advantage, this one should
maybe not.
The most I can do is $5. Hey, that's better. That's better than nothing, Destiny. I appreciate
like he was just
that.
sitting on the Void Nexus to try
Glad to have you as part of the channel.
And we'll be able to do so. So Alliance are actually just playing that situation where they had a safe spot in zone and we're just trying to extend, trying to see if they can pick up some kills.
Thank you, Destiny.
And have
I
that fullback
appreciate
available
that.
should things not go their way. So pretty smart play there from Alliance.
I mean, we've seen Alliance take those fights so many times and just absolutely decimate anyone in their way, but I think a lot of teams are starting to
How's it going, Grant?
get even better at fighting. The more and more
New to
we
the
get
stream,
into
welcome
Apex Legends
in.
and its career and as a game, like people are just starting
Glad
to
to have
study
you here.
more. They understand how these incredible fighting teams
Love
are
having
finding
new
success,
folks into
which
the
means
stream.
everyone in the lobby improves from it.
Well, SAUL in the skies right now. Legacy's almost had his shields ripped off. Sharky's not far behind him.
Hope you're a fan of Thieves. Don't have to be. You don't have to be. We appreciate everybody here, but
go down pretty quickly.
Obviously, as you can see, we're big Thieves fans around these parts.
Elsewhere, Koiful found a kill onto Lota, so that's going to be Sentinels losing one, and the finish will come in as well. And that's happening in and around Command Center. Something to highlight here for Shopify.
Great, we love that, Grant.
Well.
Then you'll fit in just fine.
For them, and
You'll fit in just fine around here.
To play with towards this endgame.
Still 20 teams, by the way. No one been eliminated just yet. There's been a couple
just
of
about,
dicey
to my
moments
knowledge,
for
just about
squads,
everybody
but I think
who
that's
is
gonna change
typically in
as
the
this
chat
next
is a
zone
Thieves
forces
fan.
teams in.
So
there's a lot of teams
we
who are
got
just
some
in no
other
man's land at the moment who are going to have
fans
to make that
for
decision of do
different
they try
esports
and play
things
for
like
KP,
that.
do they
But
try and move into zone and try and move quickly.
this is really
Of course, there's still plenty of Valkyries
only
in
our
the
second
lobby as
time
well.
watching Apex.
As you can see on your
You
screen.
believe that?
Now,
You
SAUL,
believe
they're a
that,
team
chat?
who moved very early away from engagements. And
This
now
lobby's
find
healthy.
themselves
Yeah,
on
it
the
seems like
full
not
southern
much has
tip here,
happened.
And they might be
If
able
I'm
to
being
hold
honest,
out
I
Hot
know
Dog
I've kind of
Mafia.
been yapping, but not much has happened.
So Alliance controlling a position
Girls,
that
Jen, and
Gen G
Phony,
won
yes,
again
sir,
from a little
Grant.
bit earlier
Yes,
on.
sir.
They will be safe in zone. They still have that Void Nexus
Crazy
down, by the way.
Thieves,
But the
baby.
zone is going to pull right down towards the southern side of that.
Thieves and
building that
Fnatic
we
through
were
and
talking about a
through.
little bit
Two
earlier. So
fantastic orgs.
Legacy in
Those
a
are your
fantastic position
top
now.
two, Slee.
Team Mango, though, this is the eastern side problem.
I can respect it.
To find it as finding themselves right now in a problem, but Strafing Flame with the
Citadel in
banner
a
from
fight
the
here.
skies may have just turned this fight in his
Against
favor.
Mango?
Citadel Gaming look like they're going to try and take that Void
Sage
Nexus
wall
for a
up.
reset, and Strafing Flame is thinking something
Long
similar
ass
here.
Sage wall.
Catwall's going to go down for him to try and get his teammates back in the game. But
Need a
Wolves
map.
have moved up onto this
Yeah,
now.
it would be great
And
to get a map.
CTG will be able to drag
Would be
both players through
fantastic
that
to get a map.
portal. So Wolves Esports might be finishing off Team Mango. but it's going to give an opportunity here for Citadel Gaming, the winners of game number 2, to reset.
Why did they go from 100Thieves to
I think
Crazy?
the last remaining player from Team Mango
Well, they're
was
still
able
technically
to
100Thieves. They're now just a collaboration between Crazy Raccoons and 100
Wolves
Thieves.
Esports might not allow it. It's going to be up
So
into
now
the
they're
sky.
Crazy Thieves.
There's going to be the initial knock, and sadly, you're going straight back down.
I think they
Team
just did
Mango
it
eliminated.
essentially to try and like boost the brand and boost the team a little bit.
It's just
Yeah,
rewarded,
maybe
awarded to the team
money
who gets
purposes.
the first wipe of the game, by the way. You'll see it
I
quite a
will
lot
say
this
some of
tournament.
the Crazy Raccoon and
jumps into
Thieves
the drone now to
merch
check if anyone's
that
wrapping
they're
behind.
releasing
Mafia will be
is pretty
eliminated as
nice
the second
too.
team to fall out of the lobby, and this
There were some
side
cool
zone
ones
problem is starting to resolve itself.
that I would be more than
each
down
other,
to
and Wolves
get.
look like the team
I'll
who
say
are going to
that.
be the winners. Elsewhere, you can see the Citadel
More
Gaming
than
have
down
wrapped
to
from the
pick up.
northern side, and they are going to run it into Shopify Rebellion. So Citadel Gaming will force
Gold got
into
straight
this
to
position.
it. Money. I know.
One team who you don't want to have holding you out is going to be
Gold
Shopify.
got money
They
on
pick
the
up those
mind.
KP, and Koifel now under a little bit of pressure himself. Sentinels inside and around this building.
Got his mind
and
on his
Koifel
money
comes
and
back
his
for more.
money on his
Koifel
mind.
always looking for more. An incredible damage dealer as Sentinels look like they're going to be on the receiving
Sentinels
end of a
out.
Shopify Rebellion blitz. And now we're 15
16.
squads, make it 14 squads. We just lost 6 teams.
Grant,
in
do
the
I
space
have
of
any
about
100
30
Thieves merch?
seconds. That's how quickly things can change
Do
here
I
on
have
Storm
any
Point when
Thieves
that zone
merch?
does start to collapse.
RRQ going to be
Yeah,
eliminated
Grant, I
as
have-
well, and
I
that's
have
two back-to-back
too
fights
much.
that Shopify Rebellion win, but
I
now
have
they have
too
to
much
deal
100
with
Thieves merch.
Crazy Thieves who are moving in on
I
that building. In
have
the meantime,
spent
though, Alliance making their way towards zone.
probably
Let's jump into the comms.
a shameful amount of money on 100 Thieves and their merch.
Run away.
Genuinely.
All right.
We're just gonna vacuum. We're gonna vacuum. We're gonna vacuum.
Pretty
Jag får teama Bauers. Det är på teama Bauers.
pretty bad depending on how you look at it.
I got one.
Yeah, listen in though.
I'm dropping one too.
We'll listen in.
Take both.
I'll take it.
We can play up for 30 seconds and then look for vacuum. I'm walking up. They're still sitting in this corner. They can come towards a little bit.
Watch out. I'm not holding all you. All you.
Yeah, there's kind of one toward me.
Here.
Gonna walk here. One really close.
Thieves taking on Alliance here.
Okay. Wrap our team.
We're fighting it.
And they're playing up. I don't know what to do.
Crack them close side.
Yeah, I'm nading it.
Again.
Bin.
One. I'm smoking.
Stunning.
Can we get a Thieves clear?
Can we swing it?
Oh,
Go.
no.
I'll see. Bang.
Shocked.
Nice.
Stopping.
Nice. Get ready to
Okay,
vacuum.
medkitting,
Get
okay?
ready to vacuum.
After medkit, we back.
Yeah, come back down in vacuum.
Okay.
Follow me effect.
Are we still alive? No, we were eliminated.
Well, Alliance
we're
run
out.
over Crazy Thieves, so second
That's
place
not
in the
great.
previous game for Crazy Thieves, but no such success in match number 3.
Grant, do I have a
as
Thieves jersey?
Alliance
Yeah, I'm wearing
will
my
take
Thieves
to the
jersey
skies
right now.
with a Valco after those KP get picked up.
Well,
100
one
Raccoons
of my
becomes
Thieves
97
jerseys. I have a
Raccoons all of a
bunch.
sudden, and now Gen G. Remember, our winners from game
I
one,
have a
currently
bunch.
first place in the series as it stands, and looking to maybe try and
I-
get a little
I
bit of
pretty
damage
much
done
have
to the
one
team
of
above. The
every
Metaculture will
jersey.
be eliminated down to 11 squads now. And Gen
Just
G are
about.
lurking, they're
There's
waiting,
only
but Alliance
like
have now
2 or
arrived.
3
Alliance
that
looking for some
were
KP, and Bubble's gonna
officially
get down to the
released
floor below
that
them.
I
That's going to
don't
give them an
have.
indication the players are weak. They can use this time, though, to reset themselves. Overflow in the hands of Hackis is going to give them the opportunity to re-engage pretty quickly after popping a syringe.
Missed out on the
and
red
a
and
cell.
black one. Yeah, I
As
missed
GG once
out
again on that low
on this
ground,
year's most
who have
recent
that
one.
Gibraltar in their composition. For now, it looks like Alliance are happy just to chill.
Which I'm
to
still
reset, to get
still
healthy
disappointed in.
before they plan the
I
next move.
really like
And
that
move has to be
jersey,
made
and
in the
I
next minute because
I
we
really
are
didn't
moving a
expect
little
it to
bit
sell
further
out. And
northeast.
even if it
Shopify
did sell
Rebellion,
out, I thought
dead
they were
center of the
gonna
zone, have rampart walls to set up as well. Now Gen G will start to push it.
re-release it
Each of the last remaining
essentially. So
players have to go
I'm really
big.
Oh, there's the
disappointed
movement, but can't hit
that I
the final
didn't get
shots.
it.
Gen G will be eliminated.
Gen G's eliminated though.
And it's going to
That
be
should
Boogie
be
Borders who hold them off.
fairly
So
good
good
as
fight
well.
there from Boogie Borders against Gen G.
Although they
No
only
third
won the
party
first
in the
map,
vicinity.
so
Looks like they're really able to move in to push this because GG are busy with Fnatic and Alliance in and around their building.
running into
The Alliance
Alliance
are
on
trying to get
rotate
away
is
from
so
this
tough
fight a
for
little bit.
us.
They almost want this to
Yeah.
happen, this 3v3 between GG
They were
and
just in
Fnatic,
such
so
a
then
bad
they can third
spot
party
there.
it, and GG have been knocked
Really
by
wasn't much
one.
seemed
Fnatic
like they
starting
could have
to
done.
Yeah, I mean, Live Lace flies in with his triple take. Hits big
Do I have
damage.
any
GG
players on my
eliminate everyone
jersey? I do
healthy on
not.
Fnatic,
I do
but
not
that
have
might
any
just open the door
player
for Alliance
names
to
on my
move in, but they
jerseys.
get eliminated. As
Most
Boogie
of the ones
Borders
that
will
have a
claim
name
more
on the back
victims.
just have
Boogie
my
Borders
like
did
gamer
so
tag
well
on the
there.
back.
Hearing the commotion next door, they said there's some noisy neighbors. Maybe we should join in on this, and they
But
perfectly
yeah,
help
I
out
wasn't able to
Fnatic
get
and punish
any
Alliance for
any
sitting on the
pros
outside,
names
and it
or
means now
anything like
Alliance
that.
will be wiped there in 9th position.
I wish they
FYR
did
are still
that, though.
alive on this far eastern side, by the way.
I wish
and
they
they
did
were having
that.
a little sniff towards it, but have since retreated.
Yeah, FYI playing the tree spot if you're aware of where that is on this zone.
I think if they did that, where like Thieves players had their names on the back, and they did a jersey for each,
for this northern side
player.
Of the rock. They will
and they did it as like
in and around these crates for quite some time. Fnatic just beaten to it by the looks
the
of
players
things.
Get a
From
cut
what we
of
saw
their
for the
jersey
POV,
sales.
It looked like Fnatic were interested
that
in
would
playing the
push
same
for
spot,
players to
but
do
now going to be forced to play underneath it. Yuka with the P20s though is going to be
that
a
would
difference
push for players to get their name out there
equation,
and
though.
do
You need to kind of
content
build
so
a
that
base.
way
It's
they
not
can
as
make jersey
successful
sales.
as a Newcastle, but it can certainly do the job temporarily. But you need a plan to follow up if you lose some of those walls. But maybe eyes will be trained elsewhere. Fnatic
Just
at the moment
a thought.
have to focus rock though.
Just a thought.
Shopify Rebellion who pick up more kills.
They should have did it when they won champs. I agree, Destiny. There's a lot of things that I feel like the teams probably should have done.
In that kill
like
feed,
when they've
Fnatic
won
now coming under a little bit of
when it
pressure.
comes
Surprise,
to
surprise,
like
who is it?
jerseys and just other things that they could have sold.
Yuka left on his own. Shopify Rebellion run over Fnatic next.
I mean, Shopify have dominated the center of this zone. They are down to 2 though.
Poiful is farming this lobby right now.
Down officially, so they need to get that banner back. Maybe they have a respawn beacon
it's
to
getting
get him
active
back
right
on his
now.
feet. We will see. It looks like Poiful might be heading for it.
Fairly small
They've definitely
zone
got the
here.
banner, so that's job number
We
one.
got
One thing they can do, of course, with
6
Koiful is
squads
not
left.
have to overextend for Deathbox. It's to
Not
find
too
a beacon if they
crazy.
have to. They can
Not too
Cersei
crazy.
using that passive of Alta. However, elsewhere, Sharky left on his own now for SAUL. Great shots coming in from the alternator, but not enough as FYR will move in to clean up those final places of SAUL. The respawn is coming in though as that fight comes from that southern side, and Shopify Rebellion look like
Legacy should have the best position, right? They have high ground.
Have on the southern side, they can rotate round to the east, and they have
I mean,
the whole
maybe
wall. Now, Shopify
Rock?
Rebellion are there, but if Shopify Rebellion start
Maybe
focusing on the
Rock?
teams to the west and they move a little bit north, it
I
might
know,
open
Destiny,
up
I
for
wish-
FYR to
I wish
flank
they
them
did a
and get some
replica
real
jersey.
damage on Shopify Rebellion. Maybe even win this game if
An
they play this
LAT
correctly.
replica
So we'll see.
jersey,
The timing is going to be everything
Did
for
I say jersey?
FYR's push.
Ring. Replica
Shopify
ring.
back to 3. And still have zone. Everyone who's in front of
Or
them
a 3D
has to
model
move.
of the
Quite
major
right,
3
FYR probably the
keychain.
biggest threat
Yeah, that
to
would be
Shopify's
pretty
position
cool.
at the moment because they can wrap them, and it looks like they are going to try
Miami trophy was
and move from
dope.
that southern side up a little bit.
That was probably
Rick's
one
still
of the
got
best
one player
trophies
alive.
that we've
Reignite
seen.
still with
from
the solo wrap, but ROC are going to deal with that very, very quickly. That's the end of Reignite, as ROC had the info that they needed, and now Legacy trying to wrap to the northern side behind Shopify
Legacy's
Rebellion
going
and
for the
FYR,
picks.
and it looks like the timing's pretty good for them here.
Oh, Legacy do spot that solo from FYR, but now Shopify Rebellion, they
hell?
notice it's happening, and Sheila's going to start to sing out here.
As portals can be a problem, the kidnaps can be a problem, and Yanya has gone down
Legacy
for
has high
Couple
ground,
of
but
miniguns influencing how this end game is starting
Rock
to go.
is in
One
a
from Deeds,
decent spot,
and of
it
course one
seems.
from the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. ROC now move up to the high ground from the roof. They get the amp cover down, and by standing behind it, they're going to be able to output so much
Rock
damage.
should be in the best position
See
here
it from
now.
Shopify Rebellion could be a big difference maker in this final zone as well. We'll have to wait and see if the ultimate can come up. FYR, we're able to retreat back to this eastern side. Still have the
For
wall as
real,
cover,
Destiny, I
and
feel like I
Legacy
have a
are
ton of
being
ideas
peppered
for
by
the
teams in the
Thieves.
moment.
Armor swap down here
So
for
nice
Zidane.
wig, check me out.
It's going to be good
Check
enough for
me
him to
out,
stay
Wig.
healthy in this fight. The minigun again is influencing things as Legacy will be
Legacy
eliminated. As ROC from that high
knocked
ground
out.
behind those Sheila walls that we were
This has
talking
got
about.
to be a Rock win.
The rampart walls, excuse me, using Sheila that were making the difference, but now Shopify know that they have to be pushed, and they are waiting, waiting, and they are picking up kill after kill onto ROC, but they will go down. It's FYR Strays who come
FYR
through in the
won.
final
What the
moments to clean
fuck?
up the final pieces, and they will be the winners of the final
What the
game here on
fuck?
Stormpoint.
They just had so much coverage, did FYR, from that wall, and
Damn.
because they put down the altar portal, they were able to
Okay,
retreat when they were
shit.
initially finding space.
I thought Rock
They
was going to
still
take that
held
one.
the
I guess they
best
had to move
position
because
on
of
the
the
map.
storm, though. That
On
put them
the
in a
other
bad
side
spot.
of Shopify Rebellion, on the other side of ROC, they just
Dude,
avoided
that's
all
the
the
hard part
gunfire
with high
until
ground.
they
Like,
needed to
high ground
engage,
is not
but they
always the
also
best
were just
position to
keeping
be.
Legacy back, who were their biggest threat at that time, and they are
But high
rewarded
ground
with a
is the
victory
best keyboard.
alongside 8
Imagine
kills here,
I
putting themselves up
could use
into
that
the
as
top 4
a
on this leaderboard.
segue to a
Some of the
sponsor.
performances they've had so far been very, very impressive. Think of that
sponsor
game number
segment. Could
2
you
where they were in
imagine,
a
chat?
great spot with the zone coming their way and made good work.
Dude,
of
I
it.
wish I was
FYR
sponsored by
having
High
a
Ground.
real impact
kidding me?
in this group stage between
Maybe I
A
should
and
use
B.
my
And I'm excited to
my
see how
honor
things go
to
for them as we
talk
move
to
over to E District. That is going to do it, of course.
Rustin and
Stormpoint
Kai
head
and
down,
see if I can
think
become
one
like
thing we could take
an
away from that
affiliate
is it
for
feels like
them.
anyone really has an opportunity in this lobby to put in big performances.
I think something that we are going to see
Rock
shortly
needed
is just how
FYR to
many
fight
kills
there, but they
Shopify
just
Rebellion
didn't.
were able to pick
Yeah,
up in that one as well.
it was kind of tough.
16 kills
Kinda
for
tough.
Shopify Rebellion, which, if my math is correct, should put them into first
Sorry, I
place
missed your answer
for
about
this
if you have any
series. But
players on your
FYR
jersey.
also put
I do
themselves in
not,
contention
Grant.
in the top
Unfortunately,
4.
I do
Rock
not
also
have any
another
player
fantastic
names on the
performance
back
to
of my
keep them
jersey.
in and around the
Only
conversation competitive
my
top
personal
5,
gamer tag.
but it was a very interesting one, which really came down to patience once more in that final circle.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff for Shopify Rebellion. Just I
What
think the one thing
did
to
he
look
type
back on there is
for?
I think they had to commit to clearing one side of the zone. FYR were the threat for them. They knew that ROC were above them, but there may have been a few opportunities just to maybe swing, try and pick up one kill onto FYR. There was a couple of extenders from FYR that were looking to, influence the fight on Legacy. I think maybe the focus wasn't quite
Shopify
right
had 16 kills though.
Game. But don't get me wrong, coming out of it.
Did I see that right? They had 16 kills.
This is a fantastic performance from Shopify Rebellion. They're going to come out of that game with the most points. It's very impressive for them.
It's 26 kills for Shopify Rebellion so far this series, which I believe is like over 10 more than any other team thus far. So they will be the team to beat going into matches 4, 5, and 6. But of course, we are going to have teams who have prioritized E-District now.
That's
teams
huge
who are
points
very
for
focused,
them.
like Gen G, for example, who were one of the first picks, and they did go for E-District.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff that we've seen so far. Cool to see different winners in every single game as well. Good performances from teams that we expected and some surprise ones as well. We're done though for Storm Point. Let's send it back to the desk.
Should put a player name on my next jersey.
There's a lot to talk about. 3 games in. Welcome
yeah,
to the
I just don't know if I.
Certainly, great way to kick things off. Thank you, Onset Gaskin, for some great calls there. Fire stays, grab the win. Cersei, Crook, and Amy.
Like if I'm gonna customize a jersey, then I would rather have
Shopify Rebellion sealing the show. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain.
If they sold jerseys with players' names on it, then I would probably, I would be willing to buy
off on kind of that
jersey
final
with the
game.
specific player's name on it.
Not a
I
team
think part of the reason they don't do it is because,
team,
unlike
like
traditional sports,
that is able
most of the time an esports team will not stay the exact same for a long period of time.
5, 10,
15
and points
since you only have
I think Crook is
most of the time
about in terms of where he can get his teams into positions. He sets his teams up well to get wins
players on a
they don't really get that many points a lot of the time. Cersei was the main slayer, ended with 0 kills that game. His teammates got a lot of cleanups, but overall they put themselves in the position to get the win, which puts you in a great position into the grand finals. And then you have the Shopify 16 kills. I mean, we talked about how much of a slaying team that is.
The best way to put it is like
look at Asuna, right? But it's really cool to see a lot of teams that we highlighted doing so well so far.
One of the things I find so difficult is for a team to be successful without getting these early wins. It's almost impossible because you don't have the reference point for what it looks like to finally come out on top. Even if you're doing well,
it would be weird to see him anywhere else. So throughout the time that he's been on the Thieves, if you had a jersey of his, it would make sense to have because it's almost like you know he's going to be on the Thieves.
Hopefully trying to make finals.
Whereas
so this is the thing that it depends
if
on
you
your
would have
playstyle
gotten
for sure. But at the end of the day, all teams are playing for what I call God spots or power spots. You're fighting for a spot to win the game from. That doesn't mean that it only comes down to the final 3v3. Sometimes that one fight on a cliff in game 1 for Gen G
is no longer on the team, and he was only on the team for a couple months. It seems like, you know what I mean?
In every game, one of these games will
Did that make
into a
sense?
full steamroll.
Did I just
as long as you keep consistently putting them there, you will have a higher chance of making it.
I just feel like,
I remember watching Koifel debut at 16 for Sentinels, and I knew that kid would be insane. He's 19 now.
Obviously, being in a good position multiple times is great, but if you do that, you still don't find the victory. It starts to get a little frustrating. Jayhawk, what is the story of these first 3 games told you as we look back? And
love seeing Snipe down on the broadcast team.
I mean, listen, we highlighted 3 teams on this desk, and the team I pointed
out,
Alliance, they have had a very slow start.
I don't know much about the players, the ex-players and stuff,
pick, and they were putting that on E-District, so I'm looking forward to them in the next set.
Grace, well, talk us through game 1. What are your thoughts here with Gen G?
Gen G just had the
so
perfect
the biggest
positioning
thing that, outside of what we're seeing right now, where they're pretty much just cleaning up the whole fight, is they
made sense. Good.
Came down
Good.
From the
I'm
cliff,
glad,
cleaned
Grant.
down
I'm
the
glad
bridge,
I made
cleaned
sense.
down straight underneath them.
Sometimes I feel like I start to ramble and then I
essentially
just be
for free.
shit.
But this is the most important part of teams that have to
smooth
close out
brain
games.
kicks
You need to
in,
clear out your sides
all the ridges go away,
and competitive.
And I forget what I'm talking about.
To say the least, it's been Shopify and Gen G going back and forth each time. Obviously, game 2. Citadel Gaming, they got their win.
Yeah, this is where zone prio, we see how important it is. Coastal Camp, one of those POIs.
See, this is the other thing that I feel like when I've watched 100
Thieves,
you see
a lot of the teams end up dying on the hill
I
just
feel like
outside. Citadel,
they
one of the teams
often
able to rotate their
get a lot of
super
kills,
early and then just played
so
their timing perfectly.
They pretty much
were not the team controlling the height for most of that game, but
they pretty much only get points off of placements, and then they end up
back and forth.
not
Crazy
placing
Thieves
well,
were in the mix there, but
like half
game
of the
3
time,
we just saw it snipe down. Fire Stays
am I crazy?
Like it could be
does anybody else feel that way about the Thieves team?
Yeah, I love these types of zones where there's so many teams that end up in buildings
I know
on
that
top
could
of
just
each
be
other
a very
levels because it really goes to show you what type of IGLs have the most patience when it comes to making plays. So many teams are fighting. A lot of players want to jump in on those fights, get the KP. But when a team is able to just play around that, let those teams initiate and get the kills around them, you see that all of them are live.
To the other broadcast? Do I need to for this one?
All those teams jumped on top of each other from the building, and Fire Strays was
Is it now going over to the B broadcast?
Popping off right throughout.
Or the Nice Wig broadcast?
Own is right now, dude.
I mean, I'll hop over for the other
Falcons
matches
right now are
since
eating
there's a break.
so good. The question comes out, does anyone look to fight these two?
No way Kenneth Chuck gets just reset.
They're getting one man up,
right?
anything. Only one, if anything.
Nicewing's actually like really good
really
at
care if it's only a solo
commentating
up.
this stuff.
And there we go.
There's no way.
No, we're good. We're good. There's no way either. TSM now moving up here too. Let's see what TSM goes. They got to move on in here.
was a part of the whole TSM dynasty before he retired.
Those are the two best spots by far in the game, and there's no one on their side of the zone.
He's desk talent now.
It's ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah, Grow is in a very good spot here. Same with
Do I watch for a whole stream?
What are we doing?
They're trying to find a way in, but they're getting people
Honestly,
the height.
This is
what is that first Q though? He just Q'd into 14 people.
SM picks up 2 here. TSM down to just Panic.
Panic's dead. He goes back to the dire.
I don't know a ton about Apex.
Wow.
This is kind of like me learning about it.
It's not over yet.
In a sense.
He's doing everything he can to stay alive here. I think he
is
is in zone here, though.
Could get banners.
Twice.
Is there a Moby on their boxes, though, is the question. There are a bunch of boxes around that he could actually get a Moby off of.
I'm just calling it how
he
I
does
see
find it, but he can't stick it. I don't think there's anywhere to stick.
And yeah, I
no
have
way.
only
Keenan Trump dead.
SBI
got dead there too.
Lose right
SBI
away.
dead to Aurora.
I sit here watching a bunch of teams I don't care about.
I want to see reset, bro.
I care about the Thieves, bro. That's why I watch Call of Duty.
This is way too
in this zone, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
And now I'm going to try and
I also don't even think he tries to put it down because that might sniff him out, you know?
Because I was telling Kendall about
I think
this
a
before I
fifth
got
would
on
be
the stream.
ideal.
Watching team-based games where you're head-to-head
he tries it.
and
there
not
is an EMP going out. They're fighting up top.
Maybe
is
now.
so much
I
more
think it down now. It's
enjoyable
going
to
to be
watch to me
E36 and
because I
Supernova
get to
beefing.
watch my
At
team
this very moment
the
in
entire time.
Panic does have a
Like
little
when my
bit
team plays against
of a chance.
another
He is
team
pulling it.
directly,
Oh my God!
I get to watch not only their POV,
Panic with a reset. Are we out of
and I
our
get to
minds?
watch,
Panic gets a
like,
reset. TSM
them
is going to fall on in.
an hour
Really
to 2
good
hours
job.
straight,
Heads up play
depending
from
on how
Panic,
long the
dude.
series
Very
is.
good job.
Whereas
Fantastic
with
play.
Apex,
Didn't force it,
I
waited
would
for
say
the perfect
probably
time.
90%
Yep, and he doesn't even use his ulti, by the way. So if he needs to Q in more deep and use his ulti
You know what I mean?
then he could get these guys to get into zone at some point. I just don't know what.
TSM has a couple options
Grant,
here,
you
too. They
always
could
watch for a
low-key
whole
fight for the
stream?
red room on the bottom,
Following
or
since
they
the
could
beginning
third-party
when
the height.
Apex first started.
There's going to be at least
Nice.
3 teams fighting right now.
Yeah, I don't know
I also
much
want
about
to just
Rebels,
say
to
real
be
quick,
honest with
peep
you.
that
I
Falcon
don't know
spot
much
for me,
about
man.
the Thieves.
What a
They're
fucking
just an
spot.
absolute god spot.
God spot for Falcons.
A lot of rosters.
Very small chance.
Like I said,
Unless there's
Apex
some
is
Falcons.
a
Here
new,
we go.
essentially a new
Supernova now.
esport.
Where are they
team.
going to land?
Wait,
Like,
do they want to pressure
I
Falcons in the
never
back?
really got into
no,
it.
they land
I'm a
forward
big battle
instead.
royale guy.
What the fuck are we doing?
Where's
So I just never really got
Where the hell
super
is
into
the
it.
hard dicky going, man? And that is
Supernova's just getting obliterated.
This is why you have to capitalize on a fight at some
But it
point.
makes
Greek.
them win
You just got to
fulfilling.
do some shit. As Falcons are fighting.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree
Falcons are
with
killing
that.
off Grow. I believe
I
that's
think
2
win-
people dead for Grow.
I
Grow
think
now going down. Keon
I
going to get
could
killed.
watch more
And it looks
Apex.
like maybe a
This is
Falcons
just free
W.
reign for
Stay
Falcons.
there, Greek. Stay
Grow
there.
eliminated.
I think that's
It is a Falcons
bigger thing
W
for
in
me.
my mind here, Greek. As TSM now fighting Aurora. TSM getting 2 down slab last
bro, I
round.
can't compete
Supernova
with
now
him. He knows
eliminated.
what the fuck's
And
going on.
Aurora
From the
dead.
red room.
And now there's a 3v3v3.
He knows what's going on.
will be in front right now, close to the boys at Cupid
I don't know
Esports.
what's going on.
And
So,
now
like,
on
he
the
can
back
sit here
side
and
of
talk
zone,
about the game
no
while
one
it's
even
going down.
close. Who else would
But
it
I'm
be
just sitting here
other
trying
than
to-
the
I'm trying
Falcons?
to
They are on
process it.
fucking
I'm like,
fire,
wait.
Greek.
Cupid,
got 3
TSM, and
squads
Falcons
left.
now in this endgame. Ideally,
We got
TSM
TSM
probably swings
fighting
Cupid here to try to get the
whoever's
second
over
place
there.
and give them a chance here on the 3v3.
But
But
he's
Cupid are
already
no
got that
slouch,
shit on
and
lock.
they do have Gibby here.
Yes, they do have Gibby. Drone is now broken for Duke, bro. They might have fucked
They
up.
have Kraber as well. XD has Kraber.
Here they can't play here.
They're in a bad
TSM
spot here.
cannot play here. Falcons are
TSM
playing from the
looks like
outside.
they're in a bad spot.
This is not good.
Oh, shit.
TSM now dying. It's going to be
Why'd we
Cupid
swap
versus
pops?
Falcons, Greek. They got to stay alive.
Why'd we
Cupid
swap
just has
pops?
to stay healthy for the 3v3. They've done their job.
Climb up here and take the height.
Wait,
What the?
it's TSM gone. And
Yeah,
Falcons.
and now
TSM's
Falcons,
out?
easy win.
Falcons.
This is just Falcons, bro.
I mean, nicely called
Another
it.
win. First place, second for Falcons. 3 top 3s.
Bro,
And that's just
Falcons
free of
has
it, of the
3
doubles
top
you can get.
3s?
They didn't have to do anything.
Oh, hell no.
There's no point even watching them. They were doing nothing that whole time and take the win. And that's position diff. That's pressure diff. That's out-angling the squads that want to take the God spot away from you. Falcons right now are having a
insane,
masterclass.
bro.
We are
What a
watching
zone call. First
the
of all.
best team in Apex play their best version of
Holy
Apex.
shit.
This is disgusting, man. I want to point out, though, real quick, I am unbelievably
Back-to-back
disappointed in that
wins
Supernova ulti.
in a second
When
place.
you have a Valk, and you're one of the only Valk squads,
Wow.
majority of teams are not looking out for you while you're
Drifty, we
flying
kind of
in.
got
Why
beat
would you
up
not
last
isolate a player or or try to find one on the God spot and Valk Q them to take that
We went out pretty early again.
Of characters in general, so I think now we're at
Do
a
we
point
need to
where
stay
the
on
most
the
well-rounded, balanced team and players that
you guys
aren't just
know? Do we need to
specifically
stay
one
on
legend
the
is more important and going to be the ones to bring
Nicewig broadcast?
And you mentioned legends, legend bands, and also prioritization. I mean, alters and wraiths, especially in terms of movement.
Grant, I only watch
of,
Apex,
you know, we've seen Cryptos,
any
we've seen
other
Bangalores,
popular
we've
shooting
seen
games.
Maggies.
That's fair.
Obviously, Genji's been on our screen
That's
very
fair.
often. Do you think that stays graceful? Do you think they start prioritizing some of the rotations?
Don't watch like a ton of
E-District is so
esports.
tough when you get into a bad
I'm trying to
spot.
watch
really
more that the
of
Thieves are in now. That's kind of my goal.
Kind of just be in between two teams to rock and
I watch mostly COD.
If you're talking
COD
about
is like
Maggie,
my
it's even
primary.
better when you're playing in buildings, etc. Like E-District. Sure, it has a lot of pathways where you're never
Wig is a
really
different
getting
lobby.
stuck,
Next
but
3
there's
games are
plenty
on
of good
main.
drill
See,
actions
that
right
that
there.
was
So
what I
think
wasn't
for
sure
they
about.
could
I
stick
wasn't
to their
sure
comp.
if the
And at this
Thieves
point,
matches
if
were on
everything is
main
working,
for the
why are you
next
trying to
couple
fix something
matches.
that's not broken at this point?
Because I knew
some
Wig
teams will
said he's like
definitely
the
start
B
rotating
stream
out of opting for
essentially,
the more
and I
typical
wasn't
comps,
sure if they
but
would move
like we always say, you know, a comfort pick is a comfort
the
pick, and
Thieves
it's still
into
better
that
to
B
go in with
group.
something
You're
you're more
not.
accustomed around.
But
than
if
just
not,
trying
then
to
we'll stick
follow
around
whatever,
here.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, Jayok, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I'm actually
We'll stick
super
around
excited
here.
to see Genji on this map. I love Maggie on E-District because there's so many teams. especially
13th
with
after
Newcastle
3
and
games right
Rampart,
now.
Both out.
Yeah.
They've both been banned.
I mean,
There's
we
so
didn't
many
drop
teams that are
terribly
using
then
the
after
natural
the
cover,
10th
and
place.
Genji are just
That's not
waiting to pop
horrible.
those drills. I think this is going to be a really
Second
fun
team
battle.
won 3
It's gonna be
games,
tough. These
and
teams
one of the
have to
players,
find
Hal,
a
has
different way
17
to settle
kills. Dude,
into
Hal
these
was
buildings. This is one of those
trying,
maps where
apparently.
I think an IGL shines some of the most in one of
Thieves
the biggest
are
ways
Group
you
A,
can see
and
an
mainstream
IGL shine
today has A
in
versus B,
Apex,
and
and
then
I
B
think
versus
it's
D.
because you do
Swig
get to
has
these
C
unwinnable
versus D and A
situations
versus
very
C.
often.
So
in this
A
map
versus C is the
particularly, where there's a
last-
Maggie drill. You've got a building.
last
There's really
one that
nowhere
we
else
would
to
have to
go. There's
swap
a
to.
bridge, and there's no man's land in E-District before 5 teams
Grant, do you
start shooting
recommend
at you.
watching
so if
COD
you can
comp?
navigate this,
I
you can pretty
do,
much navigate
but
anywhere.
I'm also
Snipe, if you've
I'm a
seen,
big COD
like, the
fan. I love
trend,
watching
though,
COD,
of where
so,
we are. Do we expect
I might be a
more
little
of the
biased
same?
on that,
Fire
but
State is a little bit of a surprise.
I would definitely
coming in.
recommend
It was all about
watching
Genji,
competitive
Shopify,
Call of
waiting for
Duty
Alliance to pick up.
because
Legacy's
there's a
been
lot of
playing well.
storylines.
Is there a team you
If
have
you
your eye
like-
on heading into this
If
factory
you like
that
some
might also
trash
come
talk,
storming out?
if you like
I
a
think
lot
we-
of energy,
we kind of
high
mentioned Alliance. They're
octane
really starting
matches,
slow, and they've been notoriously the
LANs
#1
often
group stage
have
team.
more
So
of
if they're
the-
starting the tournament slow, I mean, maybe that
the
bodes well for the
amped
grand
up
finals.
energy.
But for them starting slow,
So,
it's interesting
I
for
would
them. But
suggest
to
it,
me, it still comes down to watching Shopify
personally.
again. I know they're already at the top of
If
the leaderboards.
you're
but
not
they're getting
super
the kills
familiar
that
to
matters in the
COD,
group stages. I
you
talked
would
about
have to
Zainu
get
and his
used
IGLing. I
to
think they really need to
specific,
find a way to start winning some matches because that's what it's going to come down to in the
specific
grand finals.
game
So it'll be
modes
interesting
and,
to see if
how
they're
they're
just such a
played and
slay-heavy
all that
team
kind of stuff. But
continuously to try and carry that. Maybe
really,
get
I
the first
don't
seed
think
to
it
get
would be
better
too hard to
map
get
picks
into.
and then try to get the wins. But
Are there
I'm really
any
just
good
gonna
COD
be
teams?
interested to see how that team
Well,
evolves throughout
there's
these group stages.
organizations that are typically good.
It's sometimes very difficult to prepare
Obviously,
for these
I'm
moments.
a Thieves fan.
You can talk about all the
so
strategy, but we're seeing
I
our
would
first 3 games
strongly
of this
push you to be a
championship
Thieves
right now.
fan.
These players
But
are interacting, taking
as
their
of
breaks
right
the
now,
same
the
way that
Thieves
we are on
team
the
is not
desk
looking
trying to
very
speculate
good.
what's
They
going to
have
occur.
good
Let us
talent.
know what you
They
think in the
have a
chat
lot of good
of what's going to happen
players.
these next 3. Any
They
teams
just
to shout
haven't
out as well.
figured it out
As we
yet. They're
remind
not
you that as
clicking
you
as
are
well as they could
watching,
be.
you also have a chance to watch with Face It Watch. That's
You could
right.
be
You
like
can
everybody.
Check out the ALGS
You could be like
your
everybody
way.
and
Face
pick
It
up
Watch gives you an access to multi-views, so you
Optic,
can hear every
be an Optic
rotation,
fan.
see the fights,
They're really
maybe
good.
tracking Legacy and Yanya, and see how
if
they
you like
take
the
that
French,
1v1. Or if you know
Gentlemates,
Genji and Shopify
Paris
are just
Gentlemates
destined
are
to
really
fight,
good
well, see how it takes
right
place
now.
on E-District. And if something
they
else
also have
gets
the
in
Falcons
way,
roster as
choose
well.
to have the volume on, maybe throw the map screen up on there as well. Hey,
FaZe
get your
Clan,
Chromecast out
which
also if you
they're
want to
just
blast
called
that up
FaZe,
on
not
a
FaZe
separate
Clan.
monitor. Make sure to watch it, control
Those are
it.
probably the
Check
biggest
out the
name
ALGS your way.
teams
Faceit.com/watch.
that are typically good.
All right, we are very
Who's the best
shortly
player in COD?
underway here, but we are going to take a quick break.
very
when we come
subjective.
back, we've got our back half
It's very subjective.
of our games here
You
for
could
Group Group A versus B to kick off our Year 5 championship in Sapporo. Take a look at those fans. They're loving it. So are we. We'll catch you on the other side.
But the Thieves have a couple good players like that I would consider to be arguably the best year in, year out. Scrap, Hydra are both really good. Abizi is typically good. Simp is arguably the best every year. Shotzi, now Merc probably. Mercules. Yeah, those are probably the top players, I would say. Celium, maybe you could throw him in there. Any Japanese or Spanish players? No Japanese players to my knowledge, but there are Spanish. There's a Spanish team actually, the Miami Heretics. And then Toronto Koi is a Spanish org. So there's two different like Spanish-owned teams, but then the Miami Heretics is a full Spanish roster. So when they do like listen-ins and stuff, their team is speaking Spanish in the comms. Low-key miss London Royal Ravens before they rebranded. I still got an OG 2019 London Royal Ravens jacket. Yeah, I don't understand why they got rid of like European teams and then they now just brought back European teams. Shotzi sounds cool to you? Yeah, he's part of Optic. He's part of Optic. They said not EU can go. For real, they did that shit, and then now they have multiple, like, well, not multiple EU teams, but now they have Paris Gentlemates. I just want a UK team back. They should have kept a UK team. They should have kept a UK team for sure. Do COD Pro stream on YouTube? They don't always stream on YouTube. Some do, but I would say most of them probably stream on Twitch primarily. That's what I feel like. That's where you typically see the COD pros, if they're live streaming at least. But the competitive Call of Duty matches are streamed on YouTube. They're streamed on YouTube and Twitch. Thieves will always be my top one, but I need a British team to love again. Yeah, I mean, especially if that's like what's local to you, then yeah, you definitely need a UK team. Don't have Twitch. I mean, Twitch is free. You can create a Twitch account for free. Unless you just don't have like access to Twitch, but that would be a different thing. But Twitch is free. You just have to make an account. You'll just get ads. That's the biggest downside. But I'm sure that I don't know off the top of my head what pros would stream on YouTube. But a lot of pros will do like content on YouTube. Like Scrap might not stream on YouTube, but he will often upload YouTube videos from stuff that happened on his stream. You know what I mean?
Hit it out and battle each other here, but I will give you a quick little report and give you some storylines that you may be missing. And it's not
I'm not telling you gotta change.
Hal literally is not even using his correct controller, but he cannot be nerfed. Falcons are actually miles ahead of the competition right now, and there is no stopping them. But of course, TSM is slightly on their tail as well. Just in that final match, we had our young man Panic get themselves a clutch res in Zone 5 to bring back TSM full hitting throttle in that last match. Also, Enter Force. They did enter this group stage really, really strong, but have sort of pulled back a little bit because, again, nobody is reaching the Falcons. We, of course, still have 3 more games to go here for the B stage, so I'll try my best to keep you guys updated. But if you would like to watch all the action yourself, you can head over to Nicewig and Greek there on the B stage, or of course go and hit it with Face It as well. We still have so much more to uncover on this group stage here today, so hopefully we could see a little bit more action, and hopefully I can get you some really, really exciting news here. But we do have 3 outstanding teams that are across the competition. One of our teams that their home country, unfortunately, they are not performing the way that we would have hoped on their home turf. But look, we still have 3 more games to go. There could be any sort of change, but it's something that we're going to be super excited for to see. I'm going to hit that back to Rain Day.
Nice. What an exciting time. Oh, hello. See there on the big screen. On a little bit of a, it's got to be a or it's some anime character I'm not familiar with. At the end of the day, you got to give love to Legacy. They should be feeling happy about their performances so far, so that's why the smile is there. Gaming Gladiators also had a pretty nice game too. Couldn't quite finish it off, but of course, Fire Stays, they did. So all the teams in this building starting to feel a little bit of warmth, fellas. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Rain Day, of course, Snipe, and we've got Graceful and Jayhawk. You know, this is now where things start to really define what your day looks like, because how you finish with these last 3 games is so important. Lace mentioned it over in the group stage as well. You may not be performing well on your home turf, but it's just halftime. Everything that happened can happen again in a different way, in your favor, but it's gonna take a crucial change, and that's where a map can sometimes shift the difference. Not just a POI, Jayhawk, but obviously just the energy of it. You just might feel more comfortable, and that is all that it could take to sometimes send one of these teams off on a rampage.
Absolutely. I mean, in those first 3 games, Snipe pointed out how Shopify was, you know, they have all the firepower.
When
right now in this lobby, all 3 of their players are the top 3 in kills. Like, that's kind of nuts.
Like
wow.
mid
There's
to
a team
late
that I'm
summer.
that we haven't talked about a
So,
lot.
like,
We briefly mentioned them in the intro.
I feel like
I think
July.
needs a big second half here. And that's crazy.
July or August.
They're actually right behind
typically.
Alliance in 12th right now. They're not doing terrible. They're
also,
only, I think, 7 points outside
I was just thinking
of the top
about
6 range, but
there's 12
they're
matches
a team
today.
That, based on that collection of
So
players,
does that
all 3 have
mean
won lands before.
we get 6 matches
top 10 at both lands this year?
A versus B or whatever the groups are right now?
And
then there's
they
that. Then they
switch
switch to the other group.
So Crazy
and then
Thieves
they'll
is
play
team that I feel like
another
needs to step it up in the
6.
second half of games.
One thing I want to point out about Crazy Thieves in the last
For
rounds is that I think that the second half is going to be much better for them,
or whatever the other
those
group
first 2
is.
games or first 3 games, every time they died, they trapped themselves into a little corner with like rampart walls or whatever.
Because of course they play the
first
and the last sets of matches,
SR
which
kind of
means
pinched them,
I'm
killed
gonna
them in the
be
final
up
game.
fucking
They put themselves
now.
up against a wall with a bunch of rampart walls. I think it was Alliance
Thanks,
again that
Gold,
took
for
them
telling
out.
me.
And it's just one of those where
Thanks
now that
for
they aren't
reminding
playing
me.
as defensive with these characters, this could
Now I
open
gotta
up for
be
them
up
to be a
all
little more
night.
aggressive, to get those kills. And Phony's great at getting you into end games. And when
What
he
country
gets you
do they
there,
play?
He wins a lot.
It depends on the land. Most of it is North America, so most of it is
not all that I can share on broadcast right now. With a very long bus
in the
ride
United
with
States.
100 Thieves,
but then, depending on the
members,
tournament,
talking
they will
to
play
another player here, saying
in,
about how
like,
the challenges
this year
of what
there's
they
an
were
event
going through
in
boot camp
Birmingham,
coming into this, not
in the
quite
UK.
meshing the way that they wanted.
And then
but
last year
the silver
they
lining
did
was that they
an
really
event in
figured something
Spain.
out. These last couple
They
of
want to
days,
do
the
well.
hint
They
was
do
at optimism and the
EWC
fact that
in
Verhulst,
Riyadh,
these
but
guys,
I've also heard
Phony
they
and,
want to do
and
an
Jen,
event
were in
like
this
in Riyadh
rhythm
or
of
whatever.
roles and understanding where and how they were going to support this team. Grace in a way that they had not before. And so
But
I think
other
that
countries do play it.
sometimes
It's
a little
just
bit of
the
a
Call of
pressure
Duty
thing
League
to
is
come in and say, oh, we figured it
primarily
out. 3 games, maybe you haven't
focused
figured it
in
out.
on
But I think clearly for the
the
length
US
of the
right
tournament,
now.
they've got what
Outside
it takes
of,
to go all the way. We all know
Paris
that.
General Mates. Paris General Mates are the only team
you gotta make
that
it work
is
like a clockwork. At some point, when you have all of these different legends that you're
considered
forced
to
play, when bans
be a
happens, we saw
European
the first
team.
game. It was Omega Zone Central play.
Oh
for
yeah,
everybody.
Grant. There's
If
already
you had a
matches
bad zone
going.
and you're super Central play,
There's already
well, then
matches
you're gonna
going.
struggle
I'll
a
be
little bit. So now that we shift around
I'll
this
be
way,
live
and now that
on.
most of these
I think Gold said the match is
characters are
Sunday,
getting
so
moved
I'll be
out,
live
now
Sunday
all of a sudden
watching
you have the more
the Thieves
aggressive play
play.
come through, and if teams like that are, you know,
What
they
did
get
I do?
killed behind the
Gold,
ramparts all the time,
you
now they
reminded me
get to
that
play a little
Apex
bit more
was
to
playing.
their strengths potentially.
I assumed it was
Everything
going to be
is
like
possible for them.
All right, let's
couple
shift
hours.
gears to Fire Strays. I want
Like
to talk
maybe
a little
2
bit
or
about
3
the
hours.
winners of game
I
3.
didn't
Well, you know,
realize
Enemy and Crook, we've seen
this was
going to
be probably like
together over in the open.
8
that
hours.
swap change. Abraleli joined
I'm probably
going to
need to stream
so
for like 8
Enemy and
hours.
Crook still together, getting the win. I mean, I always felt that
Because
there
we're
was
only
something
2 hours
kind
in,
of special about that iteration of that team.
and we've
Felt
only
like
seen
they were
3
getting
matches.
somewhere. Did they pull the plug too soon? Do we feel like this iteration of Fire Strays now with Cersei, you know, an amazing talent, can get the job done?
Yeah, actually,
If my
the
math is
teaming with
mathing,
Cersei a little bit, and the kid's talent is
we'll
through
be-
the roof.
yeah.
It was always his
We'll be
mentality and
4
being able
hours
to talk
in.
to him constructively without it turning into a blow up of, oh, you're attacking
Through
me,
6
oh, you're
matches.
you know, my gameplay is this, you're doing this. It was one of those passive-aggressive type of rebuttals. But with Crook and how
A versus
open
D,
he is
B
with
versus C will be
enemy is
tomorrow,
about
and then
as calm as it
elimination
gets when
round
you're
one.
having these conversations. I think
Yeah,
that
but
dynamic
I mean,
has just made Cersei flourish with that environment, and now we're getting to see this team. They got a big win here. This is, I think, Cersei's second event. He's freaking
C
World
versus
Championships.
D
I mean, this
is happening right now.
So for them to get that win in the first set of matches only sets them up for the future.
I mean, a young squad, definitely a young team. So there's something in the camaraderie of being young, maybe younger than some of the favorites, that you can kind of band together on that. Jayhawk and Crook.
What time Sunday?
One of the just really great zone readers
look.
of this game. Knows how to get people into good positions. Graceful had mentioned it as well. This team is, currently sitting at about 5th, actually 2nd position right here. I think this is a very strong showcase. And, what is it going to take for them to keep this up in E-District?
I really want to highlight, because you said the thing about Crook and his zone reading, I want to highlight the lack of ego that Crook has, because recently Cersei actually, when he joined the team, he took over IGLing. A big critique of Cersei in the past has been when he wasn't the IGL, he has so many of his own ideas, and he kind of gets lost doing his own thing. And so I feel like they realize, like,
so it says
his
4
ideas
p.m.
are good. So maybe if we just follow him, I can help him with the macro, the sort of zone reads, the foundational aspects, but let him make these fight calls, let him make these final decisions, then maybe we can get into a better spot as a team. Yeah. Because also they had Hot
So that should be 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
They were kind of in this weird spot where I think a lot of people thought, what is the ceiling
6
this team
o'clock
has? And on such
Eastern
short notice,
time.
I think Crook having that lack of ego and being able to
you
step
are
aside and allow Cersei to
European,
flourish for the
I
betterment
don't
of the
know what
team
that
is why we're seeing them
conversion
do
would be.
so good here.
Some of these guys, too, you talk about youth, but then you talk
I'm
about
not aware
experience.
of the
There's a nice
those
mix of it here.
conversions.
Enemy has been on some top-tier teams, played with some incredible players who have done this and kind of led the charge in the ALGS, and now he's leading his team. Can he find a way to step it up? From
Wait, he's watching C versus D. Okay, so then
with Designful and that
that
squad,
would mean
a couple years ago, and now kind of in a different zone, I think, Snipe, and in some ways that is a sign of maturity.
I guess they would be
but
back
also
to back.
You need a little bit of that spark, like I haven't done it before.
So never mind.
To push you sometimes to that next level.
I was just faded.
Yeah, I just keep thinking back to the
3 p.m. I think
thing every time I think of that roster, and it just cracks me up.
Okay,
So
gotcha,
it's really cool to see kind
gotcha.
of the evolution of Enemy as a player, and just honestly everyone on this team. It's just so crazy to see how many different teams.
I'll watch Sunday to see
A lot of these
Shotzi.
teams don't stick together for more than one event anymore.
I knew
so
I
for a
shouldn't have
roster
told
like this to
Grant
kind of
about
come together,
Optic.
Everyone's kind of been around the place, and for like you
I
said,
knew I
for them
shouldn't have
to
told you about
acknowledge
Optic, Grant.
Cersei and realize how talented he is and how he
We
has
lost
really
one,
good ideas,
chat.
and to bring him in just brings a level
Grant
of camaraderie
slipped through
to
the
that
net.
roster that can put them at the top position to fight for this.
Well, you guys all made some
100
great points.
Sports
so we
just
could stay on
posted
longer,
a picture
but
of
the
Jen
game
Burton's parents
is
holding a
about
100
to
T
be
flag.
underway. So
Love this
I know
game.
Two
That is pretty cool.
Great commentators who are ready to talk all about that and more and get you into the action as we head to E-District. It's, of course, Dia, and a nice welcome back to Spider Tiff here. Casting up. How's it going, guys?
Oh my gosh, guys, it feels so good. I'm not gonna lie, when I was walking up to this caster booth, the overwhelming sensation of seeing an almost packed dome on day number 1 at ALGS Champs in Japan, bro. It's been a year coming, at least for me, Dia, and I'm so happy to be back in the booth alongside you.
It's a really incredible feeling to get the energy from the
Hey,
crowd
I appreciate
as well.
that, Grant. Thank you for
there's
subbing.
so much
Excited to see you in
investment
the
that all
chat
the
on
fans
Sunday.
have brought here today in terms of who their favorite teams are, who they're cheering for, and
If,
you can really feel
if
the
you're
tension
interested
in
in
the
like
arena
learning
with
more
each
about
and
Call of Duty
every
and stuff
team
too,
kill that goes down.
I
We've got a whole
strongly
other B
suggest
stage going
checking
as
out
well,
Jake
as Lace
Maverick.
gave us a teaser
He's
of earlier.
a-
Falcons are really
He's a content creator that does a lot of stuff around like the Call of Duty
over here,
League
we've
as
had
a
some
whole,
really exciting games
whereas
ourselves. I
I'm
was,
more
for one,
focused
very
on like
surprised
LA
with the
Thieves.
Gen G first game
So
win.
I would
thought
check
that
him
Gen
out
G
if you
would have
want
a
to
little bit of a
learn
slower start.
more stuff
I
about
do
Call
think
of
they're a
Duty
group
as well,
stage team
because
right
he
now
talks
in
about
terms
like
of
all
that
the
being their
teams
most powerful stage
and
of
gives
the
you
tournament,
kind of like a
and
good
they
rundown
started
of
things off that
what
way.
teams are good
A lot
and
quicker than I
all
expected.
that kind
I
of
feel
stuff.
like
And then
calling
he
someone
also
a group
watches like
stage
all the
team is such a
matches.
harsh way to put it, right? How long have we been
I
referring
try to watch all the
Alliance as a
matches
group
during like
stage team? You
tournament
don't want
weekends,
to have that coined at
but
it, but you do need
for
to
the
succeed
online
and
like
almost
qualifying
treat this as a
matches,
moment to
I
test out
typically
everything
will
that you've learned
just
over the
watch
past
like
few
the days
weeks,
that the
months,
Thieves
even
play.
in those international scrims. And speaking of nice wig and Greek, one thing that I've learned from watching the international scrims is one name in particular. If you're going to be talking about Gen G, it's Asia. And Asia has been such a powerhouse in that roster, but maintain
Spider
that
Tiff
momentum going
is
forward,
sweet.
all right? So, like, let's see.
One of the
Where
best
is Gen
Apex
G going to be starting
casters
from
that I
through
met.
that momentum
Damn,
here
you
on
met
E-District?
you
We
met some
talked
of
about
the
it
Apex
earlier, that
casters.
Storm Storm Point was the map that a lot of our teams prioritized, but E-District, I think it's even more important because you're going to have so many teams fighting in that endgame.
We're landing Heights.
And Gen G, like you were talking about,
like
are
we're
one of the
be
teams
off in
that
the corner.
really wanted to make sure they had a good starting spot, drafting the Lotus as their first pick, and they had a pretty good seeding coming into today's games as well. So they got a really early, powerful POI, which could convert into some really good games for them. I will say
Let's see.
E-District in
Gold was
general,
making it sound like this should be Thieves' map.
Gen G's game plan is it provides so much safety for the different teams, so many ways to bunker up. E-District is best known as the team where
bunch of casters had a meet and greet at ALGS Birmingham. Oh, okay, cool.
Their whole thing is escorting teams from the lobby.
I haven't met
they're gonna do
many like players or casters when it comes to like the Call of Duty scene.
They're over at Stadium, out on the east side of E-District. Rotations can be difficult through some of those choke points once you get over.
I did get to meet the Thieves roster from last year, though.
Now, if we go straight to the northwest, which is very characteristic every time I'm on the mic, the E-District, I'm not gonna lie, that could be very challenging. But for teams like Fnatic over at Viaduct, Shopify Rebellion,
don't know why they changed casters.
That's gonna be one of the best.
I was surprised that they did. I didn't think they would. But
first match on E-District of the tournament.
Maybe just trying to give the other casters a break.
One that really sets the tone. I'm very curious who comes out on top.
That's what I would think.
And like you were thinking about Fire Strays.
Game number 4 underway. We finally got a new map.
Have been able to do throughout the course of just
Gold
these
was
3
hyping
games.
up the Thieves on this map, so
through the tournament, where I'm looking at Gen
hopefully
G and
he's
I'm
accurate.
saying, hey, group stage is where you should really succeed. I think
got to meet a bunch of COD pros back in 2017, but few still play at this point.
Really
yeah,
well
a lot of the pros are new kids now. They're new
because
kids
they
on the
naturally
block.
inhabit that play style.
Well, then you look forward to them having a
I
better second set.
I ain't
so
talking
we'll
the
see
boy
what that
band.
looks like for them. For Rock Esports, though, they've been the come up. This was actually the team that I had predicted to win for this initial series. I do enjoy the growth that we've seen from Saucer as a player. You think of Vaxlon, such a
You'll get a
storied
Shotzi
competitor.
jersey?
He's won
No.
massive events back in 2021
No,
initially
Grant's
under
gonna be an
100
Optic
Thieves.
fan
Now
now,
you bring him
chat.
here, and he's
What
played
have I
against so
done?
many
I knew I
rosters, and
shouldn't
it's
have brought
been
up
fun to see
Optic.
what they bring to the table with Deeds. I think there can be success here.
I think that Rock have to be a team that you're keeping your eyes
converting
on
to the dark
throughout
side.
the course of this tournament. They've had so many, I would say,
Don't put this on me. I'm putting
performances
it on you,
in
Gold.
the course of these
No
first
diddy.
3 games. Now that again we're on E-District, that provides them a little bit more
This is
cover.
on you.
Maybe this turns into a really good news story for them. However, the nice thing about this particular game is that Rock have the added benefit of being close to the ring.
Apex always changes casters with the map change since they're commentating for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah,
which that makes sense. That's why it makes sense that they swapped. I just wasn't expecting it.
But did I not just say that Fnatic
Is
and
Shotzi
Shopify
the
Rebellion are
IGL?
going to have great starting points from that southwestern side of things? Now, maybe this isn't what they're expecting because Fnatic, they're a team that likes to charge at teams and fight their way in.
I
But
don't
Rock
know,
Esports,
actually.
They've been succeeding in the game.
Chat,
where
would you
they
guys
have
consider
such
Shotzi an
easy prio
IGL?
to that second circle.
I
They've
feel like
defended
he's
their
the most
positioning
likely
well
to
into
be
that
the
endgame,
IGL out of
and if they have
everybody
a
on
long
his team.
rotation, they don't find success. Look how quickly they're moving in.
Oh yeah, we're in a
Tower
bad
goes down
spot for zone.
immediately. Mango and Gaming Gladiators, that whole northeastern side right now, could actually turn quite interesting, especially with Fire Strays moving up behind Team Mango. Keep your eyes on
think
Boogie Boarders and
Dashy-
Hot Dog Mafia, who will be
I just
going
don't know
through
if I'd see
similar
Dashy
chokes,
as
but
like a
then
leader.
you look up north at Gen G, and they're not even in a rush. They're still in the same exact place that they started the game, and that's stylistic. Gen G are going to play this really hard,
Especially if, like,
play
when
style.
Kenny-
The thing that I've been really
Kenny said
critical
when he was there
about
that
with Gen G throughout
he
the
felt
course
like
of
it was only
scrims
ever
in
him and
December
Shotzi
is
talking
how
in
they
the
wait for the
comms.
zone to push them
Or,
in.
like,
That's
after
served them
matches.
well so far, but watch
I just
how
don't
they
see
move
Dashy
through the
being an
map and
IGL.
see if they start moving ahead of zone or if, as they did in December, they keep with it.
Do we need a Gen G cam? But we'll talk about that later.
For COD, they just have
you
regular,
have been favoring your
just like
storylines
regular
that you love to
humans.
build.
It's-
Well, Legacy's
'cause it's-
already
it's
down,
just a
which
war
is
game.
leaving Sharky on the run like a fugitive from Remix.
And they haven't had like specialists in a while.
See what Citadel's able to do right now. Having already gotten the first knock, things look good for them, and it is a relatively nice time in the game to pick a fight. This is not the most isolated place that you could be.
I mean,
Street Guard has a
Shotzi
lot
is
of
like
teams
the
surrounding it, but
I would say probably like
picking
the
up 1
face of the
KP.
team.
Not going to be a bad thing at all.
I just don't know if I would.
Getting aggressive.
I don't know if I would consider him the
Citadel,
leader
but realistically,
or not.
I think
I feel like Optic is one of
here,
those teams that doesn't really have a leader. They just have a system, and they play the system really well.
That's okay. We need this here, all right? What basically this opens the possibility because Shopify Rebellion's already rotated
some teams,
out. The circle came to them. They can get a nice
some
early
teams
brio,
I don't feel like have.
Well, we know on E-District, regains are going
like
to happen, so they're going to focus on negative rotating
outwardly
out of
recognizable
the space, which will cost
IGL.
them later in, but they'd rather have that full team.
Yeah, like you say, it doesn't really lean into their playstyle preference. Lately somehow alive, but they're not the only fight that's going down. Rock.
Early
Quite
fight
a hip
here
fire
now.
on the G7. I thought for a
Wolves
second we were going to
out.
be all right there, but when you've got RRQ, a nice
Yeah,
little reset.
I would kind of agree with that.
And Wolves Esports will unfortunately be the first team out of E-District. But just know that since this is the dead center of that next ring, there's a good chance that teams will get that information. They're going to hear those engagements and say, okay, you know, keep in mind, they're down.
A really needed win for RRQ
Did she say
as well,
bear
because
down?
they're one of our teams that were basically at the bottom of the leaderboard, struggling to even keep up with Men of Culture, who
I'm
are
a
playing
Bears fan
today
for anybody
as
who doesn't
a duo.
know. Chicago Bears.
So those 3 kill points are going to serve them really well as they now will be able to alley-oop Men of Culture and maybe get themselves into that
for
15,
anybody who
16
doesn't know that,
sort of area.
that was probably
Shopify
really stupid.
Rebellion
Volume
playing
shooter,
around the edge
by the
right
way.
now. They're not the only ones. Gen.G. Always
I
ready
told
to
my
pick a
brother
fight
that's
and
what
found
I'm
themselves
going to
face
start
face with the
saying
Crazy
anytime I
Thieves.
feel like I
Thieves
make
are
a
the first
joke
team out in game
that
number 1. Would hate to see
doesn't
them fall
land
early
or
on here on E-District,
is
but
just
when
like
Asia
dumb.
has a death note with their name on it, immediately throws the ball down for a speed boost, but
I'm just gonna hit
decides
it.
to
I'm gonna hit
retract away. Some
anybody
nice
that
fire coming
hears it
out
with
from
a
Crazy
I'm a
Thieves
volume
to
shooter.
allow that member that got lit up a moment
That's
to
the
heal.
tech,
Gen.G
I think.
completely about what Asia is able
Do you
to
recommend
do.
watching a
Almost getting the
YouTube
knock
video
there.
for
If he
a first-time COD comp fan?
would have turned
Yeah,
into
I would
surely a
suggest. I would
Crazy Thieves
suggest
wipe,
watching
but as he didn't. There's a lot of
like
coverage from
YouTube
the rest
videos
of the
about
Crazy Thieves
the
members, now
game,
backing
so you
off a little
can
bit further.
kind of
Note that in the
understand it a
meantime,
little more.
SAUL did end up getting the reset.
I don't really
So
have
they're
any
back to a full
videos
three.
myself
See, here's what I
of
love about the
like
Crazy Thieves, right? They're just doing crazy things. Jen Burton now on Mad Maggie, where I don't know if you
what do
guys
you
are
call
on
it?
social media or anything. You guys probably are chronically online.
like
It's fine.
really
me too.
talking about the game
The
itself,
clip that
but I
Jen
do have a
Burton
couple
had posted of
history
him
videos
playing
talking
Watson,
about like the
fencing
LA
like a
Thieves
freaking
history
M&K player going crazy, but
a
you've
little
got
bit
Verholst
that you could
basically
check out,
slotting
and then
it
I
to
also
the
have
Watson,
just
which I love that
older
you've got to
videos
be
talking
adaptable.
about
We'll
matches
check
and
in
talking
with them
about
later
games,
because
even some
Jaguares
highlights,
just got absolutely
stuff
duked
like
up.
that.
And sure, Legacy's back in, but Legacy's back out.
But yeah, there's another channel that does a lot of like.
It hurts, Dia.
I feel it.
I think they do like highlight videos and stuff. I think
make things feel too much
I think
better.
their channel name is
Unfortunately,
Payback. I think is what it's
Legacy
called.
now down, you've still got the problem.
They do. I think they do a lot of highlights. They have some good videos.
SAUL have dipped back into the center zone. They're not even around the edge anymore.
If you want to
so
know a
even
lot of like
harder
the
to get a
news that's
respawn.
going around,
And Legacy and Alliance
like the
will
Call
be
of Duty
closing
scene,
in on them from
Tactical
the north side.
Rab is a
Time
good
is not
one
in their
to
favor.
watch.
It's going to be tough, but
as
I know
well.
they're going to try to get him on back.
Let's go,
I'm still
Caleb
keeping
Williams.
my eyes
Hey, I
on
love
how
that out of
Alliance
you,
is going to
Grant.
cement themselves with
I
their
love that out of
information
you.
to say, where do we want
See
to play
Will,
from?
baby,
And
the
with
Iceman.
that pool, Dia, that opens a lot of doors.
And for some teams, specifically Gen.G, it means that a fight is brewing. We talked about how Gen.G really like to pick their
Are
fights
we gonna fight
as
Gen.G
the zone
here?
closes. Crazy Thieves right ahead of them right now are going to be suffering from the brunt of that if they're not able to separate themselves. I love
they're
the altar ult that
teleporting
they
out.
lay down to get the whole team down a little further to the south, but the reality is still there. Gen.G
I was
and Crazy
wondering
Thieves are on the
why,
same side of the ring as it closes.
there was
And when
one
we look
Thieves
towards the
player by
center, we've
themselves.
still got
Oh, they're
Shopify
hitting a
Rebellion, we've
deep
still got
route.
Fnatic,
They're
we've
trying to go
still
towards
got Rock
Shipyard.
in great positions overall as the zone continues to move towards them.
Well, anytime Rock has an initial pull that goes straight towards them,
They got a
they're
ways
almost
to
guaranteed
go,
the top
though.
3. The majority of their points so far from the series have come from placement. We talked about Alliance rotating on in, but when you pick up Zainu that quickly and Effect barricading in and just trying to assert that dominance, look for the full, claim your spot, keep the... Okay, that's
Dude,
fine.
I used to
It was just
love
the
using the wingman.
I mean,
I was so
Shopify
bad at it,
Rebellion
but I
losing
loved
Zainu is
using
a
it.
complete oversight.
It was just such a
But
dope
finishing
gun
this
to
fight
use.
still pretty difficult
It
for
gave so
Alliance.
much dope,
Shopify
I should say.
have a couple of ways out of this building, namely through the top of it. Alliance, I'm sure, would like
Love
the
this
kills,
route from
but
us.
with
We should
Fnatic
set up.
right here, can you afford to
should be set
extend?
up to fight our way in.
Fnatic are going to time this to perfection.
Yeah,
So I love
it
that
did
Alliance
seem like
are
that was a
taking that
better,
moment to get those med kits off and make
better
sure
route
the
for
push
them
is
to
perfect. 'Cause
take.
you're not going to be afforded to open the door for Fnatic. And As they push,
Hopefully
they
that's
connect.
accurate.
Royval back
Hopefully
down.
it works
This
out that
is
way.
just such a cohesive
Shopify about to get knocked out. That could be
one
good
by
because they
in the
got a
stairs
ton of
too.
points
I mean,
for the last game,
Alliance
if I'm not mistaken.
get another kill served to them, and Shopify Rebellion
Love
have
C-Will,
no
DJ
choice
Moore,
but
and
to
Roma
exit this
Dunze.
ring. Zap sits outside the building. Affected Unlucky are going to find him. He's gone. Shopify Rebellion, they're out.
Nah, Effect's not letting
Grant,
anyone
I gotta
get out
ask.
there. This is what they were talking about
I
earlier.
don't mean this
Hackett and
disrespectfully.
2 fraggers. Effect and Unlucky
Are you-
don't worry,
are you,
don't
like,
worry, Hackett.
intentionally
I've got him, and Legacy
spelling their names
SAUL's
wrong?
got you.
We're so back. We're so back. Where
back,
are they
baby.
right now? Taking a look, SAUL have moved up into Energy Bank to
I
get
don't
that
mean this to
respawn.
sound
So they
rude.
will be moving in on the same
I
side
just
of the
think it's
zone
funny
as we saw
because-
Gen G moving through earlier. Sentinels still
Because
occupy the north
every
side,
single one
and
of
the
their name, like
Crazy
every
Thieves
name.
are picking a fight with Hot Dog Mafia. Aberlately falling for the second time
They're
this
all
game,
they're
but
all
there's a trade
phonetically
back.
right.
Fnatic
They're
get
all
involved, and Crazy
phonetically
Thieves
right.
down to 1.
So I can
And
tell
really
what they
did
are, but they're just
dive
not
dead center
spelled
into
right.
a ton of powerhouse teams, which sure, that can
Which
work,
is not-
or
I mean,
this
it's
can happen,
whatever.
and there's a good chance that as
I
soon
don't
as someone
care.
grabs an angle from
I
you,
just thought it was
Fnatic
funny.
has already done enough that they've wanted to do. They've put that pressure onto you. You're forced to heal. You're forced to use a lot of those resources, and just know that thriving in that environment is
Rome-
not going to be good.
Rome is
Gen G are getting a mythic crate right now. That's
ROME.
huge. Gen G getting
And then
a
a
mythic
Dunze.
crate
A Dunze is a
spawned
weird
next to them
one.
on the
ODUNZE.
eastern side of zone. Alliance for their
His
part,
last name is
still
it's
playing
got a
in the
weird
back
spelling, but I
corner
I
in the
forget
southwest of the ring, where ultimately we think this is going to go. Fnatic,
I forget
FYR,
what
Crazy
his
Thieves, and Alliance
ethnicity
all
is,
piled
like,
up into the same
or
area.
like what
Gen
his
G,
family
the
heritage
furthest from that, still have a
is.
fight brewing with the fresh SAUL who have just dropped in.
Is it
That is
Nigerian?
surely going to happen in the next few minutes.
9 lives, baby. 9 lives, and Fnatic
I
just trying
don't
to
want to
survive
say that,
against
and then
Alliance.
it sounds like
Garcia, 1
racist.
HP, and it's just down to
I don't want to pull a
again.
Zuma.
And when you're standing against Effect, it is
I don't want to pull a
so
Zuma
challenging in
saying
a
some
1v2
shit
situation.
like
but a
Neum
quick
looks like
reset
Kenny.
here
That-
for Alliance turns their series around,
That
which is
was
exactly
crazy.
what they needed.
The starts of
That was
Alliance's
crazy
fights are
comms out of
so
Zuma.
explosive as well. It's never like, oh, we found somebody, we chase him down for a little bit. There's the knock. There's the slow finish to the
Oh,
fight.
you're good. You're
It
good,
is
Grant.
Alliance
Like I said, I'm.
insta-knock a completely unsuspecting person
I
and then
didn't know.
convert
I
on
was-
that. It is a level
just
of
curious.
locked in that Alliance really have over the rest of the lobby right now, and it's why, as you mentioned earlier, they
'Cause
are
you
so
spelled
often
Caleb
referenced as a
Williams
group
right.
stage team. It's not because
But
they
then-
start performing worse as the games go on,
I
as the
don't know.
lobbies get harder. It is because
Forget it. I
compared
didn't
to
even
other
need
teams
to.
at the start of the
I didn't
tournament,
need to
they're
bring that.
so much more ready.
Well, SAUL, this is going to be a fun journey. Let's hop on board and see what they're
That
thinking about.
17 squad still.
Wait, there's this directly
Gotta
like,
listen in as well. I'll shut up.
Is like, okay.
I think these buildings are fine. My ping.
Yeah, yep. You going out? I see. Yeah, it's much bigger. Landing in a second.
Yeah, landing on the ping.
Nice.
Good.
Yep. Good. Cool.
Healing.
Altitude. From below. Not going up.
Look to destroy drone.
I can't see it. It's 2 teams. If they fight us, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, there's 3 teams. Team like buildings underneath as well. Like north builds.
Nice.
Brain's destroyed.
Sitting right above us.
Yeah.
These guys are dying down here.
If we need to, directly under us is playable.
1 shot.
Okay. They're above big. An angle. We are just in the corner of my room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just care we get jumped on this zone probably. Team in this build as well.
What? How much is the team on that building?
Watson. I don't know. I didn't see it.
SAUL are safe, and Team Mango are down. That is Alliance picking up even more kills.
Grant, you think
Note
the Bears will beat the
position that
Rams at
SAUL
home?
went
I
for
hope
here.
you're right.
Normally, they like to play really
I hope
center
you're
zone.
right.
They have barely
I think they have a good
themselves
chance to.
into a even zone.
We definitely need to see
They're
better,
still that much further, and because they are running
more
Catalyst,
consistent
they're
defense
in
out
that
of
much
them.
more
I
of a
would
tough
say.
position. Yes, you've
If
always
they
got
can
the wall, but
play
you really want to be
defense like they
saving
did
Catwall
in the
for end games,
second
for safe
half
spots.
of the
SAUL,
Packers game,
we could see them falling in
I
this
think
ring.
they
If they're
can
able to
beat the
convert,
Rams.
though, we could just as well see them winning this game.
They're gonna
It's
have
just
to
tough
play
when
some
you got Gen G
really
in your
good
back and
defense
Juarez.
since the Rams have
Oh,
a
the
good
punishment coming
offense.
through. Nice opening damage, and Yanya left alone.
But I
here to
think
take
I
down
think they
Citadel.
should
The plays coming
start to
in.
figure out the
Guess
offense
what?
a little
They
bit
could
as
escape
well.
from that as well. Looking for a just an extra kill if you
early
can
game
grab
versus
it,
late game,
late
game comes in Apex. It's so funny to me.
The teammates
soft and casual to hectic and chaotic. No, it really is though. I mean,
sometimes just get
it makes sense. They got nobody around them.
Come on, 10 HP.
Ooh, back
so everything's going to be much more chill and passive. But then at the end, when everybody's fighting,
you get the info.
You gotta get a lot of information out in a short period of time.
Oh wait, Gen.G
up on this.
Gen.G
15 squads left.
Still having some issues.
Another fight here.
Last alive, the name that we always talk about, the connections that they hit fire.
Oh, Gen.G.
Sentinels, baby, they're getting in the action.
Gen.G.
This is the Sentinels that I like to see, and it is as the zone closes.
Oh, we're not
once
done.
again. Men of Culture did try and get involved. That's another kill for Men of Culture, the duo.
Legacy knocked out now.
Gonna go down, but
we got 5 points.
You got what you came
Men
for.
of Culture knocked out.
On the board for Men of
Thieves
Culture,
are still in. Looks like they're getting into a fight here, though.
Thieves now looking to potentially get into one of their first major
DGB.
fights after early, towards this late game, down to this final
Possibly.
12 squads. But it's going to be Metro.
Shit.
Can we hold down?
This might be a fight here.
We're too far open here, and Phony with the swing.
I don't know if I like that, though. They're getting shot at by other teams as well. Sentinels gets knocked out in the meantime, though.
No ammo, though. We need light. This feels familiar.
Sentinels are down.
That's good. That's good.
They're not the only ones. FYR Strays.
There are 2 knocks from DGB, though.
Mafia right now.
GG's
the Game and Gladiators
coming into
could
fight.
Be next. Jen Burton's fighting. There are so many
They're
fights
eliminated.
happening at the same time.
I think we knocked them.
Crazy Thieves, but right once again. By this pylon, Crazy Thieves have safety, and now they've got kills to go with it.
Another team eliminated.
RRQ will fall. Seriale.
Things are starting to get spicy.
Be the ones to escort them
Top
out.
9.
Alliance continue to farm. Alliance setting themselves up for
Circle's still a reasonable size, though. It hasn't gotten too small yet.
Will fall to Rock.
All right, well, you keep the
8
high
squads
ground. You
now.
keep the tension all on the remaining teams.
It's going to be tough, though. We don't have high ground.
On. Just know that they have the circle. They can control that as long as they can take care of Fire Strays, who have been so consistent in the end game. For now, they're trying to say, where are they? You see Cersei just up ahead. Skittlecakes go ahead and connects with the
BGB
ping.
knocked out.
Who are
6 squads left.
Decimating the lobby. We have Unlucky almost on double digits.
FYR knocked out.
This is perfect for Alliance. Take a look at the minimap. They were split up until this very moment, but they do have someone sitting back, ready to pull people back through the altar portal if they go down. Alliance are making the most of their space, controlling as much of the ring as possible.
5. That's good. That's good for us.
Way,
21
have been
points.
Forced into a corner and likely just aren't going to get to play.
Got another knock at us.
Nah, they're just here to play video games, and it's not happening. Crazy Thieves.
Another Elim,
taking
top
up
4.
So much space. As soon as Reignite walks out, they
just
get sent back to the lobby. This is
this might be
disgusting. What Alliance is
getting
able
shot
to
at by
do.
Rock
It's a shame
and
that
Alliance.
they've never actually gotten an ALGS trophy, because it looks like they can here, and they're looking to claim one, but it's still just the first series of the day, and down goes ROC.
See, this is why I don't fuck with BRs, chat.
Focusing there forward, but it's all right because he's got the voice.
Exactly, we see it as it happens. The setup for Alliance lets them overextend.
It's a good finish, right? They finished top 4.
They've got the safety
but like the third-party shit, I get it's part of the game. I just hate
and
it.
now Hot Dog Mafia are weak on the low ground. You know what that means? Alliance have reset. And Alliance are looking to take the win right now. That is a nice back away by the Hot Dog Mafia, but it's not going to buy them enough time to reset.
It's really not. Rambo
I have no football team, but I like the Thunder and the Red Sox. I mean, Thunder's a great basketball team to root for.
And Alliance win. Hackus,
yeah, Destiny doesn't like the Red Sox, though. As a New Yorker, she don't like the Red Sox.
At this point that have played together for, what, how many years?
Like, this was such perfect play from Alliance 19. In that end zone.
Okay.
Where on YouTube can I watch Shotzi highlights? I would just look up. I would just look up Shotzi.
That is if Legacy had respawned like 6 times.
Maybe they were just feeding up now. You know, Legacy did go down to a couple different teams. It's totally fine.
I'm not flaming Legacy.
We really aren't. It's so unfortunate to try and regain when you're on E-District and there's just so many teams that live a long amount of time. But it was just brilliant Apex Legends out of Alliance, which is to be expected from Alliance.
We'll take that for sure.
I'm really curious going into the next match. We saw Alter be so powerful.
I'm kind of confused on
she was the most picked legend, and that means that the very same Alter that let Alliance pick up 19 kills in one game now gets taken out of the pool. It's the perfect time for Alliance, of course, to find that win in the way that they did.
Get some good rest.
But if we look at the points off of this game, I mean, man, it is not even close. Hot Dog Mafia,
Tucker's
who had a
going to the
very
Mets?
good
Actually?
game in their own right.
Is he actually?
Still come nowhere close to touching the sun.
Yeah, like I'm okay with the 17 points out of Hot Dog Mafia because they were pretty much sitting in zone and just poking at a lot of the
Grant,
teams
Shotzi
that were
is
surrounding them and trying to defend that
SHOTZZY.
turf for the end game performance.
And then if you just look his name up,
but that 31
you
points from Alliance brings them to
videos.
What, north of 40, which is great considering 31
his
of their 40-something
POV is
points
really
just
fun to
came
watch.
from one game. And all you need in a 6-game series
On that
is
game,
one
I'm going to sleep because it's almost 7 a.m.
to pretty
We'll
much
catch the
secure
VODs
yourself
tomorrow.
a
Have a
decent pick when
good
it comes
stream.
to the
Hey, I
POI draft
appreciate
for
that,
bracket
Sleep.
stage.
Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for
how
following the
Alliance
channel.
controlling space turned into other teams.
Hope you get some good rest.
Not being able to make optimal decisions either.
You can't. You're reacting to what Alliance does.
Yeah,
Do you have a baseball team? Yeah, I'm all
even down
Chicago
on the low
sports.
ground, we saw
So I'm a
Hot
Cubs
Dog
fan.
Mafia, of course, ended up sending it, but before that, it was Crazy Thieves.
I'm all Chicago
fighting
sports,
Rock.
and then for
that is not a
esports,
space
I'm
that
all
you want to
100
fight
Thieves
as
or
either
LA
squad.
Thieves.
Crazy Thieves have been sitting down there forever. They've got a pylon, but it is purely defensive for Crazy Thieves.
The deciding factor
so
was the Red
now,
Sox wouldn't add a
with Alliance
no-trade
taking
clause to his
this
contract,
win,
and the Cubs did.
They've proven, of course,
So he was worried
that,
the Sox would
as
trade
we
him
all
in
know,
the future.
If you're tuning in now, they
okay.
are a top-of-the-lobby team, but they actually
did
take
now,
it
right?
to the top of the lobby.
Or did they only
unseating
sign him for a
Shopify
year
Rebellion.
and then we just
That's
signed
insane.
him?
Their
Was he a
damage
free
did from
agent
that
or did we
game
trade
was
for
they
him?
dealt 3,000 more damage
I don't know if I saw
than they
all
took
that.
that game.
In one game?
Yeah, they're just that much better at that point. At least
Let's
in match
see,
number
where are
4,
we
who
at
knows
here?
if they'll be able to maintain
We're
that
number
consistency. But
10,
you did say
23
group stage
points
team.
in total.
We said that, but to the top of the series they go. Hot Dog Mafia not looking too bad after that one as well. Shopify Rebellion, you're down a couple of points. ROC Esports still in it. Fire Strays as well. But for Gen G,
What? Where do we have to finish to be able to?
Yeah, this is exactly the same sort of thing that we were talking about earlier, where Gen G
make like the grand finals,
do like to
or
play
to make the
a lot more
semifinals and stuff.
On the edge of ring and on E-District, it can be that much harder.
Grant, you want Boba Fett to go to the Red Sox?
In a way, it is nice to see it play out because it reinforces exactly what Gen G are good at and what they still in this tournament
Do you think
like
he
to work
leaves Toronto though?
I love kind of watching them like stretch
I
it
feel like
off. They're just
Toronto's not going to want to get rid of anybody.
Right? You lock back
Since
in,
they had a
and
good,
you think, okay, it's just another game. You get the strategies. You look at the POA drafts. You work with your team, and you're like, okay, now that we just lost Alter, which was such a critical part of how we were playing
I thought
that game,
the Cubs wanted to get Vladdy at
one
one
of the most
point, but
adaptable players when it comes to this game, and he allows
the
basically
Blue Jays had a good year.
I
doubt they
do
get
their
rid of
thing,
anybody.
to frolic around E-District, and to come back when they
Top
need to.
20 of
And
all
if it's
40
not
teams,
Alter,
so we
it's
need to
just
be
going
top
to be
10
another
in
legend
our.
in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't see
no,
it
we need to be top
really
5 in our
changing the
group.
way that Alliance want to play
Right?
fundamentally because
there's-
taking up space is a really fundamental part of Apex
no,
Legends.
I guess
it's not
top
something
10,
that only
yeah.
Alter enables,
So
although
we
she
need to be
does
top
make it
10.
that much better.
She really does. But honestly, I couldn't have asked
Cubs
for
have a good
better
team.
game to
I
kick
mean,
things off
shit,
on
hopefully.
E-District.
They're
Man,
finally starting to
Alliance, a
spend money,
31
which is
point
something
game. Quite
they
possibly one of the
never
biggest games
do.
that we've seen, at least on the main
So
broadcast
hopefully
thus far.
things
The
are
Falcons might
headed in
have
the right
challenged that
direction for
considering they were
Chicago
north of
sports.
70 points over
I
on
have
the B stage
absolutely
by
no
how many
faith in the
games?
Chicago Bulls.
Three
though.
games.
That team's
Three
going to
games?
suck for the rest
God,
of my
that's
life.
disgusting. Okay,
As long
we
as
get
the
it, Falcons.
Reinsdorfs
Good thing I
own
could
that
have them
team,
for
the
one of my
Chicago
picks.
Bulls
But
are
alas,
stuck in
there
mediocrity.
you go. Well, guys, Sony InZone have been so powerful, all right? Sony InZone are powering the monitor and audio
They will
experience
be
for the
stuck
ALGS
in
Year 5
mediocrity
champs. Lightning fast
for the
OLED
rest of
monitors
time.
and their lightweight wireless headsets give pros the tools to win.
Yeah, I like the young players too. I love Kobe White. Kobe White is one of my favorite players. I think Modest Buzelis is going to be a really exciting player to watch, and I think he has a bright future ahead of him. It's less about the players on the team and more so like management. Management is horrible. I mean, they're ran by a bunch of fucking morons, if I'm being honest. If I'm not pulling any punches, they're ran by a bunch of morons. Like, they should build around Josh and Kobe. Yeah, they should easily build around Josh, Kobe, and Buzelis. Those should be the three that they build around and get rid of just about everybody else. And maybe Io. You can maybe keep Io to Sumu in there. I think those 4 are all really good players, and I think they will continue to be really good players. But you need to have good defense around them, and I think maybe if you got like a superstar or an all-star player, that would be good too. But Josh Giddey is playing at an all-star level most of the time. And then Kobe I still think has potential to be an all-star level talent. And same with Modest. Trade Vucevic? Yeah, they need to trade Vooch. I mean, at this point, he just doesn't fit their timeline.
Razor, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global
At this point, he
Series.
doesn't fit their timeline, and I feel like he doesn't even really want to be there anymore, which I can't blame him. He's old and he probably wants to win a championship. Like, Chicago is not the place to be. They're not going to win a championship anytime soon. At least not in basketball. That's for damn sure. As long as you have Arturas Karnisovas as your GM and you have the Reinsdorfs as the owners of the team, yeah, nothing good's getting done. That's for damn sure. I'm waiting for Josh to be back. Is he still out? I genuinely haven't been paying attention to them because they've been so unfun to watch. With how much
crazy to say that we're live here from Sapporo, Japan, bro, because Hokkaido, blizzards are happening. I've been walking around in the snow. I'm from Georgia, guys. It was like 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit out there. I am struggling, but I haven't fell just yet.
Thank
you for looking out for
I'm
me.
happy. I wouldn't want to see you injured.
I'm getting old. I might break a hip, okay?
Even with all the snow out here, it is clearly
He's
more
not old enough
dangerous
to break
in
a hip,
here with
bro.
what Alliance just did. I was looking at that end
She's
game
at
circle
max
once
in her
again and
30s.
watching the way that they're able to follow Hot Dog Mafia.
If
I'm really
you
impressed
break
with
a
the
hip in
restraint
your
that we saw
30s,
out of
you probably
Alliance.
got
A lot
more
of teams
going
that want
on
to take up
that
space
needs to be
don't
looked
have the
into.
same level of restraint when it comes to knowing what
He's still trying to
distance
get back.
play at,
They
how
beat the
far
Jazz
to get
today.
into the fight, because
I mean,
Hot
that's
Dog Mafia,
good.
they had an amazing idea.
They did.
Dude,
down
imagine
the
if we
low
still
ground,
had
taking the
Lori
Alter
Markkinen,
back.
huh?
The EMP that they threw down there
We
as
fucked
well.
that one up.
Hey, you hear the comp? They're trading.
Crazy.
They're
We
trading.
got
This
rid
is
of
the perfect
Lori
time for us to
Markkinen,
swing.
who had
But all it does is, sure, if you may get
such
one of those
upside
points on the board,
potential.
but you know in your heart
Now he's putting
that
up
the
like
team on top
40
is
a
gonna take you
night.
down.
And we are back on board with that very
Like, what are
same
we
team
doing?
on top, Alliance, as we start game number 5.
Game number 5,
They start
here we
things
go,
over at
chat.
Boardwalk, surrounded by
Here we
Legacy,
go.
SAUL, and Citadel Gaming. SAUL, funnily enough, starting things off at City Hall, got a little bit unlucky,
Kinda hungry.
not just the ring, but in their game last
Kinda
time
hungry
around. We'll see
again.
what this looks like now, as this first ring will
He's
be
hurt, he
pulling
didn't
us
play today,
largely
and
towards
it makes
the
sense on why we won.
southeastern side of the map. And second
I know
ring,
the Jazz
you
aren't
and
very
I
good
know,
either,
Jeff,
but
is going to be
they at
moving
least
us in
have
towards Energy Bank.
Buckle up, guys. It's going to be a fun one. And this is one of the most interesting POIs that you can
Where we
play
at?
around in an endgame
Okay, not
situation.
in-
And
these
this
aren't in a
actually
terrible
is going to be
spot
difficult
here.
for
Right on the
basically some
outer
teams
edge
that
of
like to reap the
circle.
map. And I'm talking about
Gonna have to
Gen G,
push into
because
2
it is
different
so
teams.
close
That's
to where
probably
they start from, up
the
there
biggest
in the
concern,
north. And
unless
for a
these
team
teams
that
start
likes
fighting
to
each other
play
or start moving.
and kind of take everyone out on the outside. How can you
Hungry
do that
for
when everyone
Ds.
loves to
All
run
right,
towards
gold.
Energy Bank? Sentinel's already moving.
All right.
Teams like Fnatic hitting basically the balloon on out, hovering over draft point. They're going to be kind of walking straight in behind Wolves.
You know, I know that they didn't win last game. We sort of saw Crazy Thieves go out in the rock
Maybe I
battle
am.
on the low ground, but Crazy Thieves are really
You
an
ever think of that?
interesting team to look at
I
on
like that.
E-District, because statistically, this is their best map, at least Phonies, because they've come from different teams over the course of the year. But
I'm hungry for
Phonies'
these
best map
nuts.
has been
Even
E-District
these,
so
I'm
far.
actually- I
The
don't know if these are
average is
really what I
placing
want,
at
but
least around 8th or 9th, and
feel
that
like I
as an
need something.
average is actually quite good. When we look at how this plays out in the long term, he ends up getting, I think it was around 4.
I do actually really like
I think
cashews.
it was that they got
Cashews
around
are good.
4th place on average when they played from Heights, which they
Men of
Oh.
culture?
playing from.
Wolves
Men
are
of
our
culture?
number 1
Duo
team
taking
knocked
out
out again.
Wolves?
You know what?
Rip
Nani?
for Wolves.
It's fine. They've got more points, and that's all that matters. If you guys floating was
player on the
talking about
Jazz
how,
is
you know,
George,
he's
but
playing with a
I
different
don't know how to spell
controller,
his
he's going to
first
get a Vecchi in tomorrow, right? Gets his basic travel on in. He'll join
I don't know
shortly.
if I know who that is.
They're just trying to basically stop the bleeding
Almonds
and acquire
are
as many
better?
points as they can. So when they get their third in for tomorrow's day, they can focus
That's
on getting
crazy.
a higher placement for a better POI drive.
I mean, it might have been unexpected, but it was certainly the definition of a Red Bull first strike. Men of culture. And the Wolves' elimination, that's going to haunt them for a little while, especially with how excited people were about Wolves coming into today. It's not like they've been bottom of the leaderboard either, sitting at 11th right now. But
Lightly
it's our 5th game. We've
salted
got one game left.
are better than lightly salted cashews?
That's a team
You're telling me if we're just salting the nut,
They're also running a Sparrow, which I love
just sprinking
too.
a little bit of salt.
You just have to get crafty if you're going to be a duo and
That
go
an
on
almond
the fire aggressive status
is
for
better
Let's see where we're going to be heading.
than a
Hannah
cashew.
here. Tap it into the ring console. Give us that information. We need it because everyone's looking to get into Energy Bank, and the chokeholds that are in this position are so difficult. This is what I'm telling you about, okay? Look, Gen G, they want to fight on the outskirts. So where do they go from Lotus? What do? They
Look,
go,
I
right,
like
let's
almonds.
hail to the left.
I like
and they find
almonds.
Alliance.
They're not
Asia,
better
though.
than
Asia's health bar is depleted.
Asia's down.
And to me, that means that Alliance.
I do not agree.
Gen G
I don't know.
are so Asia-centric. 2 down now, and Alliance hitting a res on
I would
high ground,
much rather have
uncontested.
cashews than
Zicky's out of there. If Asia falls, Gen G've got they've got no way to start the fight, and certainly no way to finish it.
Okay, so all they have to do is basically go back to Lotus. But what have you noticed about Alliance? Anytime someone tries to take a fight for them, the first thing Alliance does is say, okay,
watch
if you're
more
going to go
Apex and
running,
learn about the game
I'm
and the
coming
teams.
to hunt you. And essentially, we've sent one
Yeah,
member
I
of
probably
Alliance
should.
back
I just
to look for Zicky because
I
they
know,
don't want to allow them a
like
reset.
I said, I'm just
they
not
want
a
to send
big
them
battle
packing.
royale fan. I mean,
Gen G have made
if I end
a
up doing
crafty
content
exit
around
up
it,
towards the north, but
I
that is gonna
will.
be spotted. Hacky's relentless in
But-
the pursuit, and Alliance have certainly
Like, I'm
got
just not-
the numbers and the time around the edge of the ring to make sure that
I'm not
Zicky
super
does
interested
not
in
rest
battle
in
royales.
any sort of peace and has no chance to get the rest of the team back in.
Like, if I'm being
and
honest, the main
into
reason I'm
zone for
watching
this
this
as
is
well.
because of
My
the
favorite
Thieves.
part about this
Like,
is
if the
Effect
Thieves didn't
doesn't
have an
even hit
Apex
the
team,
thirst
I wouldn't
because
watch
he doesn't
Apex
want them to be
at
able to
all.
grab a craft of a banner. Like,
Because I barely watch it
I was
even,
gonna say petty, but I love
even though the
it.
Thieves do have a team.
It's
It could be
respectable.
both things. One thing
Do
could be
what
two
you want.
things.
Deny those points. You're going to get them one way or another. But who knows? If Gen G pulls off a brilliant reset here, the next thing you know, they get to fight from the outside on that crazy edge playstyle that they like to do. But that's only if you can survive this trio here.
Did Alliance really not hit the survey beacon earlier? I guess not, since they pinged it and are going for it. But pulling right out of that.
I do better.
As Gen G will fall. A little bit too much damage.
Yeah, learn about
on the
Hydra,
evac
Grant.
tower. And they are our second team down.
Learn
Gen
about
G, a
Hydra.
little bit of hubris against the #1 team from last game, Alliance.
From one group stage team to another, Dia. Look, if you're going to deny them points here in this series and that momentum that they
Do
had
they have
off
COD
their
jerseys?
initial
Yes,
win
they do.
early on, this is great because
Every
it's
every
all
team
about
has
bracket
jerseys.
stage and getting there with the best quality that you can handle. In RRQ, you're in 19th place overall with 2 games left. You've got
Best
one
ones,
player
though,
down. The pings are coming through. Can we
LA
afford a
Thieves,
res out
baby.
into the open, or will the re-ping come
LA
through?
Thieves.
Fnatic just across the way. You have ROC just inside of
Actually,
Energy Bank.
Gentleman's
So
have
you're
some nice
isolated
jerseys
here
as well.
for now. Just keep that lookout moving.
I wonder if Alliance are going to
I actually
wait
thought about
by-
getting a Gentleman's jersey.
I'm not negative rotating. Just taking a look at the minimap
To
right now, so
support
I
my
can
man,
share with everyone.
Dan
I was wondering if they
Ghosty
were
and
going
Dylan
to
Envoy.
end up hanging out in the red to try and get a ring scan. And actually, looking up in the north, it seems that that might be what they're doing, getting the next ring information. We've seen evac tower goes down, and that means they have left their catalyst behind. To know now that we are going to the south side of Energy Bank, where we see FYR Strays playing
My
just
purple
around the
charger
outside.
ran
They've
out
got
of-
a good shot
ran
at
out of
finding a nice
charge.
place in zone. I am noticing, however, that there are other teams hugging the edge of ring who could get information. Boogie Borders, notably, could rotate their way into a ring console and then get advanced information
Gold,
on
I
setting
gotta
up
go
towards
back
the
to
south
this.
side.
Do you think
Oh.
almonds are the best
We're in a
nut?
tough position here. You've got one player down, you're forced to hit the Valkyrie, and even with that, you've got the Bocheck looking to connect. And with how many teams that are basically surrounding this area, this is an interesting negative rotate because there's still one squad out here, and as soon as the reset comes on in,
Oh,
you're just
so you're
gonna
set me up to go live, and then
to
you're not
essentially
even
the
going to
Boogie
be
Borders.
here.
Legacy
I
are going to be
see
moving
how
out
it
in
is.
the same direction as we just saw the solo of Reignite move. Moving on to the Boogie Borders side, as you just mentioned. Now, Legacy, their move out here isn't forced, and I have to imagine that it is more of a gatekeeper angle, a preemptive clearing of their backs by playing this building that allows them to guard both of these chokes. Should you see Boogie Borders or Reignite start trying to move through, it is Legacy's job to put a quick end to that.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging because there's only so many different places you can approach into Energy Bank, and a lot of teams have already kind of set themselves in a position where they're controlling that area. Shopify Rebellion, they're hailing from the south. You've got Sentinels and Serial up there on the northern side, basically gatekeeping Fnatic. Crazy Thieves, well, they've got a nice position, but Rock Esports. This is going to be interesting.
What the hell is that all
they've
about?
made
That was
it into
rogue.
the top 3 of this series, and with 2 games hanging on that, you've got to be able to jump up 12
Only
more
I can make
points
jokes
onto
about
Alliance.
me being
so you are
unemployed.
basically preying on the downfall of Alliance in this game.
Not you.
I mean, they could even make it happen. Rock and Alliance are going to be on the same side of the ring.
Who's Hydra? Hydra is
that,
the
given the amount
SMG
of survey
player
beacons
for
that they've been able
LA
to hit in the
Thieves.
last few minutes.
Oh, Citadel on the move here. Relatively quiet since their initial pop-off game. Would love to see a nice setup here, but
Juice,
do
what about
want
pistachios?
more from them here. But we talked about
I do
Reignite
like
moving on to the
pistachios.
out for a reset, and Boogie
I like
Borders
pistachios.
effectively seeing, hey, they're going to reset.
I would-
They're down on quality. We need to hunt this. This could be the potential for 3 free kills.
I don't know.
Remember,
If I get a
Lexi
good
this.
pistachio,
Not moving out to
if I get
punish.
a good
Boogie
pistachio,
Borders have moved so far up
I
north,
might
it's
put 'em-
basically
low-key, I
impossible
might put 'em above
for anyone
almonds.
to take a look at third-partying this.
if I get a
Reignite
good
will go
pistachio,
down.
I might.
Unfortunate for them, but Boogie Borders' position now up to the north is so much safer because they have
I
the
don't know, though.
flexibility of moving through
I
this
feel like
choke or going
pistachios-
around the outside and picking more isolated
I
fights
don't
there.
have them a
Yeah, I was
lot,
curious
so
if you thought this was
it's
optimal
really
or not,
hard
because
to
sometimes
judge
when
them.
you do get kind of bloodthirsty, you start
know?
that chase, you overextend, and you find yourself
All right,
so
good
far
night,
out, you're
Gold.
like, yeah, this isn't
Hope
really
you get some
where I
good sleep
actually
for your
want to be, because then you
job.
find yourself getting basically poked at from
Mr.
Fnatic,
Hotshot
get
with a
run
job
down
over
towards
here.
Crazy Thieves, and Citadel
Crazy.
have moved in to such a nice
Now y'all talking
position.
about
Sure,
nuts?
you've
Yeah,
got a duo
Destiny.
nearby,
It's 'cause
but you can
it's
fence
'cause
this
Gold
up. You
tried
can
to hit me
control
with a
the space.
D's nuts
You've got
joke.
Seer on the squad.
So I showed him I was
like
going to eat
this
some
composition that
cashews
they're
because
running
I had
this
some
late
up
into the
here,
game.
and I was hungry.
Right now, taking a look at this
And
next
then
map,
he
we just
said
talked
that
about Citadel.
almonds
Take a look at
are
how far they've got to go.
better than
I'm also
cashews.
noticing
And I just
Legacy
I
getting
don't
the
agree with
mythic
that. I
crate
think
here,
that's-
big power spike for them, and Crazy
think that's
Thieves
wrong.
just off to the north, absolutely a team
think
to watch.
cashews are the
They can
best.
engage with Legacy, they can play for Team Mango's building. Crazy Thieves do not have ring information,
What
but
do you
they
guys
do
think,
have
chat?
first move in this situation.
Rank
They
your
also have
favorite
information
nuts.
on the team that just got the mythic bin, and they're immediately saying, okay, well, let's go look. We're basically
Do I have any
sitting
Cubs,
here,
Bears, or Bulls
paused on
jerseys?
the portal.
Yeah, I have,
This could have been big, but you do lose out.
I have mostly
on the
Bulls
armor.
jerseys.
Forced to retreat, but that's okay. You've got Verpals kind of anchoring on
But
the back.
I have a Khalil Mack
very
Bears
triple
jersey.
take there. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just
And then I have
amazed by the
a
fact that
Jake
you know, a
Arrieta
couple of
Cubs
seasons
jersey.
ago, you wouldn't really see Phony playing entry frag, and if you said that Phony was on a team with
And then for
Verhulst
Bulls
and
jerseys,
Jenberg,
I
you
have a
still wouldn't
Levine,
expect him to be trying to entry
DeRozan,
frag, but on the Wraith,
Derrick
he makes
Rose,
that play.
He can get
and Kobe
information,
White.
right? That he's basically gathering that for the squad. And for Boogie Borders, we were
And
talking
then I have a
about their
couple
position
hockey
and which would they
jerseys as well.
decide. Are they going to the north? No, we're rotating all the way to
Have
the
a couple
south.
Chicago
So is that going to
Blackhawks
happen?
jerseys.
Are you going to choose the way of Fire Strays, or are you taking Shopify Rebellion?
Now
Choose
those
your
are the best
opponent.
ones.
Using
The
the
hockey
Valkyries
jerseys are where it's at.
so early on, they basically have committed to a fight with Shopify or Fire, like you said. The decision between those two, not an easy one either, because the ring is going to start closing, and that really denies you
Where are we
the
at? We
time,
haven't
the
really
leisure
been locked
of
into the
seeing
match here.
who you can take down, where more damage lands. Fire Stray is really putting on the pressure as well. Cersei's got port, has plenty of mobility on the Wraith to move up a little bit, but is going to use this defensively to get away from the Arc
Who do I have for hockey jerseys?
It gives you the
I have
positioning of where they need to be. Enemy on the G7 Scout.
I have Patrick
He
Kane.
didn't connect a lot of those shots, but
Mostly.
he still did enough
Patrick
to
Kane is my
rip
favorite
off
hockey player.
and basically go for
I have
flash.
Patrick
Now,
Kane.
Crook
I think
and
I have
Enemy,
one of Jonathan
they've been
Taves.
playing together on some
then I have
roster
one of
back in
Corey
like 2020,
Crawford.
so we know that they have the duration. They've basically grown up together. And
Austin,
sure,
why are
they've
they
had
calling them
different
Crazy
stints on
Thieves?
different rosters,
So
but it's been
100
so
Thieves
interesting to
and
watch
Crazy
the dynamic there. Another
Raccoons
dynamic that I'm curious
partnered
about. Rock
together
Esports.
for
Rock really
the
on the
Apex
edge
team.
of ring right now. They've got
So
a couple teams they can fight. I'd love
they're
to
a
hear the
combination
decision-making
between
tree from Rock as
Crazy
we approach this
Raccoons
next.
and 100 Thieves
If you guys
now
go
for for Apex specifically.
And play the portal
100Thieves should do another sport jersey. I had been pushing for a hockey jersey for a while, which I'm glad they finally did.
Bex, you need to be careful. Are you with me? Yeah, I'm with you, Sauce.
All right, listen in. Sorry.
Right here, take it back, take it back now. I'm me. One. Yep. Back it, ball. Shoot that. Crypto, turn above you guys. Back. Crypto, turn above you guys. Is there? Hey, broke it. Careful on you. Right, he's 110. I'm setting up. Set off east. Yeah, right here. One. That one's nice. Careful right. You got pads. Go ahead.
16 squads left.
We gotta work in the console. That's our walk-in. Yeah.
I don't know, the comms sound good, Dia. Rock Esports, they're firing on some cylinders here, and they make light work of Serial. Even with Ayanaga trying to get out, there's not much space for you to go through.
Austin, they have Phony,
that are able to
Jen
hunt
Burton,
you down
and
from behind that cover.
You're picking
It's still the same team that they were.
And oh my word, that!
And now they're in a fight.
Legacy and Crazy Raccoons right next to each other, and the quick fight is something the Legacy have certainly taken note of.
Overholst needs to...
Oh no, that's not what we want to happen for the Crazy Thieves. But for Legacy, they are on the prowl. We've seen Yanya Niazul and Jaguares put up some massive games in the later stages of a series.
Did he get out?
And they're just warming up.
And take a look at this position. Mythic Crate was picked up for Legacy. They've got gold weapons. They've also got
I thought we had 2 people not.
Ring. This fight very well could have determined the game and should certainly be securing at least a top 3 for Legacy if they're able to hold on to the spot.
That's good at least.
Crazy Thieves still technically
I thought we were down to
true,
just
but you still have Alliance and Shopify Rebellion, and
so
they
we still
have been waiting,
we still have a dog in this fight.
On that southern side, letting basically the rest of the lobby kind of do the work.
Football next? I mean, they technically did do a football jersey, just not like an official...
that we just had from them. They
not an official jersey. You know what I mean?
Can we at least get Phony up? We do.
That's big.
Oh, I don't know.
Legacy would sure like to finish this.
They gotta go into a fight right away.
Take a look as
Phony's already down.
Start things off right. One left and nowhere to go. Verholst is trapped in a corner, and Legacy are going to collect another couple KP.
Why the fuck do I watch?
Why do I watch Apex going down at the same time as Alliance start to pick up steam.
We thought that was going to happen. You can't have that many
every time they go to the Thieves Pop early game, we're cooked.
We go. This is looking towards the northwestern side of things, and S8UL, who have basically been
Grant, you also like Rock?
Look to add a couple more
kills
I
don't know enough about like a lot of the teams to form any opinions on other squads.
Teams to be playing out of the center of Energy Bank.
Is there a reason they're not just 100 Thieves? Just confused?
Like Hot Dog Mafia, Mango, and Fnatic.
I think it was just
Hot Dog Mafia playing
probably they wanted to do a collaboration.
Should be safe for the next zone and could easily place top
Gold
4
mentioned part of it, probably financially speaking.
They took that to heart when Legacy kept going down. They said, "Don't worry, we're writing your name."
I also think since Crazy Raccoons is popular in a different region, that they were hoping to get more fans from that region as well.
It allows them to use this 30-30.
Yeah, no, I don't mind questions.
So many
teams. I really don't.
Legacy have moved up.
I like getting to chat with everybody. So if you guys have questions for me and I can answer them, I have no problem. No problem doing that. I try to answer everything I can to the best of my ability. I won't always be able to answer all your questions, but I have no problem trying to give the answers.
Boogie Borders have so much
How many COD jerseys do I have?
Boogie Borders looking real nice if you can control the entire eastern side of that next circle. But does Alliance let you get away from something like that, right? You've got a couple of things going on here, and Hackers is going to essentially try to control this. You drop the wall, you get a clean rotation, you cut off the angles from the rogue member of Hot Dog Mafia who's returning back towards the center. But Legacy, everything rides on you.
6 official COD jerseys.
And then they know it now.
I believe.
Just saw Boogie Borders walk up.
And then I have some other Thieves jerseys that are not like specifically for Call of Duty. They're just 100 Thieves as a whole.
Do we get out? Do we get a shield swap? No! The trolls
just feels weird, like if Falcon showed up as Optic Falcon. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different.
We talked about Alliance. We talked about
it's definitely different.
Borders. I told you, you cannot leave
something that I think will take getting used to.
Think that you can control a side of the circle.
I don't really know all the reasons behind it. I'm sure they probably have like a
on this eastern side, they'll have a clean
like
reset.
a news article or like a journalist article or something like that.
And Hackers is
that breaks it down a little more. I feel like typically when stuff like that happens for the Thieves, there's often some type of report or something about it. I just haven't seen anything like that, so I don't really know the exact reasons on why they would have done it.
Trying to take the high ground. They've got a couple decisions to make. Citadel and Hot Dog Mafia, they got their own.
Who's my favorite LA Thieves player for COD?
Shooting at
right now or
now.
all time?
Inevitably, these two teams that are stacked on top of each other will have to fight.
All time and right now might be
I
different.
need around 11 seconds.
Okay, I'm not gonna hear you. Citadel Gaming poking onto Team Mango.
At this very
was
moment,
just basically looking
probably
to
scrap.
wrap around onto Alliance to see if they could find a pick. And with that crossline
As
from
of
the
right
triple
now,
take,
probably
they
scrap.
can't do that. They're sent back to the north. So
But
now
all
we're just going to
time,
have Citadel and Hot Dog
probably
Mafia
Kenny.
fighting. Team Mango's going to full send them, and then Alliance just swoops in and takes
Or
it.
Yeah, then they just win the game. From here,
I love
surely
both of them.
that's what happens. We need another ingenious play from Hot Dog Mafia to turn that around. Citadel Gaming,
Naughty's your favorite player,
options,
or
limited in their ability. Watch how
Rambo?
Alliance are again trying to take up as much space
Yeah,
as
see,
possible.
I don't know any of the
Unlucky
Apex
together, letting
players.
Hacky's anchor, and this time with Alliance having the catalyst, they
I
always
really
have
don't
the
know a
ability
lot
to
of the
stall
Apex,
as well. Seer
Apex
silence.
players. I only know like some of the.
Oh, we're gonna have information
Like-
for
like
days.
I've heard of
Rambo,
Imperial
the only
Howl.
two on the low
I don't
ground.
know.
Okay, that can definitely be sought
I don't know
out, but
much
it'll help
about
for
him, but
now.
I've heard of
Still
him.
looking for an angle, plenty of resources, but the head Maggie riot drill is going to hurt. Team Mango
I'm
already
still
dealt
fairly
with. We're
new
down into the
to
final three.
the
At least we're
Apex
getting placement
scene
points because Hot Dog Mafia have moved
teams
into third. They've been kind of sleeping
all that kind of
through
stuff.
this initial start of the series.
Yeah,
and now
Austin,
they're
I'm a
emerging into
big
the top
Call of
three.
Duty guy.
He took a bigger riot drill,
But
so
I'm
doesn't
a-
have the
I'm a
ability
big
to
Thieves
hold
fan,
that
so
for
I'm-
a little bit more time. Citadel
I'm trying
still
to
playing on
dive
top.
into
Hot Dog
more of
Mafia
the
trying to make
100
the play
Thieves
for the high ground
esports,
for the win.
and
That's
I
going to get
think
fenced off. Alliance still
Apex
trying to
is-
make their way in. Nice
at this
shots
very
by
moment
Kaisha, shuts
is the
down
most
Alvin
foreign
Bow.
to me.
And Alliance now fighting for a low ground. They're going to try and make
Maybe
the same
outside of
push up onto
CS:GO.
Citadel. Juvee angles onto Unlucky.
But
Effect
CS:GO
flanks on
hasn't
the other
started
side.
playing.
Effect!
Oh my god, Effect just hanging in
Two
there, but it's
squads
not
left.
enough. We said that they should walk in and take it, but Citadel still has two. Citadel and Hot Dog Mafia looking to claim victory, and it's remix
Dog
powers
Mafia.
on top. Shooting fish
1v2.
in a barrel. And we take it. We lie
Citadel
and wait.
takes the
We answer
game.
back for our earlier success.
Hot Dog Mafia
and
finishing in
cement
second
our
place, though.
scores. We were outside the top 5 after that with 28 points. What does this win
Who's the
do
leader
for
on
us? You know you're
LAT?
guaranteed at least 12 placement points, so at least 40 would put you.
I would assume
north of the top
Kenny,
5.
but
end
he's
zone
also
pull
probably going to be the first
really
one to
changed how the
be dropped
last
if something
ring
happens.
played out. Citadel working
Back on older COD,
very well
Crimsix
to
was your
control
GOAT.
the high ground.
I mean,
I'm really
Crimsix
surprised
is the
to
GOAT.
see how they were able to not just
the
hang on
greatest
to
of all
that, but hang
time.
on to it against multiple teams.
Most
with
winningest
Hot Dog
player
and
ever.
Alliance pushing on to them.
Pretty impressive.
I figured that they were going to at least give up a little
That's
bit
why
of the
they
high
called him
ground, but
Crimba.
no.
Ooh, so my favorite thing is when I say, this is what effectively should happen, right? And then another team just says, okay, bet.
Yeah.
Has anybody in
watch
chat
me
ever
prove
been
you
to
wrong.
Japan?
That's my favorite thing, all right? And Citadel Gaming, you posed for that picture because you guys just did that. You took down a team that we
Have
were
any of
basically
you guys ever
hyping
been
up
to
that had put
Japan?
down a 31-point game, and you answered back with a 21
I feel like for a long time I
game
never
of
had the
yourself.
desire to go to
2,000
Japan.
damage differential,
But
throwing down. It may not have been the
I
easiest
feel like
start
I'd
for
be
you
interested
match number
in
5,
going.
but this sets you up
Oh,
for
shit,
such
we're
nicely
14th.
when you move into that final match of the day.
Yeah, a great, fantastic
Dude, we are
defense
not in a
on the
good
high
spot
ground.
here.
Watching the Hot Dog Mafia push that was actually pretty well executed as well, trying to make
Is the
their
team
way
Scrap,
up
Hydra, and
through the
Kenny?
zip with
It-
the Wraith
it's
portal.
those
Citadel
three
shut
and then
that down
Abizi.
so quickly.
Scrap,
Alliance,
Hydra, Kenny, and Abizi.
quickly followed.
Because Call of
moving
Duty is
up onto the high ground, or
four
trying
players
to
a
with that
roster.
very same zip
4
line.
players a
Citadel
team.
played through the center of Energy Bank
There
for
were
this. They
only
were really
2 seasons
heavily
that there were 5
zone-focused
players
this
on a
game,
team.
and even with that, they managed to pick up 9 kills, joining the likes of Alliance.
But that was
who, though they
sort of a
finished
weird
third,
era of
managed to
COD.
match kills at least.
I do love the last 2 matches that we've seen from Hot Dog Mafia onto E-District.
Oh, Rambo's
it's
on
proven
Hot
really
Dog
well for them.
Mafia, okay.
Obviously, their strategy to get into that end game, despite some hellacious pulls that we've
Yeah,
seen,
with
it
Apex,
looks like
there's
it's
only
shoring up,
3,
so
but
the
with
teams
COD,
that are
there's
on the west
4.
side of that circle at Energy Bank, it's going to be great
Call of
for
Duty-
them. No, it's not. It pulls towards
Call of
the other
Duty's
side.
4,
You're like, all right,
Halo's
it's
4,
fine. We'll make it work
Rocket League is
regardless,
3,
but here's the series results as as they
Valorant
run.
is
Alliance, 62
5.
total points, 31, half of their score from one game
CS
in
is
particular,
5,
match
I
number
think.
4.
Oh wait, we're
boys.
ninth.
You're doing
ninth
good things
isn't
here,
terrible.
Apex. Citadel Gaming, after that win, 49,
Ninth
Hot
isn't
Dog
terrible.
Mafia. I told you, kind of underrated here. They've been floating under the radar.
Who's the best COD coach?
But that's not a skating through performance.
No, this is a fantastic performance from
I don't know.
Hot Dog Mafia.
That's
I think
a
they've
tough
got a lot
one.
to be proud of today. They've been really ingenious about the way they try and approach things.
I mean, I would probably
Call it
say
the Altar
Karma.
portals from last game, the Wraith portals from this one. They are thinking outside the box, and it has net them a top
probably
3
say
so
Karma.
far with 1 game left to go.
Can you believe it? 1 game left.
I mean, if we're talking like proven wise, I feel like Karma.
Year 5 ALGS
Well,
champs.
Crowder.
I don't
Karma
even
or
know how
Crowder.
this day is going by so
So
far.
either
I know
Phase's
we've got
coach
the other side stage going on. I
or
can't wait to hear what's going on
Optics
with
coach.
that. But for now, Alliance, they're pretty powerful. But you also, when you show up like that in a first series, you put the massive
Karma
target
is,
on your back,
Optic.
and everyone is going to be VOD reviewing, looking to take you down in a further series. Though.
Karma is Optic, and then Crowder is Phase.
I don't want to say I'm scared for Alliance. I'm really not. I think they're fine.
It's fine. I
Hot
talked
Dog
about
Mafia
the
is
side
like a
stage.
bunch
I'm
of
so curious
outcasts.
to hear how it's going. Lace, what's happening over there?
I mean, kind of makes sense with a name like Hot Dog Mafia.
Champs here in Sapporo. I am of course standing in the Fan Fest zone, where there's way more things that you can do than just collect ALGS swag bags. You have yourself a little Eki passport where you can go around to different stations.
I feel like this
collect
girl kind of
about
looks
5
like
of them, and you can get
one of
yourself a
Kendall's
sweet
friends,
little
low-key.
prize. We're actually standing here at one of our first stations. It's the Nessie Origami Station. Right behind me, I have a fair few fans who are creating their perfect little origami.
Dude,
whether
I
it be a
suck at
Nessie,
origami.
whether it be
I
something
am
like
so
a
bad at
paper airplane,
origami.
that's probably all that I could
I don't
make.
have the
They
patience
are
for
sort of using their
origami.
phones to guide them through it, but you guys too can head down here and create your own origami.
I'm too much of a
The first
perfectionist.
3,500 people who do so and also collect all
I'm
their
too much of a
stamps will actually
perfectionist.
get themselves a sweet little prize.
To do origami. Like anytime I make a fold that's not exactly how I want it, I like it tweaks me out. That's like my OCD.
All right, Lace, man, that fan zone
kicking
is
in.
so fun. I know Dia and I were running over there before. Basically, the premise zone was even open, and we were kind of spectating, seeing what the setups looked like, and I love how many interactive... Did you ever finish your origami,
No,
Nessie?
I'm halfway through my origami.
Well, Grant, I don't know if you
an origami triangle.
I don't know if you use Discord at all, but
Great.
we
Dia,
do have
that's
a
so
Discord
awesome
channel
of you.
where
Hopefully
there's a
you
lot
can
of
get that
other
origami Nessie
Thieves
finished at
fans
some
as
point
well.
Today, if not, you know what? It's fine. I'll go.
There's always tomorrow.
There is always tomorrow, hopefully. So I was collecting stamps. I think I've got 2 of my stamps done. I saw the Crazy Thieves setup, which
Picking
looks
through my
super
ashtray
fun.
at
It's
1
kind of
a.m. with
retro,
tweezers.
bright
Anyone
colors,
else?
But we have so many orgs with their booths and a ton of
I
really
cannot
sick merch.
relate.
So maybe your
I
favorite team
cannot
is here.
relate to
You're out
that.
here in the premise dome.
My
Go
brother,
check it out.
on
Go
the other
support your
hand, maybe
teams
he
because
does.
You've
I
got
don't
to
know.
show your love for those favorite rosters.
And while you are supporting your teams, we've got
No
food.
Discord?
Yeah, we do have food.
Okay.
It smells great.
I was so hungry this morning.
To be fair,
walking
I like
through
never
and
use the
smelling all
Discord
the
myself,
food.
so
You can support your teams and your tummy at the
I'm
same
not-
time.
I'm not
And
very good
speaking
with
of
Discord.
supporting your team, we're
I'm being
watching
honest.
how Alliance have been able to do that in comparison to Gen G. And I think what's really important about this is the swingy nature of Gen G. Check out that first place, followed by the rest.
I was going to say this is very
So
Shopify
Thieves are
Rebellion
top
of them
10 right
because
now.
Shopify Rebellion is so hot. and
They've
then
already
they kind
gone
of falter
through
off. Gen G, though,
5
that
matches?
25-point game, sure, that can get you through a lull in
5
one or 2
matches,
other
was it?
matches. in
Was
first
that
half.
one the
But
5th
we
game?
need to see
Or was
that
that the 4th
performance
game?
in this second set here on E-District. It has to happen because if not, you're going to keep on dropping into this leaderboard, which is not that momentum that you're looking for.
That was the
and it puts a lot of pressure on you
5th
as a
game,
team when you get
if
so
I'm
much
not
hype
mistaken.
in
Yeah,
international
5. Okay,
scrims,
that's
which
what I thought.
Basically, guys, you're just looking to limit
So we got
test,
one more
rotations,
game,
and kind of feel your
then we
comfort out
gotta
with
go
different
to the
legend
B
comps. You really
stream
can't take those to heart because once you get
for
to
the
lane,
second
you
set
lock
of
onto this
6.
stage, everyone plays completely different.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that
Which
comes with the
means
territory
it's gonna be
for
like
Gen G.
4
We're
o'clock
going
by the
to
time
play
this shit's
this
done.
aggressive edge of ring style in the way that Gen G do, that
Do I
takes
need
the
to have,
slower
like, half
pace
a
of ring
Juve
as
to
well,
keep
that
me up?
isn't nearly as
Do I need to have half of a
proactive.
Juvee?
Realistically,
Use
yes,
code
you are
talk
going to
at
pick off a
DrinkJuvee
lot
to
of
get
teams.
10%
You are
off.
going to
Do I
find
need to
yourself
have a
some
Juvee?
excellent positions, and sometimes
open a cold
it's just
one?
not going
Actually,
to happen,
I don't know.
especially on maps like E-District that naturally go against the flow of that very same playstyle. Being at the top level of Apex means being adaptable and being able to do what you do best at the highest level.
For Apex, Alliance, and Falcons are the two heavy hitters.
But realistically, you're still coming into
Falcons
today
I knew,
yes, probably a weaker map
because
for them.
of
where Storm Point, on the other hand, probably much better.
Also true, but when you see that head-to-head and you're looking at Alliance and their total damage for the series thus far at 16.3k, you look to Gen G, who has
I feel like I had
12K.
heard Alliance was really good as well.
Difference, but where that puts them on the leaderboard
100T top 5 team.
Position.
That's the thing. Like everybody always says like this Thieves team is good, but I feel like every time I watch them, it just feels like they're like underperforming.
But Alliance,
am I just a
using
bad
that damage
luck,
to the most efficient way possible.
Am I just
getting the kills, whereas
unlucky?
Gen G is just a powerhouse fighting on the edge. But it's just unfortunate that
Alliance is dumb aggro. That's what it seems like. From when I've watched and I've seen them, I feel like they're always running people down.
Is basically centered up below them.
Yeah, I mean, you can see why they put so much priority on this map on getting a good position, because you do need to shore that up. How your playstyle.
You and Destiny are rivals, Red Sox in New York. Yeah, she's a Mets fan though, I believe. So it's not. I think it's not as bad as it could be.
Running straight into Alliance,
but she's got
it
Boston
hurts,
beef.
And part of this comes down to the macro of things, and the other part of it comes down to the macro, which is knowing what teams are landing where, how their play styles are going to compare with yours, and picking the direction where you are fighting teams that you know you are stronger than, and not the team that just won the last game.
Yeah, and I love that you're like.
Wait, Austin, are you a Sox fan too? Are you a Red Sox fan?
Right, they pick up Boardwalk immediately, and Gen G, they go second. They lock in the Lotus, and they say,
"Oh,
this
you're
is
from
where
Boston."
I want to start from. And as we kind of gear up for our final
Damn,
game
Destiny,
here,
we're getting a lot of Boston fans. We're getting a lot of Boston fans coming in. You're gonna be isolated.
Gladiators, and we really haven't even been talking about gaming gladiators. They're not having a bad
So
performance.
Mets for baseball, Knicks for basketball.
Right now with 23
Only when I don't root for New York is your football team, which is the Steelers, and they got built ass.
You're already up
that
there
they did. That they did.
Oh, there's Papa Jen.
I mean, to be fair, you probably want to be much better off with the New York team.
I don't think I have.
Have you seen him yet? I know you
no,
arrived late.
I'm trying to think.
When it comes
is there
to
an
football,
event that I haven't
should
seen
say.
him at? I think the answer is no. I think he's been at every event.
We love supportive families. Okay, let me just tell you. When you're in the hotel,
See,
I'm
all Chicago sports, so I don't really have beef with Boston.
The parents come up,
maybe,
like, hey,
maybe besides the Celtics.
We're so excited to be here. Let me tell you all of the things that we've been working on, and it's just the stories that you get to hear. We always have those.
Oh, my mother, I'm from Boston. Fuck Pats.
From them, and it's
like the Patriots? You don't like the Patriots?
I'm
so wholesome.
If you think about it, how surreal is that, right? If at some point your child becomes a professional
no way you're
player
from
in
Boston
Apex
and you're
Legends,
saying fuck the Pats?
At any point, it must be crazy to go into an arena where everybody loves the game, of course, but everybody's
Brady
also there
was
to
a
see the
carry.
best Apex Legends possible and to support your favorite person in the whole world, and these are the amount of people that come out.
Well, there you go,
watch
Destiny. Austin's a fellow
incredible
Steelers
plays
fan.
that take place on this stage. We've had some
maybe
fantastic
from Boston,
games
but he's
so
a
far
Steelers
today.
fan.
Like you said, that last one coming up in just a few seconds, but now we'll get to see who actually ends up taking the crown in game number 6 and ultimately determining the fate of this entire lobby, of which Alliance is currently on top.
Grant, you like Drake May? I mean, Drake May is a great
I think Psycho has looked stressed during the course of today.
I don't watch a ton of football overall. I primarily watch the Bears.
Now. It is terrifying to know how much
from some of the stuff I've seen, Drake May is
Rock has,
damn
and
good
as a coach to really feel and analyze all of the different parts where you see that
number
falling
one
apart.
defense.
It is a coach's job to go, what are our weak links? And I think that we really see that
Were
with
Steelers
Psycho
that good at defense this
on
year?
each team, but especially on Rock right now,
I
knowing
genuinely
how
don't
close
know.
they are to the top, and yet
I thought
what those small differences are that can deny them a win.
Isn't Seattle like the number one defense this year, statistically speaking?
The players as they're sitting and locked in. You've got facts on here, and like what I would kill to be able to hear what your brain is thinking about right now, because you're sitting here waiting for that last game of the day, and you know that you're sitting.
Yeah, I know the Steelers have always like been
good
good at
on
defense
that series
overall.
And you just have to lock it in for one more game.
Here's the thing: is Rock has actually performed pretty well today. Yeah. One of the unfortunate parts of being a professional player in Apex Legends is that unless you're getting first place, it can feel like a loss.
That's right.
And that's one of the things that is really beneficial about other teams that have actually managed to pick up a win today, notably Citadel, who, have managed to place fantastically.
Years of best defense, I got you.
They won a game on Storm Point and on E District as well. That gives you so much confidence, so many good vibes, and importantly, the actual sense that you're accomplishing something.
Most of the time, they're not good.
The way I look at it, if you're netting a win on Storm Point, you're netting a win on E District, and you're very strong in the way that you've done it. The both wins that they won, it was so easy at the end. It was almost as if they just came to them. So they're just locking in their 12 placement points. And what this says to me is that when they lock into a match point finals lobby, that those statistics for them to be able to close something out, especially with the teams like Alliance, Crazy Thieves, these heavy hitters in your lobby, you could possibly do it out on Sunday. Just saying.
Yeah, when we get to match point finals, that is always one of the biggest stats that I like to look at is, I mean, yes, everybody wins a game, or a lot of people win a game, but how often are you able to do that? And especially from what place? Citadel's win conversion is going to be something that's considered, as is everyone's, of course. Actually, one of the teams that I've been talking about a lot today.
Lived in Peoria for a while, about an hour and a half outside of Chicago. See, you said Peoria, and since I'm in Arizona, I immediately thought
wins,
Arizona.
But have a really difficult time making it up to them. If, say, Rock's top 10 percentage is much lower than the rest of the Americas, Rock's top 10 to 5%
able to witness the 2 Super Bowl wins when I was a kid.
Rock's
hey, that's more than what I got, Destiny.
First place conversion rate, 50%, the highest.
Steelers should get a new quarterback.
In the Americas region.
Yeah, probably.
We haven't seen a win just yet.
Aaron Rodgers is pretty old.
It's just our first series of the main broadcast that we've seen thus far with them in, and that's okay, right?
He's getting to
but
be.
What we're looking at in particular is how they perform when that circle doesn't pull towards them. We've had 3 games thus far on the day out of our 5 where I'm not going to say they've been gifted a circle.
I witnessed glory in 2006 and 2009. See, and I witnessed heartbreak in 2008.
They're already putting themselves up in top 5 contention.
We lost to the
based
Colts.
On that level of rotation.
Prime Peyton Manning.
I think one of the
Devin Hester ran back the opening kickoff, and we still lost.
Game as well. I want to take a look back at the VODs. What on earth was going on?
Also lived in Glendale for like a month. Roach infested. Got up out of there.
Give up their spot to Boogie Borders. We
Arizona,
saw Alliance
Arizona
take out
is hot.
Boogie Borders, but ultimately playing for
Arizona
the high ground
hot.
outside of Energy Bank is so good. I mean, I'm still looking at this and going, yes, Citadel played very well, but
I think me and Kendall, my girlfriend, we both
like
would like to go
we made
somewhere
our predictions.
else. But
I was really thinking
I got to get
that
this
high ground was going to convert well.
and Twitch shit kicking off a little bit more first.
But high ground from a textbook
I'm really not doing a
great
great job
Legacy,
contributing.
I think a little bit. I'm certainly not on the
so
same
if anybody's
page
interested,
me,
you guys can become members of the
I think you
channel.
look at last game and go,
get early access to
now that we've
YouTube
seen the end
videos.
of that, how
you
do we
even
play
get
things
specific
differently?
icons
Do we play
next
under
to
the
your
bridge? Do we
name
push
that
Hot Dog
shows
Mafia?
you're part of the
Do we
Red
try and
Sea.
just hold on to our spot that actually
And if
had
you're
a lot
on
of good
Twitch,
things going for it?
Well, there's a lot of things when
you
look
can
at
become
different
a subscriber.
Okay, there's a lot of
If
teams.
you have Prime, Amazon Prime, you may have a free Prime sub. You want to make sure you use that up. Take some money away from the bald man.
You live and die by those IGL.
I think you guys know who I'm talking about. He's got enough money to go around.
So maybe they can look at that call and say,
help
okay,
support some small streamers.
That call from Legacy
maybe
wasn't
like
the
myself.
right call, but we still believed in our IGL at that point that we were going to
Texas,
just full send
look
it
into it, never leaving.
And you make those changes later. It's the good
yeah,
thing.
I
This
mean,
is where you can kind of flex on things and just not only have fun, but
I've thought about Texas.
We're just trying to get comfortable with how these teams are playing on
Kendall
land,
and I are
what
from
different choices
the West
we're seeing.
Coast.
And we know this squad
and our
is
families
great.
are
They're
from the West
fantastic.
Coast.
They've put up crazy numbers in Game 6 situations.
And so I don't think we really want to go like too much farther away from our families than we already are. At this point, I genuinely feel like the biggest reason I would live in Texas is if I got a job working for like LA Thieves. If I was able to work for LA Thieves, I would move to
yesterday, and Amigo was like, yeah, I mean, realistically, we're feeling really good about our chances. But we do have to stay in a good mood, and I am hoping that after last game, they're able to do exactly just that. Our 6th and final game. Beginning just now, Tiff. A and B, starting off with our winners of last game, Citadel Gaming still currently.
Wait, did you mean to say California, Grant?
It's wild that they've won 2 games and got 24
Because if you meant to say California, I'm actually from California.
And they're second in the leader.
I'm from Northern
California. That just goes to show you how great that one game from Alliance was for them. Now, if you want to basically eclipse the top of the leaderboard and unseat Alliance from that position, you need to have one of the best games of the day right now.
24 points currently in 9th
Just
place.
Win again. Simply win again.
Just be better. Get a 50%
might
win rate
need to get something good cooking for us.
Honestly, this is a pretty good argument. For
Landing in the same spot, gonna have to push
Citadel
into
are still pretty close to
reignite
this
Team
ring.
Mango.
SAUL though, you could not ask for a better ring on
Gonna
paper.
have to push pretty far, not terribly far.
On their face in the last
Pop
game.
a Wig
This
co-owner,
could be
yes sir.
SAUL's chance to move on
Hey,
up the leaderboard.
I'm hoping Wig can
slipping
get some
down
eyes on
through
me
the
and
course
maybe
of the day, currently sitting in 12th.
maybe
They
see
can
how
move
much I
themselves
love
to
the
top
Thieves
half
and
right
try to
now.
bring me on as a
Legacy right
creator.
next
I gotta
door,
get a little
maybe
better
a
at my
little bit more of an
content
awkward
game. I
zone
will
for them
admit,
as they
but
do like to play
that would
more
be pretty
around the edge
fire.
of the ring.
'Cause I care a lot about the Thieves.
Yeah, also awkward, and the
Grant, you're from Northern California
they're not
too?
even going to use it. They're going to insult me by not even using the ring console. But Alliance have one.
I'm from.
They use what they can get. They take everything.
You're from San
and
Francisco?
It doesn't matter
Okay.
what it is. They take
Yeah,
your
I'm from,
life
like,
in
the
game,
Sacramento
they take
area.
the information. They keep moving forward.
Around
but when
Sacramento.
I think of E-District, this is the specific
give
zone
my
that
exact
immediately comes to mind. Because how many times
town.
have we seen a circle
Not over the
basically
internet,
hover over
but
City Hall?
Sacramento
But a lot of
area,
people,
I'll
they're
say.
hedging their bets that it's not going to land directly on the kind of that trio building right there where Serial had been on that map feed. They're playing north
Isn't
of that.
San
And
Fran
Alliance,
super
they're kind
fruity?
of doing some of the same, right? We just saw Gaming Gladiators move in just ahead of them. But this bridge gives you the info
Not really
that
sure
they
how to
want.
answer
and honestly,
that.
like this is a perfect play style decision from both teams. Unlucky
Not really sure how to answer
I guess
that.
he does his does effectively have purple shields, and if he is able to win this fight, it's free kills. Effects moved up as well.
I'll say San Francisco is a very
Don't
progressive
throw it in the building, or do. I do love when people
city.
get a little messy with it. You've got the riot drill, and it'll
It's a very
essentially
progressive
burn their
city.
feet from above. Your dynamic duo, and Hack is kind of hanging down from the back, making sure that if they need a reset, if something doesn't
There's
go
a
their
lot-
way,
there's
the
a
tough
lot
part
going
about
on
this
in
building is
San
the moment you come on out, Wolves moved in.
I know there's a
They're
lot
gonna
of
blow
people.
the house down.
I know there's a lot of
I can't
people
believe Wolves moved so quickly.
really like San
Look at Hack, he's
Francisco.
getting run down by No Name. That's gonna hurt.
This is
because
really,
I grew up
really
close
rough
to San
for
Francisco.
Alliance. They do have the chance to recover. I think they've got one that
Like I
managed
went
to
there a
make it
reasonable
out.
amount. I'm just not a big fan
portaled
of San
over there and just
Francisco.
went for the
Like,
full
it's-
onto Hackis.
I don't know.
did see
It's
a
just,
wall go
it
down.
feels
I
like
do
too
believe that Alliance
chaotic.
is on the run, but for now, Fire strays in 7th when they
There's
were in
too-
the
like,
top
it's
3.
too dense.
Difficult
It's too
situation
densely
for them
populated.
as Boogie Borders have moved in. You drop the wrecking ball, but you don't have high ground, and Iraqi just looking to hit
PR
this. Can
train.
you withstand? No, you can't. And Boogie Borders
Hey,
put 3 on the board.
I'm a small,
Nice
I'm a
moves
small
from Boogie
streamer
Border.
here.
That is
I'm
our
not,
first strike onto FYR
not trying to get in
strays
trouble for
in the
nothing.
first 3 KP being picked
You
up
know
by
what I mean?
Boogie Borders.
I appreciate and accept all people.
I am
I'm not
amazed
trying to
at what we
cause
just saw.
problems
So
with anybody.
when we had Alliance,
So I don't want to say
sitting
something
on
that comes
top
off wrong or comes
of
off
the
mean
bridge,
or something
and
like that.
SAUL in the building, my first thought was, wow, so nice that we're setting up for endgame like this.
You think that's what they're really going to do? Set up for endgame?
I guess not. I guess not. They're even struggling for mid game right now. They don't have hockeys.
You should move to San Mateo.
Effect and unlucky though. We want to get Hackers back into the game. And
I mean,
there's
California.
Not a lot of options
If we're
for
being
them
honest,
to
I
run
can't
through,
afford to live in
but
California.
let's take a look at how the Boogie
Unless I'm
Borders just
living with my
basically work
parents.
through. Pana, you've got the coverage here. You've
Which
got
I'm
the
not gonna
angle,
do.
and Rocky just kind of moves in on top
I
of it. You
don't
already
plan
have
on
2, you've
going
got the
back home and
knockdowns, you're
living
trying to
with my
play
parents.
around it. But to be able to make something happen when you're surrounded is tough. But it's an honorable last stand.
If I went and I
You really see the
lived in
power of high
California,
ground there, being able
the
to
places
retain
I
that
would
and
want
decide
to
when you take
live,
the engagement and when you do not. RRQ
Like-
do take down effect, but it is just
if we're
effect.
if
The
we're
rest of
talking
Alliance
financially
still up.
speaking, like
You say the rest.
like
The
obviously
rest, yeah.
worrying
This is
about
the one unlucky member.
financially.
It's unlucky on on a catalyst. So it's not like
I
we're
would
want to
live somewhere close to home. I'm sure I could probably find somewhere like in the Sacramento area that's not like too expensive.
But most of the people have already committed to moving towards City Hall. So
but if I could just live anywhere in California,
on the south
I would want to live in like San Luis Obispo or like San Diego maybe.
They're a zone team, but this is going to be one of the longest courses of travel for them. They're going to be late to the circle, but they might find a boon along the way.
I don't think I would like living in LA, but I like my family and I used to go to San Luis Obispo a lot when I was younger. And so that's just kind of like a very comfortable place for me.
Do they turn around? No, they don't.
Okay, but they're focused on their position, right? They love getting into zone and
or even like
more
northern California, like
one solo. They see it, they call it out. They're already looking to say,
like Tahoe,
do we negative rotate yet again and run this down?
Tahoe or Truckee,
honestly,
like somewhere
it
up there.
Like they might.
I would do it.
That would be really pretty, but it gets so cold. That would be like the biggest downside to me.
That they have with Fire Strays, they're feeling confident.
I don't do well in cold.
The respawn, but Rocka right on top of them. That is one and likely 2, 3 kills going to Rock.
And you know, then you just sit and wait to see if Hackers and Effect and Alliance can hold on to the top of the leaderboard, because Sauce, he's feeling pretty saucy here with this one.
There's no way Sauce goes down. There's no way Sauce goes down. Alliance are gone.
He's getting active.
We don't have a Red Bull double strike, but if we did, that would be
getting active.
Oh, mama, Rock being right on top of that.
Alliance knocked out.
Those are when you want to hear the comms of when the decision came
Scraped
through
up a massive
do we go ahead
PRB.
And take this? We need as many points as we can towards
Good
the
luck,
end
soldier.
because you look at where they are. They were at 40-ish points, okay?
Go enjoy
and now
that
you take
bowl,
down the team
brother.
at the top of the leaderboard. You throw down a 25, 30-point game.
My
It's
brother's
possible.
not
We
in the
saw
chat.
Alliance with a 31 earlier. This could be your series, and I predicted them, so I'm rooting.
Okay.
He'd probably join you.
Citadel just saw that leaderboard and went, huh? We actually might be able to do this. I mean, from 50 to 62 points.
How are we doing with
that's
this
a win,
match here?
It could also be a third place with a couple of kills. Citadel
18
have
squads.
Got this
As long as Thieves weren't the first team knocked out, they should still be active,
could make their
are.
way up to the
Crazy
top.
Thieves
It
by
is going to cost a
Gen
lot
G,
of
looking like they
kills
might
on the
get into a fight with
Rock
Gen
are
G
going to
here,
need to fight
depending on
teams
how
like
things
Citadel, teams like RRQ, and teams like
that.
Shopify
Phony's
Rebellion
trying to
who
get
are
out
all
of
from
there.
the Southside Zone.
Well, Phony on the Wraith, this allows him to get out, right, and essentially portal around, but Asia was hunting him down. But dropping straight into the portal allows him to get the frag to cover that. So even if Asia does take it, he's providing that bit of resistance to say, I'm going to deny you that initial few seconds that you need, but you're split. So what do? We drop as much info. We try to bring the Fang ult down. You've got Verhols now isolated. Genvert's even hanging out. So by isolating Crazy...
Positioning seems decent.
No, Crazy Thieves. This is still really tough, guys. I'm not gonna lie. At least they didn't choose 100 Raccoons.
Not enough for him.
100 Raccoons or one person?
It's all right. He's got his own stuff.
He
would probably partake in.
I don't think I could.
I don't think so either. They're pretty resourceful and scary.
I am one of those people who's like, oh, you know, like if
I'm not a
there's
smoker
like a
myself, but I do like to enjoy
100 raccoons, bro.
Some edibles.
I don't think I could take 5. And I certainly
couldn't
like
to enjoy
the
some
Crazy Thieves
edible
in this
arrangements.
Game. So in terms of things that I couldn't take, Crazy Thieves is one, 100 Raccoons is another. They had good choices on both sides.
I believe so. But
I really
Boogie
thought they
Borders,
would go with 100
They could have had
Raccoons.
that big fight in the south with Shopify Rebellion. They kind of waved that white flag. They go their separate ways. Shopify Rebellion chooses
Especially
to
if
rotate
they're
up the
using the
western
raccoon
side,
as a
they
logo.
choose the east. And even after being pushed out of position by Gen G, Crazy Thieves are now just ahead of Boogie Borders, who now have that information.
Unfortunately, Boogie Borders don't have a whole lot of high ground. Crazy Thieves could easily gatekeep this. We'll see if that Skynade finds any purchase. Bang ult defensively going to be thrown down. Let's take a listen in with Crazy Thieves, see how they navigate this fight.
Listen in for the Thieves here. Maybe.
Yep. I'm sure that's nasty.
Barely no one's over here.
That Maggie, I think. Maggie bang something. The shooting's on, right?
I don't see anyone high. I don't see anyone at all.
Yeah. I'm if.
Okay. They're shooting Evan.
Front of me. This guy.
Yep.
Front of me.
I need you.
Here, 70.
I'm bowling.
Need fight.
Yep.
Batting.
Yep.
Get close.
What the fuck is going on? Oh my god.
Fuck me.
Bro, we're already out.
That
17,
hurts. And I
bro.
say this
What
with my
the
whole heart because it
fuck?
was a very reactive play. Because they got run down and essentially forced to go across, Shopify Rebellion, who had already chosen to rotate
I'm
away
not even
from
fucking
Boogie
watching
Borders,
Apex
but
at
Boogie
this
Borders
point.
pushes them straight into the open arms of Shopify Rebellion. You
I'm
hear
not
that.
even watching
Bodie's making the
Apex.
call.
I'm
We
just
fight,
sitting here
but
yapping
you look
with
up
you
from where
guys.
Jen Burton is basically standing. We've already crossed through
Which, hey,
the catalyst while
I'm
we
not
haven't
saying I'm
paired
upset by
vision.
that.
We
I
just
enjoy
get
sitting here
gunned
talking
down,
to you guys.
and you sit there and you're like,
But like, bro,
what the hell just happened?
Thieves have done damn near nothing.
The power of first of all, a team not seeing you coming, but then if High Ground
we
and
probably
if
got
Seer
another
as well, Shopify Rebellion had basically every
3.5
card stacked
hours
in
of
their
this?
favor. They didn't have the full attention of the Crazy Thieves, and now they've got 3 KP
They gotta lock
added
in,
to their
bro.
tally for this game. Could even make a run for first place, much like we were talking about Rock earlier.
Yeah, they
you know
got-
that there's going to
they
be a
got
lot of
rolled
KP
right
that needs
there.
to come with that, but if there's a team I trust to put up that amount of KP,
really
it is
did.
Shopify Rebellion.
I did say it earlier. They're either putting 25 plus points up or they're putting 2. There's not
That's so
much
bad
to be
too,
said
man.
other than that.
17th.
They are very strong when it comes through. They've got 3. They're all towards Koifel,
And
and
they
he has
were-
spotted
they were
his next
9th.
victim on the southern side of things, which is going to be a relatively interesting fight.
They're gonna
You've
have to have
got
a
Fnatic here, you've
good-
got Citadel Gaming, who is
good
looking
second
to
set.
take top of the leaderboard. So that is going to be such an
And
impactful
their matches
fight when it
tomorrow,
comes
they're
to
gonna
our
have to
group
do
series.
well at too.
Looking for a fight on Fnatic, not something that I would be gambling with right now. So Shopify Rebellion
gonna
want
have
to
to
play
figure
things
something
pretty
out.
safe, and again with Seer get full information and look for
I might
the
just be
first
bad
knock.
luck,
They're
chat.
forcing
I might
defensive
not-
nades out and have a catalyst.
I might not be
spike
allowed
down.
to watch
the
Apex,
ferrofluid,
bro.
making it difficult for anybody to push
Maybe
back
I
onto
shouldn't be allowed
Shopify
to
Rebellion
watch
and actually
Apex.
punish this. A lot of cooldowns being used right now, but I
like
am
every
loving
time I
how
watch them,
Shopify
they,
are
like,
forcing Fnatic to
severely
expend all of
underperform.
their utility.
Yeah, but
I
Boogie
always
Borders,
have
they
like
were on
high
that
hopes
south
because
side
people
as
talk
well,
about,
and they were
oh yeah,
looking
they're
to
a
get
really
into
good
the mix,
team,
which is actually
and then
going
I
to
watch
force the
them and
pace
it
of
does
this
not
engagement.
feel that
so
way.
now you have to commit. Elsewhere, Gen G has fallen,
It just
so
doesn't feel
a
that
tough
way.
series for them in that mid-pack situation, but I love that we're getting to see what Fnatic can do. In that mid-pack, all of the points are so incredibly close that even if Fnatic walk away with 1 or 2 full team wipes here, they're going to move up 6 to 7 phases. Oh my god.
How many nades do Fnatic have? Like, it's not like they're running a fuse, but
They're
I swear
really
I've
good
seen them use,
individually.
like 6 nades in the last 2 minutes. Shopify Rebellion
Yeah,
still right
just-
next to them,
it
but we
seems
saw
like they
13
never
applying pressure.
have,
That was
like, a good
Citadel
game
right next
plan.
door.
Like, they're
Everybody
always-
has to be very careful about how they approach
A lot of times it feels like they're in really bad spots, or like they're all too individual.
Keep them going. Create the openings that we need. Yuka there on the bang, in which he
I don't know.
excels so
I mean,
fluidly. Colonel Garcia,
damn,
sure that's going to happen, but we get
he was
ripped
smooth.
apart from the side. Koi, the bane of an existence for the rest of this lobby. Libel Ace, the last stand, cannot hold through, and Fnatic fall.
Citadel show up immediately, hoping to take out Shopify Rebellion from here.
Damn.
We've still got 1 member left
Dude,
alive.
the
That's gonna be
movement,
enough for
I will say the
Shopify.
movement in
As
this
Citadel
game
Gaming
is
make their push
crazy.
for first, they're
This game
unable
has
to
wild
eliminate the teams right behind them until they get a little bit of
Which is
assistance
dope.
from the outside. Damon Gladiator is going to contribute with a fight of their own. Shopify Rebellion do go down, but now Citadel in danger of being eliminated themselves as Team Mango fall.
Tough position here for them. You see the arc star indicators coming in.
Ugh.
But we're alive. We get 1 up. You get the banner. You get shield swaps. And you're
Feeling
within
snacky,
striking
but
distance
I don't
from
think I
the
have
top of the
anything to
leaderboard.
snack on.
You're down to just 9 points to tie. And you've got the tiebreaker with the wins already.
Citadel really want the respawn, but Hot Dog Mafia not interested in letting them have this for free. It is just Albralele over here on the raid. He gets to move back to a safe spot in zone where Citadel, they respawn and have to think about how on earth they're going to get into the next ring. Reignite. Barely
Got 11
in
teams
this
left.
building. Yeah. Rise
Ring
in.
is still a
If they
reasonable
want to stay in this building, they
size,
can.
too. I feel like this
think
circle is
so.
actually
I think
pretty
you kinda
large
just lock
for
it
how
in.
many
You
teams
look
are
at the kind
left.
of where we need to go from here. You can't stay much longer. Sure, you've got a couple of teams ahead of you. Rock Esports, though,
It's shrinking,
I'm
though.
scared for them on
It's
the
shrinking.
northern side. They need to take this fight with Sentinels. Sentinels have high ground, and with Vaxlon going down, Deeds to join. Sauce on his lonesome. Not much he can do. He doesn't have a ton of verticality.
Oh, he's in a bad spot.
But you
He's
have
gonna
to
get
dive through
Dang.
and straight into SAUL. The chances of
Yeah,
you getting
GG's.
into the top 3 are
GG's
not
for Rock.
happening here in A versus B.
It's tough to see Rock go out, but to see SAUL in this zone, getting good things coming to them. They've got kills, they've got the KP, and they've got good position right underneath Wolves right now. This could be SAUL's game.
It could, but Wolves have proven to be very interesting to contend with. Such is the way for Reignite, who did have to move. They had not a favorable
Hot Dog Mafia eliminated.
Hot Dog Mafia.
We're down to the top
they
8
do
here.
falter as well, but they were inside the top 5. So long as no one from the outside looking in, a team like Legacy, maybe even Game & Gladiators, they could have a pop-off.
Is he? I haven't even
really
noticed.
Kind of kick them to the curb. But that's Legacy right over there, though.
Sentinels.
This is big for Citadel. SAUL picking up some kills on Sentinels. Really nice play continuing from SAUL, but Citadel are 3 points off of first place right now.
Huge.
Well, he did just say they're 3 points off first place.
We just won 3 games in a 6-game series. A 50% win rate sounds really great when you get to that match point finals lobby.
If it were Pro League, we'd give you a bonus point.
We would, but it's not. We'll give you a gold star, or maybe an origami nest.
Yeah, see, like I was saying earlier, this is kind of like the problem with the Thieves is that
why are they dying?
Games, and they very well could. Citadel,
I feel like they don't get a lot of KP,
ring, but got a pretty easy way to make
they rely more on
the question is going to be how
trying
they
to
deal
get a
with
good
teams
placement.
Like Cereale up on the high
But
ground
then
above them.
When they don't place well, like
Citadel,
they're kind of just chalked.
Don't really have a lot of verticality in their comp, and additionally don't have the Kraber that Cereale have.
Yeah, I do like a good Kraber, let me tell you that much. But Ayanaga is known for being one of the best zone callers in game. But we're on the south side. We're challenging for Citadel. Remix goes down, and we are just showing you why high ground is so important. Ayanaga actually used to play with Colonel Garcia, who's now over on that Fnatic roster, and we've seen what they were able to do together. So seeing this roster come through and hone
Legacy's
that southern
looking
side,
pretty
if
weak
you're taking
too.
down the team that's in
They might be next.
first place, you should effectively be able to clean it up.
Legacy in danger of falling, have Yanya playing for survival and absolutely nothing else. Cereale jumped down to collect a few kills and actually could control this high ground next. Could even lead to a
Legacy
game
finally eliminated here.
Currently sitting in 18th place, but they're going to
4
have to play
teams
things
left.
perfectly. What I love is how much space they're taking up. 150 and the knock onto SAUL. Legacy's down. Does that get pushed?
Kraber hits like a truck.
Wolves on this. Wolves are going to take out SAUL.
Hey, they've been like coexisting over on that side for a long time, and you just need an opening, and that does it. Wolves esports eliminated. Jesco trying to hit a reset.
Knocked out. This might be the farthest Wolves have made it. They got blasted back-to-back maps, if I'm not mistaken.
I cannot believe SAUL won that. I mean,
he's
Cereale, they've still got a pretty
up.
good chance at this game,
He's
but I see whatever
still.
happened with SAUL there, and I am
3 squads left
for my life as any other team in this game. Boogie Boarder's still in between these 2 squads.
And you know what they were basically just doing? Sending damage to force that fight. Sharky down and out, and short trade comes on through, but look at the distance. They're still peppering from afar, and now Cereale moves in. They're getting feisty. They're trying to make something happen, and they do it.
Bro, how did that guy stay alive so long?
Game number 6, the celebration. Ayanaga out there like, yeah, buddy, we needed those points. They're so critical to move up.
Damn.
A huge
How did that guy stay
game
alive
for
so
Cereale,
long?
picking up the 12 points
On
with
SAUL.
the victory and the kills that came with it.
Shield
but I am
swap?
gonna be real with you, Tiff.
Dude, he did that
It
so
was not
fast.
as many kills as they could have if SAUL hadn't soaked up all of them. Oh my lord. 6 kills for Cereale. Moves them well up, healthily
Cereale,
up.
6 kills.
We'll see how far they've been able to
And a
make
map
it as
win.
this first group stage
Should be
series is going to be really
points.
critical for them.
We take an 18-point game all day. We
18
do this.
points?
This is the APAC North Split 2
Yeah,
regional finals
that's
winner.
solid.
The large majority of those points were from placement points. So it's very much indicative of what we just saw for their performance in game number 6. So I take 6 kills and I take them with stride because you've proven that you can beat
We got to
a
see
game
how
in a
this
lobby
went
with
here,
teams like
'cause
Alliance, with teams like
Thieves
Citadel.
got no
so
points
that
then.
gives you a
That
level of
one.
confidence for your roster, and we
Not
know
great.
how powerful that momentum
Not
could
great.
be.
18 points, SAUL 17.
We'll have to see how everybody else around the Thieves moved up.
That's a good. That's a
I mean,
good
the
game.
good thing is
I
it
mean,
seems like a lot of the
SAUL
good teams did not perform
really
well,
wowing me
so that
this game.
should be
Boogie
good for the
Boarders
Thieves
and Wolves
when it
both
comes to their
being
placement.
shut down by them. Legacy right
I'm
behind.
not mistaken.
We're playing a survival game for the majority of this one, and
Because
actually
Alliance was
managed
knocked
to get
out
a decent amount
early.
of points out of it.
DrinkJuvee
Really
knocked out
impressed with
early.
what they were able to
Shopify,
do.
Fnatic,
Gaming Gladiators and Citadel Gaming coming so
and Rock
close. 3 points off the first
reasonably
here. We know
early
they
as
didn't
well.
quite managed to touch Alliance's position.
It's difficult when you've got a ton of teams that are sitting around 6 to 8 kills. Even Shopify Rebellion, they were down there outside of 10th place with 6.
So where are we at?
Then we come to our series
Oh
results.
no, we dropped pretty
Sure,
heavily. We were 9th. We dropped all the way down to 15th.
On that A versus B series. Citadel, they were mounting a nice comeback to try and take that win from them, just 4 points shy. But this is kind of that
they're
what we
not
were talking
terribly
about, right?
out of it.
Anywhere from
But they're
Legacy
gonna need to have
Rocky
some
Esports,
good
that's what, 3 to
games
6 points,
coming up in
a
their
3
next
point
6
difference.
matches.
SAUL right there. Dude, it's so easy to move up or fall,
24
especially if you're Gen G.
points.
11th, Dia.
Out of your first 6
this
matches.
was not a particularly top-heavy lobby, especially when we're
That's not good,
this
man.
lobby
That's
to
not
C&D
good.
that we've been talking about.
They're
where
ranked
Falcons
27th overall.
I mean, Falcon slammed.
Yeah.
Did CEO
They got to
things.
lock
Look,
in.
That's an interesting roster. I might have predicted them, and thank God
Damn,
they got
Falcons
91
had
points on my
91
predictions. But what's
points?
also really
Holy
cool about this is
shit.
that NF4's 36 is hailing from that
Holy
matchup
shit.
as well. And for 2 teams to go
They're
91
fried.
and 75 total points, that hurts for the rest of the lobby in a group
Yeah,
series
Thieves are going to have to
standpoint,
lock
because you're
in
trying
if they
to get as
want
many
to
points as possible,
be in
but
that
that's a
top
points
20
fight.
mark. I mean, Wolves
realistically
have
means
more
that
points
on average,
than them, and
Groups
they
A
got
B are gonna be doing
back-to-back
a lot better than those teams who played in season
20th
because
places.
You're really not. You don't have that many points left to collect.
I'd grade.
They had fantastic play
Yeah,
on
I'd grade.
Serial. I loved that end game for them. Their high ground
Let's see.
control
Okay,
was
so
really good. We saw them picking the right
now-
fights at the right time and ultimately
Now we
capitalizing on
should
teams
have
that
to
were
go to Wig
unprepared
stream,
to
right?
fight them for that final 3v.
If I'm not mistaken.
Fine. All right, Chad, apparently I have an interview, bro. I had no idea.
We
All
should
right.
just send it to the main.
Yeah, we're going to send you guys over to the main broadcast. The B stream will be right back.
Oh.
So I'm going to put a chat up real quick. 1 sec.
No point in being here.
I'm happy to be back, Dia. It was brilliant. But let's go ahead. Let's get
No
it back to
point
the
in
boys.
swapping
the desk.
over.
How you guys holding down over there?
Thank you so much, Tiff, Dia. Great job, guys. And as we come
They
back to
banned
the
House
desk here,
Controller a day
down
before the
Graceful
tourney as well.
Jayhawk. She
You
already
had to
said me, Rain
adjust,
Day. Here to talk a little bit of this post-game action.
playing on a
It
whole
was
different
Serial
controller. Why did they ban his
for
controller?
Our sixth matchup, but overall it would be Alliance who would take the day here. A lot of news from the other side of the group as well being played on the B stage. For those who are not noticing how we're doing this, we're playing all 4 groups at the same time here in Champs. Snipe, it means that the pressure is on and everyone's comparing their results currently. They don't have to sit and wait. Falcons off to the record, 91 start here, but also Citadel Gaming, Alliance. I mean, very, very good performances here from those 2 teams.
Yeah, I think the biggest
That's
difference
so
to
weird.
acknowledge this was the fact that the other bracket was incredibly top-heavy. This one, regardless of the placings, you're not getting placement points for this. It's all about just the total accumulated points and carrying that over. So for this group, this A versus B
drop
group,
it. I mean,
a
dropping
lot more close-knit. A
91
lot of these
is
teams are going into this in a better position than in the
They're
other
just
group.
they're just
Like I
dropping
said,
absolute
top-heavy,
sacks.
very low scoring at the bottom. So for this, these people can come away from this series, think we're in a really good spot. We can just carry that over. Where on the other group, they got a lot more room to go if you ended near that bottom half.
And I mean, if I was honestly in the top-heavy group, I'd be happy with my result, but I'd be a little worried because of how much I was able to excel beyond most of the other teams. This squad here that we just saw, Alliance,
They play so flawless. I mean, they would have to with how well
it's going to be different if Falcons go into a lobby that's a little bit tighter, I think,
saw in
to try to
the-
see if they can repeat a performance
at
of
the
that
end of
90-point caliber Graceful
the
as we
first
saw
3 maps,
earlier in C versus
they were
I mean, that's really how you have
first,
to play. You're
first,
forced
and
to play
second.
the groups differently depending on who's
Which
in
is
the
just
lobby
insane.
right now.
Yeah.
And we even saw a period of that now with Gen G having a smoother ride the first 3 maps, and then they ran into the same macro as Alliance on the later maps, and then they got wiped out. And when you have the same macro across the board, specifically tied to other powerhouses, well then, all of a
They're like
sudden, only one
90%
team can
win
stand
rate
if you're
on game
3v3
one.
against each other, and
Holy
that can change the board drastically.
That's
because we saw
that's
a lot
insane
of
for a
points
battle
early on,
royale.
and then not as many later on.
And speaking of really the storylines here for today, it was Alliance that started the game out. We also
True.
kind of hit at halftime.
I forgot about the
Jayhawk.
fact
You
that they
mentioned how
banned
prioritized the
Legends.
E-District map choice.
Forgot
and
about
wow,
that.
did that make a difference?
Do they do that
31
for
point
the
game
group stages
in
too, though?
4. That was
Like, do they do that for
Snipe,
each,
and that just really
each game
showcased
for the
how
group stage?
on it Alliance were with their understanding of what
Dude,
they
that
needed
guy's
to
hair is
prioritize to be
crazy.
successful today.
Yeah, I think that'll be really curious to talk about. We're about to have Hawkus on with us, so it'll be interesting to hear his point of view and exactly what the communication was going in from the first 3 games into the second 3 games.
They
Because they
do?
only had, I believe, 13 points.
I guess
going
I
into
didn't.
that halftime,
I didn't
and then
notice
ended
the
with a
bans
0 point in
then.
the final game. So for them to end in first place, their games 4 and 5
Most
were
picked
absolutely
legends get
spectacular.
banned.
You could just see the confidence coming through with their gameplay.
I had forgot
they were
they did
taking
the
every
pick and
fight they
ban
could
thing.
when they knew that they were isolated into 3v3s. You saw them taking on every top team, Gen G, whoever it was, and they were just rolling them. These fights weren't even close, and to end up with the wins and getting that many points, very impressive.
One of the things that you get to do when you do so much work in game is you get to take a break
Maybe just
out
finals,
of game
but all
and force,
scrims they
your
did.
IGL and your team captain to come over and
Yeah,
be on the desk with us as you've
I
done
remember
here.
they did it
Hawkins,
for
welcome, man. Congratulations
for finals the
on a
last
great
time I had
start
watched.
to the Year 5 championships. How you feeling?
Thank you. Nice to be here.
What is going on in your mind based on today's performance? Snipe noticed, and we all talked about it, how E-District was just this change for you all. What was the biggest difference? Was it your prioritization of where you were dropping? Was it something that you said to the boys? What went right?
I think it was just the ban of Caustic, to be honest. Like, the first 2 games were very hard to find kills on. I mean, game 1 we played very well. We got top 5, 3 KP only, but we did wipe 4 teams. So a lot of kills got stolen in that first game, which was kind of unfortunate. And then game 2, we fought a Caustic team. We couldn't push inside the building at all, so we were stuck outside. And then I got stuck by an Arcstar, so it was just like, lost the 3v3 there. And then game 3, I don't know. Oh yeah, we were fighting in the building. Like, overall, that's a good game. We just lost the awareness for a second, but it was like, overall, I think it was just Caustic being gone, so we could actually play like the real aggressive comps when everybody else doesn't really have that like supreme defense. Because yeah, it was just a lot easier to find fights when you don't have gas everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a little bit of look
I feel like the
at
hardest
the
part
highlights of
about
some
like
of the
battle
things that
royale
you guys
games
did
for
well
me
today.
too, especially
Obviously,
like
Snipe, I know you
competitively
guys may
speaking,
have, questions for
is that
here, but
there
overall, I mean, we
is
come
still a
into this
good bit
tournament,
of
you guys cannot
RNG
be
involved in the
thinking
game.
This is something that's going over
And
your head.
obviously
We know
every
your
game
favorites
has some
potentially
sense of
win this
RNG.
again. We know how much it means
But,
to you to be in a position
like,
like
battle
this.
royales
What is your
obviously
mindset
have
going
it
into
the
day 1 of
worst.
a group stage?
It's just feeling out the lobbies, you know, like
if you,
getting
if
used
you
to the
just get
setup.
a
Like
bad,
for me, group
like
stages
if you
is
have
just
a
like
drop
like
that you
we're
choose
just getting
and it
used to
just is
land. We're
like
getting
really
used to
bad,
everything, like monitors, keyboards,
that's
mouses, like everything,
you're
controllers.
kind of just like shit
it's just
out
getting
of
warm.
luck.
Like that's all group stage is for us.
You know,
like we're just.
That's
getting
why
used
it's
to it.
even more impressive how good
Yeah,
the Falcons
I mean, no, it's
are.
very interesting indeed, and as you said as well about the comps regarding it, yeah, when
Like
they have
that
content, we can't
really
play
shows
our
how
game.
good a team
And we can also see that
truly
with the Alter as
If
well.
you- if you
enables
can
to
play
make
with,
these
like,
super
any
aggressive plays through
gun,
walls, etc.
any
And,
meta,
yeah,
any
the first couple of games you guys were
characters,
starting kind of cold,
any
but
drop,
game
like
4
all that kind of stuff,
game
and
5 as
still
well,
win
were
or
huge
still
games for you guys.
perform
Game
really
6,
well.
now going
Like
into the
that's
next
a
group
that's
for you guys
a
when
really
you're going to
good
play
team.
again. Do you feel any shakeups in how you're going to play it? Is the first game, a couple of games, going to start off a little bit slow as well? Are you going to feel out that lobby? Because some teams, I even talked to fellow Swedish labs as well. They're like, no, for this group, we're definitely playing this specific way. Next group, now we're changing it up. We have to play zone centered. Or are you guys just sticking to your plans? Because I said it as well about like Norfed as an example. Dude, these guys have been dropping here for years.
Yes,
like,
are
they really going to change
tired
too
or
much up?
something?
Or
Is
just
that why you're
sticking to the
putting
game
the sick
plan? You've been
thieves, or
grinding
just
for
because
so long.
we're
Nah, we're just
in a
sticking to
bad
the game
spot?
plan. Might switch, I'll do a slight change or something, but we'll keep that we'll keep that on wraps for now. But overall, it's pretty much the same game plan. Like we just do our own thing as usual. We focus on ourselves. That's what we always do. Like we don't care about anybody else. As long as we play our own game, we know we're gonna do good.
You talk a little bit about Caustic being a problem for you, Hockeys, and stopping you from playing your game. What is your thought on the legend compositions right now? Because Apex is in a certain meta where we are seeing some of these more stagnant playstyle compositions, but then we have these bans happen, and now
Yeah,
things
we
open
need
up for
something
you.
to dope
What's
us
your
up.
takeaway on how you
We
want
need something to
approach this?
dope us up.
Is it being more reactive to that, or is it trying to get ahead of the game plan? Looking at teams like Gen G, running Maggies, committing to these aggressive
Anybody
comps,
who's
just
watching
saying,
on
"This is how
YouTube
we're gonna
right
play."
now, if
What's
you
your
haven't
take on
already,
that
be sure to
coming
like
into
the
this
stream if you're
I think
enjoying
everything is like POI dependent.
hanging out
a lot of
here.
teams need to play more like towards
it's
their own
good
POI where
too,
they
since
land.
we're
like if we play Edge,
watch
then we have to have
partying
an Edge comp. Because like if we
the
play Edge and we have a
ALGS,
defensive comp, and then we run into like Gen G, for
the likes
example, like
will
we're
give
gonna
me
be
a
at
good
disadvantage.
idea
So it's just like
of
it's
if we should
impossible
do
to play the game
more
on Edge if you have an Edge
Apex
POI and you run
Legends
into Edge teams.
watch
That's why
parties like
you have
we
to,
do
like,
with Call of
If you're a
Duty.
zone team, you have to play zone comps. If you're an Edge team, you have to play Edge comps because if you run into vice versa, you just.
So if you enjoy this, be sure to leave a like on the stream.
So since
and let me
Jayhawk's not
know.
here to ask it,
Let me know if you want to see more Apex.
It seems like when the maps were being picked and you guys were picking
streams
POIs,
in
you
the
chose to
future,
prioritize
or even more
E-District
Apex
over
content
Stormpoint,
on the
while
YouTube
every other
channel.
team seemed to prioritize Stormpoint. Did you guys just kind of decide, okay, Stormpoint
Because the
is
more
picked,
I know
we're just
about
gonna focus
Apex,
on Boardwalk and try
the
to take
more I could
our
possibly
favorite position?
do
We're talking
like
about
videos
SR
around
is
it
one
as
of those teams teams that love to play from Boardwalk. Was that
might take a little while because there's still a lot to learn about Apex.
You know, that's just your comfort, your favorite spot to play from E District, knowing it was the second half. half, you're going to have more space to play from. Those control characters.
At least when it comes to feeling
what really goes into your mindset on that?
Comfortable.
I mean, we have our POIs. Like we cannot, like, no matter the draft, we can always go either Trident or Northpad. So whoever goes and vice versa, we're just going to contest it. So it's like we have our game plan, and we're not leaving, we're not moving, and the only way somebody can do that from us is like take away both POIs before our draft time. But I mean, who wants to do that? Like, there's always going to be 19 POIs. So
yep. It's hard to try to pick a fight with you guys. Obviously, no matter what ends up happening in the first part of the day, it seems like you find a way to storm back up into first place. Alliance with a big win. Hockeys, thanks for taking the time with us today. We know you got another game coming up. And during that prep phase for him, we're going to go over to Lace, who's got to catch up with all the action that went down in C versus D. Lace?
Look, these guys need no introduction, but if you live under a rock, this is the B stream. Nice Wig and Greek. Myself and the B stream have been covering the second stage, and of course there are some heavy-hitting teams playing on the second stage. But Wig, I want you to tell us a little bit about maybe some of the players or plays that got you yeeted out of your chair, or maybe sweat your blank and your blank off.
Yeah, the real ones know what that means. I mean, Hal, you got like 7 years now talking about Imperial Hal, and he's still doing exactly what he needs to be doing every single time for every squad he's a part of. Was fighting Asia for the most kills in a set in ALGS history. 28 ended the set with is insane. Most damage as well. It's like, dude, you're on a team with Guild and you're doing more damage and more kills while gelling.
Really
he's just not human. Like, he's not human. He's the Tom Brady of Apex Legends.
All on a different controller too. Like, he's not even using.
Exactly. So it's not even what he's used to the last 2 months. And he comes out here after tweeting and then just does that. It's crazy.
You just can't nerf the CEO, honestly. Now, Greek, I wanted to sort of pivot a little bit away from, you know, those Falcons, TSMs, and that sort of nonsense. I want to talk a little bit about Enterforce 36 because, like, people didn't really get to see this unless watching the B stream. But can you tell maybe the broadcast a little bit about what happened with Enterforce 36?
Yeah, so, I mean, E36, they came out with a super, super dominant performance. You know, I don't think people realize how hard it is to win 3 games out of 6, especially at this level. And, you know, they surprised us a bit. You know, we know what they're capable of. They have a lot of finals experience, but they didn't really look too good in the boot camp scrims, but they came out firing with a great set. So it was really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they did absolutely insane. Now, Wig, I do want to hit one with one more final thought. Is there any sort of kind of chaos or madness that you can tell us a little bit about that happened in the second stage?
I mean, not really so much chaos, just having 2 teams win 5 games out of 6 is pretty insane. And then having the last game just like one team's like, oh yeah, we finally got one is insane to watch live, especially at an ALGS level. It's crazy in scrims, but to see that in an actual stage at LAN is bonkers. And also TSM, I feel like TSM was really slow throughout all of the scrims that we were watching. And they didn't boot camp at all either. They were still like jet lagged, flying on in. I know Jen's flight was delayed, and they came out and played really good. They got 3rd. Like, they played fantastic. And same thing with Unlimit. I love Unlimit. They looked good during boot camp. They're my favorite team from APAC North in a long, long time. And they came in and game 6 took the W and showed out for the boys. It's amazing. So good.
I mean, you've got like all these massive
Dude, Wig really
names,
knows,
it's really
like,
good to hear from the
Wig
big
knows
about
ball
kind of the ones to watch or the underdogs. But this has been
really
the storylines from the second stage, and I'll pass it
How
back
am I
over
supposed
to
to
you,
compete
Ray
with that?
Thank you, Lace and Wig and Greek.
Nice one, just know he knows everything about
Apex stream
Apex,
action and our second games on their stream.
He knows everything there is
the
to know.
We've got 2 more great showcases of the ALGS Year 5 Day 1 coming up in just a moment. But, of course, our overall scoreboard for the standings. Jayhawk, we welcome you back here as well. Your thoughts on how things have shaken out, not just in our series, but the overall scoreboard here.
I'm starting to get a little worried for all the teams in Group C because what Falcons just did, if they continue that pace, with the amount of top-heavy points will be sucked up at the top of the lobby. If you're in Group C and you have to be with them in all 3 group stage sets, that means there are very little points to go around for you. Unlimit was luckily able to have a bit of a comeback there and get some points.
We just watched the second set.
All the rest of the teams there,
Dude, I'm going to be up so late.
This is definitely one of those lobbies that is going to shake up. I can't wait to see how
I'm going to be
Falcons
up so
shows
late,
up against
and
maybe
they're probably
one of our
supposed to
lobbies
play
here in
again
A versus B,
tomorrow
because
night around
this is
the
also
same
very
time,
tight
if I had to
tonight now. I
guess.
mentioned that earlier. Your takeaway, too, as we kind of look to close out this series and get our thoughts heading into our next set coming up in this afternoon. What's the big takeaway? Gen G a little underperforming. Alliance obviously doing what we expect to do. Crazy Thieves still waiting for them to show up. What's on your mind heading out of this?
Yeah, I mean, like you said with Gen G, I mean, they won the first first game and then ended with, I think, 7 points.
How are we
the
feeling about
games.
this
so
second
for them,
set,
it's just trying
Chad?
to find that momentum back. I mean, they did win
How
their
are we
pro
thinking
league,
about the
so for
second
them
set?
to
Do
end
we
there is
think
a bit
that
rough.
the
We saw that leaderboard. I want to say
Thieves
14
are
of
gonna
the 20 teams in this group were in the top 20.
go on a bit of
in
a run
comparison to that
here?
other group, C versus D. So that's
How are
pretty
we
insane.
feeling
So right
about
now,
it?
it really just does come down to finding that place. We talked to Hawkins, who said, these first rounds for the better teams are just finding your consistency.
I feel like we haven't seen
a lot
a
of these
great
other
look
teams that
from
don't
them
have
so
that grace
far.
and don't have that experience, they don't get that effort. So my favorite thing about what's going to come is how different these teams play for each group, depending on how desperate they get going into these final rounds.
I think desperation is a
Are we
good
to swap
word.
over
You don't have
to
to use it just yet.
Wig's channel?
Understand that your one still is that feel out.
I mean, I guess we could probably just sit on Wig's stream.
Understand that you're learning from it. Maybe make a correction.
Since this is probably where we
day 1.5.
we need to be.
Start getting it together by day 2. What have been the signs
for the Thieves series at least?
Worry about for a team here that you've picked up on, somebody who just hasn't been performing in this series that you're hoping next time can turn it around.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that you'd have to look for is just.
I have met Wig. I've met Nice Wig before.
That we saw as well were the same role, and when you have a
I felt bad though because I don't really watch. Again, like I said, I don't watch a ton of Apex. So like when I met him, I didn't really. I never know what to say when I meet people that I know about, but I don't really watch their content.
Strong in certain directions where people are not really that free to make their moves, and they're kind of still following the same. One team is doing really.
But he's such a nice guy. Like he seems like such a genuine dude.
A little bit of tricky here and there, and they're trying to break open that door.
So when I saw he became a co-owner of the Thieves, I was actually like really stoked because he seems like he really, truly cares about the Thieves and what they're doing. And so then when he said too, he became like the head of.
So maybe they just gotta
like the creation, like the content creator,
there's just so many things to try to balance out. You have
direction or whatever. I was like, dude, he is like the perfect guy to do that. Especially after he mentioned that he doesn't want people on the Thieves that don't care about the brand. I was like, dude, I love the sound of that. I love it. Hey, welcome back, Austin. How was your sesh?
That information they need to make the adjustments. We do have some new things coming forward as well. Before we start taking our break, I want to let you know about a new website that's coming for.
Fuck, man, I'm already getting tired, Chad. Do we stay up for the second set?
In just a moment.
Do we stay up for the second set? It's already 1 a.m.
And making the experience better for you. The home of the ALGS, algs.ea.com. Allowing you to stay up to date.
We'll have to do it till tomorrow.
Looking for a hub, wanting to see, the real events, the
fair
things, the drafts as well. Those are live. Jayhawk said he'll cover those with a laptop and a microphone. ALGS.ea.com. You can see them yourself as well. So get excited.
And they got a lot of information
also,
on that website, it looks like.
Brand new set of games about to occur coming up as well. Make sure to track all of the information for who is going to be playing here with us at Play Apex Esports on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, and on TikTok. And of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex for Twitch if you are watching there. Okay, coming up in just a little bit.
We got a fatty old break right now, huh?
A versus C. A versus C is going to be on the B stage, so watch Nice Wig there. B versus D coming up on the main stage as well. So A going to transition, B will stay here. We'll get to see our D teams coming forward in front of the crowd at Sapporo. It's going to be exciting. For this segment, though, we're going to start closing.
Who's in the C group?
It's been a pleasure. We'll be back.
What teams are in the C group? Does anybody know?
Talent roles, but of course, Snipe Down, Graceful, Jayhawk, great stuff
Let me try and look on the
day.
website.
We wish you a fantastic little break.
Because it should show who's in each group, if I'm not mistaken.
Championship action after this. Don't go anywhere. There's more to come.
What you gonna do?
Falcons. Falcons, TSM, and Virtus Pro. And FaZe. Okay. Okay. Falcons, VP, and FaZe, yes. Those all seem like pretty solid teams. Call it for the night. Hey, I appreciate that, Austin. If you're interested in Call of Duty or even just 100 Thieves in general, I'll be live again on Sunday for the Call of Duty matches. And then Friday, we have Valorant. So I plan on trying to be live for the Valorant match as well, if any of that stuff interests you. But I appreciate you tuning in to the channel, and I appreciate the words, man. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. All right, chat. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest for the people who are in chat right now. How many of you guys are staying up right now? How many of you guys are staying up, want to stay up, and want to watch the rest of these matches? I need to know. Because if we got enough people in here that plan on staying up, plan on watching the matches, and want to hang out, then I'm down to stay live and tough it out for the next probably 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. If not, I might chalk it up, because I honestly did not expect everything to go for this long. I didn't realize there were this many matches that were being played and that they were starting this late. I was unaware. I feel like since I waited through this break, I probably could have even called it sooner than that.
Razor, the official chair partner of the
Well, I'm assuming they play tomorrow. I'm assuming there's more matches tomorrow. Let's see. So yeah, they would start. Oh, fuck. They would play. They wouldn't. The Thieves wouldn't even start because they're Group A. They wouldn't even start until 1 a.m.
Galleria, the official
my
PC
time.
partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Oh, dude, I was not aware that they were this late. I was not aware. Gold didn't tell me that. He set me up, bro. Gold set me up. I'll be here, but if you want to call it a night, there's no worries. I might, because I feel like if I don't, I'm gonna like completely chalk my sleep schedule, and I don't know. I'll have to figure out like if I want to watch tomorrow night or not, since it's so late. It's just the hard part with the time.
No cash.
So I might call it. I might chalk it up here.
3-12.
I might chalk it up here. Especially since the Thieves aren't looking too great. And maybe I'm a bad luck charm. So maybe the best thing for me to do is to chalk it up and to stop watching. Maybe that'll go the right way. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who tuned in. I appreciate all the new viewers that stopped by and hopefully decided to stick around. I appreciate you all for being here. And hopefully we can see you guys in more of the Call of Duty watch parties as well, since that's, the primary thing that I do. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching the streams and hope to see you guys in future streams as well. Hope you have a good rest of your night and see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody.